Ach, bei mir muss auch auf Dingens gedrückt werden, okay. So, jetzt sollte laufen.
Läuft.
Single file, the caution lights are down, George is. Green flag! Eric McNutt stalls it on the back straightaway, the yellow comes out. They said he might never win a Grand Prix.
Hello and welcome to the P1LMS 2019 Round 2, the 12 hours of Matsusaka. My name is Ricardo Edelman. I'll take you to this whole race, and with me in the booth here today at the start and the qualifying is Tobias Brockman, aka Brooks EU. Hi Tobias, welcome, great to have you here with me.
Yeah, definitely, Ricardo. So what we're looking forward to at the moment is 25 minutes of GTE qualifying, afterwards then 20 minutes of LMP2, and then of course hours and hours and hours of racing and action on this very, very curvy course here in Japan.
Yes, exactly. We're actually basically near Suzuka. We're not exactly in Suzuka, you know how it is. Yeah, and we're right into the GTE qualifying here. As Tobias said, we have 25 minutes of GTE qualifying right now. These will start after they have finished their qualifying session. We'll switch over to LMP2s. They will have their qualifying session. After that, we'll have a short time for warm-up, and after that, it's into this 12-hour race, which will start at exactly 12-hour, basically local time in Matsusaka. So we're having some day and some night fun today.
Yeah, day and night fun it is, especially when the night settles and all the lights get brighter. You will have problems figuring out who is who, seeing just bright flashlights in your rearview mirror. That's going to be interesting talking about traffic, as we are watching Maximilian Kalanick, who just did a 1:56.581 last time by. That's only enough for P7 for the moment, but as you know, that car is a very quick one.
Yes, of course. The Corvette is a magnificent car. That sound alone, really great. And a good lineup of drivers as well. I'm pretty excited to see what they can do today. As you know, maybe the Corvette is a beast on the straight. I mean, you have a big V8. Will be fun to see. But he stops after he went over the start-finish line. 1:56.532. That will put him on P7. So still a bit of space to the front, but we'll see about that. Sebastian Pfeiffer just coming over the line. He's done a 1:55.720 with his Porsche. He's just starting his flying lap right now, his second or third lap. Let's see where he will end up after this lap.
Yeah, he's currently first, so he probably will stay first depending on how good he comes around. Reutigam just 0.02 of a second behind, so there is more, I think, more to tell afterwards, especially, and you can see Polesny as well. So with 3 drivers already being that close in the qualifying, in the beginning of the qualifying, I think the first few laps gonna decide who is going to lead till the first pit stops.
Yes, I do think so as well. But we shouldn't forget, just right behind Sebastian Pfeiffer is Mick Schleifer, who's currently 4th, but he's really pulling along with Sebastian Pfeiffer right now. So that could mean that he's gonna get faster and faster as well. He was just 4/10 of a second off in his first timed lap. We gotta see what he's able to do after this lap.
Yeah, but I think if you stay in this draft for very long, especially coming through the very a long left-hander on the end of the track, that could mean that he's actually being held up instead of being faster than Pfeiffer in that spot. So we're gonna see how that turns out in just a moment as they approach the second start-finish line they have here on the track.
Yeah, just right into 1:30R right now. Oh, he's going wide there. Might have taken a bit too much speed with him there. That could have cost time actually. And ooh, looked like he wanted to stick it to the inside there, but pulled out just in the right moment. You gotta see they're coming over the line right now. Switching to Sebastian Pfeiffer for that moment. 1:58. Yeah, it was really a slow lap. Sebastian Mick Schleifer directly aborting basically. Let's switch to Robin Gardner on P6 at the moment. With this magnificent Juniper Jab livery.
And I think 1:56.296. That's not the baddest lap time I've seen so far. Especially his lines, they were very well chosen. You know, the car looks very stable, so they didn't do any silly stuff with the setup. It's not set up to just push. It's actually set up to be stable around all of the track, not just on the straights, not just in the turns. So I think that is a very well balanced car, as I think we have a spotter guide available as well.
Yeah, I'm just currently preparing that. Spotter guide is available, of course, on our homepage. Link is already in chat. And I'll also post our live timing link, so all the viewers should be prepared completely for everything. Alright, so yeah, basically we're good to go with that. Okay, let's see, who else do we have on track right now? Basically everyone, I think. Yeah, almost. Let's go a bit further back. Hannes Hiller on P18. Also going a bit wide there. Yeah, commentator's curse in place as always.
It's good that it's already working here.
Yeah, that's better. That works in qualifying than in a race. So maybe I got that sorted now. We gotta see about that. He's doing a 1:57.762. I guess there is some potential to the front, but it looks like he has some problems with oversteering, actually.
Yeah, it actually, the rear end steps out a lot, which helps that beast to corner very good, but I think they overdone it a little bit, or maybe it's just his driving style compared to the teammates, and maybe you see his one is very aggressive. You can see the rear end stepping out almost in every turn. But it really helps turn in. I mean, you can see he gets away from the Porsche behind a little bit.
Yeah, that's true, but I think the Porsche just came out of the pits as well, so it also could be that he wants to create a bit of space, so he has the next lap, basically a bit of space to push, and not just directly be at the bumper of the Corvette and not get through.
And what I just seen is that the drink bottle is definitely on with all the drivers today. So since we have no Ferraris running around this time, it will mean we all have the drink, especially me now.
Yeah,
so,
I think also everyone has this steering wheel and gloves, So, gotta see about that. Oh, and the big slide there, he started aborting it. As you could see, there was a bit too much oversteer. Let's see what we can check as well. Dreis Motorsport on P9, Manfred Schneider for right now. In this magnificent BMW M8 GTE.
It's actually not as huge as I imagined it to be on this track.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few meme pictures running around in the internet. I think I got about 25 pictures of that BMW M8. Comparisons to Airbuses, to ships and stuff, but it's not actually that big.
I mean, it's larger than most of the GTEs running.
That's true, yeah.
In width and height. But actually, it doesn't lack speed though, even though it has more, let's say, carbon and window to face the air here. Ooh, very hard over the curb.
Ooh,
let's see,
there was someone turning around.
Yep.
Good thing that he stopped and did not move. And I just got a message, so I just gotta quickly react. So if you could take over for a second so I can send someone some links, that would be great.
Yeah. Just tell me you want to go flirting. I mean, it's carnival season over here in Germany, so I get what you're doing.
Yeah,
But
I'm
let's
flirting with Marcel Offermans, who just asked for a stream link.
So,
So I basically just want to share it with him.
so
And I'm good to go.
Big Schleifer being on the track again, not having had the best of lap times before, could now improve to 1:55.939, which will still not be enough to get actually Alex Breitigam, who took over the pole with a 1:55.487, as you can see. And now the gaps are getting a little bit larger. Ooh, too much over the curb there. I almost spun out into the hairpin. And now with more wheel spin on the exit of that turn, so he's actually pushing very much. But if you bring like a driving style like this to an endurance race, that could very much mean you're not going to double stint the tires. So let's see who could improve himself as well a little bit. We got Louis Rohn as well in a Corvette with number 28 car, driving for Falcon Motorsport 2. 1:56.316 was his best lap time before. So let's see if he can improve that one, maybe. Okay, now coming on to his fast lap. With unfortunate traffic in front again. I mean, with a Matsusaka circuit, it's not that long. So you will always have some traffic in front. And this now is just GTE.
Yeah, but to be honest, you can see that actually there is enough space for him to push a bit. So I'm not too worried about that traffic in front of him. I mean, there's not even dirty air in that gap, you know. So he's free to drive right now. We'll see how fast he is and how fast he will get to this guy in front. So maybe he's able to set a fast lap here, even with this minor traffic, basically.
Yeah, minor traffic it is, and 9 minutes are left for this qualifying session for the GTEs. Because then it's time for our aerodynamic dependent cars, for the LMP2 cars to come out. And we have, for example, the Schubert Motorsport car, the LMP2, who was fastest before in practice, I think, Lukas Mellmann. I'm not sure how representative that is, but we will see in about 9 minutes.
Yeah, so basically we're waiting for that, but in the meantime, as you were talking about Schubert Motorsport, of course, Schubert Motorsport is also in the GTs. Andreas Janssen at the wheel right now with the number 20 car, the BMW M8 in the classic, or more like in the standard Schubert Motorsport BMW livery. He's just approaching 130R. His best time was a 1:56.898, that was his last time. So we gotta see if he is able to improve this lap time now.
Actually, to be honest, it's a very nice cutting here. He must be working with clothes normally, as much as he cut it there.
Yeah, but we'll see if the race control does anything about that. 1:56.795, maybe it was even counted as a cut. Oh no, didn't he get better now? I think
Yeah,
that was
did.
1/10th better, right?
He was on P16 before and just went up to P13 right now. So that actually was on the edge of the legal cutting that you can do. Normally you lose time doing that because you got this massive
bump, where you jump over
curbs there, where you will mostly lose contact to the road, which will mean lack of grip, of course.
Yes.
Actually, it's lovely to see that Schubert Motorsport cars also have different colors because I'm used to seeing almost a lock up in there to see cars and other services in black and red, as we see the 718 RSR from let me see who that was. The 718. That must be undistinguishable. Yeah, that was Paul Benoist from Revolution Sim Racing 4. That had just a little nice spin over there, so he should have another go. Because 6 minutes 43 is not a wall of time.
No, it is not, but it should be enough to do 3. Yeah, maybe 2 more time lap. If you exit the pits now, you could do 3 more. So still a few opportunities left there. And a few guys did a few fastest laps for themselves in the last few laps, as I can see here. Frank Philipsen, sorry. And Manfred Schneider also did a fastest lap in his last lap. So I think there's still a bit of possibility that we will see a few changes in the lead, maybe. I mean, it's still close. Sebastian Pfeiffer just 2/10 in front of Alex Bräutigam, who's also a fast driver for Black Hawk Racing. He's also currently on track, also just power sliding through there with his Porsche. This magnificent mid-engine car that Porsche provided here. So we'll see. Maybe he's able to get a bit faster, get those 2/10 and go for Sebastian Pfeiffer's lead. We'll see about that. Maybe he's on a fast lap. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Pfeiffer, he was faster than Pfeiffer before. Then Pfeiffer improved himself again. So now Bräutigam is under pressure to get that spot back on the pole position. I mean, first row is first row, but pole position, you know, is always better.
Yes, of course. You want to have pole position. I mean, it's a 12-hour race, so it's a long race, and the race isn't won in the first hour, not even in the first 3 hours. It's decided in the whole water slide there. It's decided over the whole 12 hours. You gotta be consistent. You should stay out of trouble, and be fast, and at the same time. That's the key to winning here, especially on this technical fast track. Okay, he stops his fast lap there after his big slide. Maybe he lost too much time. Let's switch to Wojtek Polezny on the 3rd place right now with his Porsche.
Yeah, I'm driving a Porsche as well, still being in 3rd at the moment with about 0.5 of a second of a gap. Yeah, talking about endurance races, I mean, I've seen people win from just last week on a race. It was an 8-hour race on Silverstone. And the winning team came up from P8 or P9, I think, after 8 hours. So, yeah, what they did was just driving constant all the time, being patient. Patience is the word that I think, use a lot during the broadcast. But it's key, especially on this track and especially in these endurance races. And, of course, that means that the LMP2 cars, of course, have to be patient when lapping these a little bit slower cars, and especially in the corners that we see here on the track, as Polezny just aborts his lap as well.
Yeah, about the lapping of LMP2s and GTEs, the race control set up an orange zone between turn 3 and 9. So if you want to overtake there, if you want to lap someone there, extreme careful behavior is very important there, because if you cause an accident, a collision, you'll be punished harder than on the rest of the track. But to be honest, as we've seen in the first race, everything was really civilized. There were almost no accidents while lapping or anything, so by my opinion, the LMP2s are really, really good with that, and really patient, really careful. So I don't think that we will see that many accidents while lapping someone or overtaking.
Yeah, what I think there won't be overtakes between 3 or at least say 4 and 6, because you could still dive down 3. But I think between 4 or 5 and 7 there won't be anything. But we will probably see some cars trying to actually lap very hard there between the Dumlot turn and between the bridge part. Because, I mean, if you're in the battle for position in LMP2, you don't want to be the one who just waits and the other one just blows past you, so that might be an issue as well.
Yes, of course, but as I said, lapping in this league in P1LMS is always about the faster car making the move. The faster car has to be sure that it can make the move safely. So almost every time there's an accident between two cars, it's the car that laps someone or the car that overtakes someone who's at fault. So you gotta be extra careful. We have seen that it works on Sepang. I hope that it works today as well. I don't want to get this commentator's curse out, but yeah, you know how it is.
Yeah, and seeing from our spotter guide, there are cars that I haven't seen on track, were the one from, I think, MRS EU Racing. They aren't here today, aren't they?
I haven't seen them as well, and I don't know what exactly is up actually. They are not on the server as far as I can see. Let me have a quick look. No, they are actually not there. As well as the 657 car from Sakura Racing Team. We have no idea actually why there's a no-show. There was no... Yeah, there was nothing to us actually. I just know about, for example, about the number 8 car, Man Cave Racing. They are still here. They have problems with their wheel, so basically both drivers have problems with their wheel, which is pretty strange, but that's how it is actually. So they will not be there for this run, but hopefully for round 3 then. But we still have over 40 cars on track, so actually it's still pretty good. 43 cars overall, 25 GTEs, the rest is LMP2. I'm excited for a good race. And as we're talking, Alex Bräutigam made it. He's in the on the pole right now. Sebastian Pfeiffer has to fight for it now. Is 1.6 tenth of Bräutigam's fastest lap time.
Yep, and that's the last chance he has right now, because look at the time we have. Nope,
yes, this is the last lap basically. So P4 Elias Hermann is on his last stretch here. Race control should announce the LMP qualifying now, or should have done it already. We turned off the whisper settings for the moment. So this was his last lap, I think.
Yep, this current lap was his last lap, because I think race control, yeah, the 20-minute bracket, that is he doing another fast lap here?
Yeah, I do hope not actually. That would be against the rules, and that could be a penalty, as the LMPs are already on track right now. They are all coming out, and the guys in the back, P23 Oliver Zimmermann coming onto the start-finish straight, finishing his lap, as well as Frank Flipsen. Both are out now. P9 is still on track doing his fast lap. Manfred Schneider for Dre's Motorsport, currently on P9. Maybe he's able to get a bit faster here.
Yes, he did.
Yes,
like
he
2 seconds.
Yeah, he actually improved his best time there, but still on P9. Then we have coming in P2 Sebastian Pfeiffer is in the chicane right now, exiting, but he's going to pits as well. So Alex Bräutigam will take the GTE lead as far as it seems. Mick Schleifer also coming in. Then we have P15 Paul Benoist still on track. We'll see if he's completing his fast lap or if he's coming into the pits as well. Looks like he's completing it.
No, I mean 2 minutes 6 last time by. Oh man, from an out lap to an in lap, so that's unfortunate. Bad timing, I think.
But he's also coming in, so no fastest lap there, and we'll see Elias Hermann. I hope he doesn't, but he does actually.
Oh wow!
I think that was that was after the 25 minutes, but he didn't get better, so no improvement there.
Yeah, lucky for him, so maybe he will get away with it. But let's go to Lukas Mollmann,
who's really going slow here with the Schubert Motorsport LMP, creating some space in front of him. Now pushing to the start-finish straight for his first time lap.
Yep, I prefer that livery, the black and red colors. I don't know, it just fits so perfectly, especially to this car. Because, you know, the red will shift blue anyway as fast as he's coming towards you when you look in your rearview mirror. As we know, when stuff goes faster, the light shifts a little bit.
Yeah, but that shifts to blue if it's going away from you, not if it's approaching you. So basically, if he's in front of you, it will turn blue because he's going away that fast from you. Yeah, and the red livery, the red, white, and black livery, more likely, is actually the new livery, which was introduced in 2018 when Schubert Motorsport took the Honda NSX GT3 the first time. So yeah, that's basically the new actual livery that's out in the moment. And the BMW livery, we saw the black and white and green one. It's actually, yeah, don't want to say historic livery, but it kind of is because it's not that actual anymore.
Yeah, but we've seen a lot of liveries, especially with the BMW Z4 back then. Also very interesting. But what will be more interesting is what Lucas Mollman can do here on the track compared to all the others. As the first times roll in, Kiss doing a 143.920, staying in the lead for the moment. Rolling just being 1/10 of a second behind. So let's see, coming through on 30R here, coming now into the chicanes. Let's see if you can do that one faster than the lap before.
Ooh, yep, sliding a bit there for the first part of the chicane, but it looked still good. So now last corner up to the start-finish straight. Going for it, as we can see, cars exiting the pits, and a 1:45, so 2 seconds, 1.18 seconds off. Gotta see if he's able to better that in the next approach or in the next try, as he's aborting it right now. And we have James Light with the 114. He should be on a fast lap as well for his RSR team. Interesting liveries as well for the RSR team. They almost all have the same livery, just with minor differences. All have this tacky circuit board look on them. The LMPs as well as the GTEs, which is pretty good, pretty great. You can see they are a team. Just the mirrors and a few stripes here and there just make the cars different. As he's approaching the final chicane here. Also hard over the curbs, struggling for grip there. As he is going onto the start-finish straight, let's see what he's able to do. What he's able to put down here.
Oh, he just switched his light on. I think he just, it was his out lap actually.
Yeah, might also be. I thought he would be on his fast lap already, but yeah, he wasn't actually. So yeah, here now goes his approach. We'll see what else we can find. Let's check the live timing maybe. We can see a few things there. Ben Dutton, for example, on P6 right now is on a fast lap according to the live timing. Okay, just Lucas Mollman overtook him there.
145, 185 last time by, so let's see if he can improve here or if he throws it away big time. 144.940, that's a little bit off and yeah, of getting better here. P6 right now for him in his Orsum HQ Motorsports vehicle. So yeah, he's back to the pits again, so he will probably come out one more or two more times for 2 more laps. Still at the moment leading, that's Sabakis in the Blackhawk Racing 106 LMP2. He's again on the fast lap or an out lap, but at least he is on track at the moment.
He's on track, but is he... let's wait for the first sector, and then we'll see if he's on a timed lap. But it looks like he hasn't set a sector 1 lap yet.
No.
But who has is Michael Rennen on P3, okay?
Ooh,
that was right into the wall as we switched to him. He was on a fast lap though. Mark Weiler on P5 is also on a fast lap right now for Drace Motorsport LMP team. With the number 46. He's approaching Hoylik. He's on the second start-finish straight, approaching 130R right now. We'll see where he will land. He set actually a fastest sector 2 time. So he might be able to climb a few places. but he apparently did not, even though he had a faster lap this time around. Right, so Sabakis is on a fast lap actually. He's in the last sector, set a new fastest lap time for fastest sector time.
Yep, even better than the win one that just seen here. So it goes for 1:43.
Yes,
Not
just
that much better than before.
yeah, he lost a bit of time in the last sector there, but Michael M. Ross, he was on a fast lap as well. He had 2 pink sectors, even faster than Sabakis, but aborted in the last chicane there, which is unfortunate. James Juba, this name, holy, Juba, I think it is. Yeah,
Just
Juba.
Juba,
Yeah, with a 1:44.325. Got a bit better, but still on P4 there.
I mean, he got better, so maybe that's a way to go the next time around, as we still have 11 minutes to go, so there's still plenty of time to go out on track and try to get better here. But of course, we only have 1 pole to give around here, so yeah.
Yeah, so now Volante Racing, Alec Enslin on the wheel right now. Fun story, he just texted me right before the race server opened up that he wasn't able to qualify and that he had to work till 3 AM today. So he's tired already, but he's doing the qualifying lap without any training. Let's see what he's able to do. Currently on P15 with a 1:46.015. He should also be on the fast lap right now as far as it seems, so I'm actually excited if he's able to do something.
Yeah, let's see here, as I think you got a message for you waiting.
I got a message from me waiting in the chat. Oh, there is something.
Not that one. I sent you something that you should have a look at in the TeamSpeak. But yeah, I think here Enslin, let's see what he can do in the chicane as well. A little bit of a jump, a slide here. So let's see if that actually slowed him down or not. Coming down now the line. Oh no, nothing. So yeah, that was either his outlap or that was an aborted lap because he went too wide on some parts. So that one got a little bit deleted here as we stay still on him. And I mean, we can actually have a look on that car, on especially as we have onboard cameras as well. Here you can see it's stuck to the window of the car, coming through those turns. Let's see how well he stick these lines. And if he goes too fast over a curb and loses a little bit of it, yeah, you can almost go flat through number 7 as soon as you come out of it. So that looks fine to me. Coming now up to the hairpin. Still looking good.
As I'm just quickly checking these messages and quickly providing answers. Just give me a few seconds and I'll be back ready.
Yeah, just oh wow, you turned me up big time. I thought already man, I have to change everything here. Sometimes I'm quiet, sometimes I'm loud. It's changing around all the time.
Yeah, it's changing around a bit. I noticed that. That's why I already directly went to that and did it. So you should be loud enough now. Let's check. Maybe you say something and then we can see.
Hello, it's me.
Yeah, that's definitely loud enough. That's about as loud as I am.
Perfect.
If you stay like this, everything will be fine. As we just see Alec Enslin switching back to the pits, aborting there. Let's see who we can find on track right now. We have Gabor Fodor with the number 4 car. He is on P10 right now, but he also aborted. Let's see. Lasse Misk at the moment, P18. Let's switch to track side. He's through the 130R with his Sim HQM car, the LMP with the number 63. Now approaching start-finish straight. Let's see if he's able to do a bit better now.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is, and he actually got to P15 there.
Yeah, just made up one spot there, being 16th just before crossing the start-finish line. Also, a very, very lovely livery here in, I think that is the SMHQ Motorsports car. Yeah, of course, it's written on it, I mean. But,
yeah, it's a great livery, and I'm really excited to see how that will look with the new material system of rFactor 2 implemented. You have so many things that you can do with it. It's absolutely incredible. We have a tutorial on our YouTube channel right now, so if you want to check it out, it's really great what you can do with this whole new material system. We decided to not implement it in this round because it was just too short of notice for all the teams. So we're basically using it from round 3 on, and we gotta see what happens there.
I mean, with this livery in the view, and you saying it's very great, I was just thinking about one sentence: make rFactor great again. So that fit a little bit in the topic here.
Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah.
Of Michael Rowland again, and I mean, talking about liveries, you can't miss that car.
You can't miss it. You either love it or you hate it. There's no in between. I think it looks quite fun, especially with all the written stuff on it, with the hats and stuff.
I mean, yeah. Imagine one day we see unicorns racing. Actually, it already happened. They are actually racing.
just without the unicorn.
Yeah, I mean,
as he just got pole with the 143.682, almost 900ths of a second faster than Sabakis, who is on track right now, probably trying to get that again. And that looked like he was outbraked a bit by the car that just resetted to the pits there. Gotta see about that. And we also got the first few comments about that. Hashtag shameless plug. Great, really great. Alright, when will it go dark? It should go dark at around 6:30 to 7 PM in-game time, which would be about 4 to 5 hours in the race, I think.
Yep, pretty much.
About 6. Yeah, let's say 5 to 6 hours in the race. So around half time, it should starting to go dark. Maybe a bit earlier, maybe a bit later, just around that time.
Bam, there he is again. Kisp again on P1 and with the huge gap to Rowland.
What a time. Holy cow. He just made us look silly with that. As we just praised Michael Rowland for his lap there. Number 69 RSR with the yellowish orange mirrors, who just smoked a bit there, also got a faster time there, 1:43.455, which puts him to P2 as we approach 4 minutes left in this qualifying session.
Yeah, 4 minutes left and it's heating up all around now. Miros going in there again out with the car on track, of course, to improve himself, because 4 minutes, that's enough time to throw at least 2 or even 3 fast laps out here, and that probably will happen as well. And I mean, we had some drivers again, as you just seen it, racing against some other drivers. As somebody actually is kind of an analytics guy to go through there, and I think you got more information on that one. But I'm just seeing that you're busy again with everything. So Ricardo here today is kind of in German you would say the girl for everything.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
The secretary from now on.
The secretary, yeah. I'm basically doing lead commentary. I'm doing lead commentary. I'm doing follow commentary. I'm doing the stream. The only thing I don't do is drive and doing race control, which I do all the other times, basically. But that won't happen today because there's no no time slot left for that for me.
Oh, wait. You drive and do race control? Oh, that's why everyone else gets penalty apart from you.
Exactly, that's the thing. We talked about that earlier. I'm standing in the grid and just DQing people in front of me before the race even started so I can get to the front.
Yeah. By the way, Nick Newcomb, he just admitted that he's distracting you from the stream right now.
Yeah, he actually is. He actually is, because I'm talking to him. He will be joining me in the booth later on, as far as it seems right now. So yeah, we're just preparing everything while we're doing the stream. Yeah, as said, busy day today. Will be a bit longer, but we'll see. I mean, I think I got enough Jägermeister to go through this whole day.
Hashtag not paid promotion.
It actually is not, yeah. That wasn't even a joke. Now we gotta see. I'm wondering what the German stream does. I can't check it right now because as soon as I open it with sound, yeah, you will hear it as well. That would be good. But I think they're doing fine, right?
Yeah, they're fine.
Right, so Michael Ross still driving out there as we have 1 minute 27 left. Michael Röllin also on track. Let's see if he's able to do better as well and get to the front again. It's just a gap of mid 4/10 of a second. So we gotta see. It looks like you, or it sounds like that you are not
Working
really,
as well, yes.
yeah, that you are working as well. There was nothing coming from you.
Yeah, I was just
was
thinking
expecting.
no, I was thinking about something.
Okay, I wasn't
Because,
expecting that because normally you first talk and then think, but
No, actually, I was thinking about something. These LMP2s, how far can they go on tires? Can they double stint tires safely? Especially on this track with that many turns, and if you push all the time, especially through the S's and Dunlop and so on, it's gonna hurt your tires a lot.
I mean, I think it is possible actually. I mean, it's possible for the GTs as well, but it might be really, really difficult. To be honest, I didn't drive the LMP2s too much, so I can't tell for sure. I just know that it's possible with the M8, for example, with the medium tires. You can easily do double stints, so I don't know, we'll see, but I mean, a tire change isn't as hard dropping as in iRacing here. It goes quite quick. So
Yeah, I mean, probably they pay the pit workers more.
yeah, as qualifying time is over, last people coming over the line. I don't know if that was enough for Lukas Möllmann. I don't know if he made it before the time ran out. I don't think so. He's aborting. Blashem is still on track. He should be in a fast lap by now. This should be even his... Yeah, it is definitely his last chance. He also on P13, so he got a bit better there. Sets a new best sector time in Sector 2. Wasn't that far off in Sector 1, so we gotta see if he makes that stick now. He's able to go forward there.
Yeah, going forward, that's what everyone wants to do, and Mitz is coming around as well, going forward a little bit as well, coming from 13 going to 11th, so that leaves him somewhere in the middle, and that should be 10-11 should be row 5, yeah.
Yeah, James Like also did a new best lap time, 1:44.213, which puts him on P6. It's really, really close in the midfield there, 6, 7, 8, not really that far apart, 5 not far apart of 6. It's really, really close there. I mean, the front, Michael Ross and Sabakis, 600ths of a second apart in qualifying. So we gotta see, that might be a hard fight in the race that we will see in a few minutes. But I think now it's time for a bit of warm up, actually. So we
let's
can
warm up then.
Yeah, we can create a bit of positive vibe and prepare ourselves for the race, actually. So
Hashtag the hype is real.
exactly. Hashtag the hype is real. And we see that actually there's a car or two still on track. Number 13 and 15. But it looks like they are on their...
together, yeah.
Yeah, they are on their basically slow down lap, on their in lap. So they're just rolling around. Everything's waiting on you guys. Don't hurry up. Everything's fine. We still have some time. Yeah, we got about 12 minutes till the official race start, which was announced. But as they were not on a fast lap, they got set back to the pits as well. And now we have a short warm-up session, which should be announced by race control when it ends. And I again get messages over messages here.
Yeah, same thing goes for me. But 15 minutes of warm-up is shown at least. You're probably better in what's happened here and in all the timings. You got all the information. You just called me pretty short-handedly, actually.
Well,
so,
actually, I called you out already for the last race. Where you couldn't come, and I said, yeah, okay, then for round 2. So that was like more than a month of preparation time. If you forget this, it's not my deal.
I couldn't know that you wanted me for race 2 as well, and then like yesterday evening, with a lot of work in front of me, you actually called me just so close before the race, to be honest.
Yeah, but it works out. You're here. So everything should be fine now. We're here, we're commentating, everything's fine.
Yep. As I'm getting my ears full of race control here.
Okay, he's talking. We don't hear it. We disabled that so we can freely commentate actually here. But you can tell me what he said afterwards. As we're doing a bit of warm-up session here, we might even be able to show a bit of the track here. James Zuber with the wonderful Axtor Racing livery in red. They switched the livery up a bit. Let's see, Stefan Bäumer. We didn't see this car much in qualifying, but he qualified on he qualified on, I don't even know, I think P11? No, that can't be. I forgot actually. Let's see the results of the qualifying session again, then we can see where he was. So on P1 we have Michael Imros, P2 Sabakis, P3 Michael Röllin, P4 Mark Weiler, Fabian Walter, James Like, James Zuber, Ben Dutton, Andreas Dippert, Gabor Fodor, Jens Käs, Blažej Misk, Stefan Bäumer, Lukas Möllmann, Patrick Pleiss on the first 15 spots. On page 2 we have Vita Jonot, Alec Enslin, where I said he had absolutely no training at all. And then Tana Selvi Diz rounds up our LMP2 class. GT leader Alex Bräutigam just right in front of Sebastian Pfeiffer and Wojciech Polezny, and so on and so on. We won't go through everyone now. We just go to page 3 so you have an overview. Everything should be good. So
He's still talking, to be honest.
okay, so he's going through the briefing again, I guess.
Yep, he's completely doing it again. So everything what he
Yeah, it's a
already
good
said,
reminder.
he's saying it again. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
But
Did he
long,
say
to be
when we
honest.
will start the race already?
I think he did somewhere, but with listening to you and to him, it's interesting. But he's talking about the patience thing that I was talking about before right now. So yeah, that's actually something that people should remember all
Yeah,
the time.
it's an important reminder. You can say it too often. Hey guys, chill out, just take it easy. It's a 12-hour race, it's a long race. You won't lose the race because you did not overtake someone just in that corner where it shouldn't be needed.
Yeah, that's always the thing that you don't want to do, and that's crashing someone just because you were a little bit too impatient and just wanted to get by. And with 12 hours of race, I mean, I can understand that if it happens in the last 10 minutes and if it's in the fight of for P1 or P3 or something, but I don't want to see something like this, you know, just in the beginning of the race when they come up for the first time, where everyone is still stacked together a little bit. I mean, we both know that there will be incidents, actually.
Yes, if they don't watch out, there will be accidents. But as I said, we saw it in Sepang where everyone was really patient. As we see it here right now as well, the Vortex car did not overtake the Corvette directly there. He did not have to, and I'm expecting to see exactly that in the race as well. And yeah, I'm gonna continue talking on. You know what? We're quickly showing off our sponsors and our intros, and after that we'll be right back for our race session, as race control is just talking through the briefing again, and we'll see each other or hear each other in a few minutes.
What is so important about driving faster than anyone else?
It's the adrenaline.
And we are back. Serious intro, 2 sponsor intros, and we're ready for the race now. I think we're still in warm-up. I think it will take a few minutes until we start. Is he still talking, Tobias?
No, actually, it's pretty quiet right now on my ears, which was a blast, actually. And yeah, I mean, it's about done. He talked about the entry lap, you know, the pace lap, and everything, the start of the race, the pit stops, and all the things that you have to know. And I'm very sorry for that one, Ricardo. I mean, we had a break.
We had a short break. But everything's fine. I mean, I could understand you, but you had massive output drops. Maybe we can fix that quickly. As said, we are still in the warm-up session. I don't know if race control lets this warm-up session run through, and that was something we don't want to see in the race. Number 25, Jens Kees, trying to attack inside that corner where GT already was. Let's hope that happens in warm-up and not in the race later. Up to Manfred Schneider here, still in the BMW M8. Preparing for the race, doing a few laps there. To get warm and ready for the race. A bit wider, a bit further to the back, my god. I can't even talk anymore. Ben Paul in 24th position right now in the warm-up session here. With his Porsche with the white blue Ben Paul livery. Using his own logo as a sponsor logo there, which is pretty good. And I see many comments on the chat right now. Stay away, Jono. Go Brazil. Yeah, our Brazilian team as well. Let's see if we can find them in the list here. Maybe somewhere here. There he is, Vitor Jono. He's in the pits right now, but they are also in the race. Our Brazilian team here. He's waiting for the race start, maybe concentrating, doing some things to get ready here. As almost all the teams right now here that basically are in front of this qualifying session. Warm-up session, sorry. Yeah, Sabak is driving around still. Alex Beutekamp driving around. Going wide there behind. In this line of Porsches. Yannick Malaika doing a few laps in his Corvette GTE. And Tobias still has problems with dropping output. Like packet loss on the output side, which is not really that good, but I think we can fix that in the next few minutes, or more like I hope that we can fix that in the next few minutes. We gotta see about that. Good old Jens, perfect bad example. Hashtag teammate. Sometimes, as I said, these things happen. They shouldn't happen, but they happen, and it's better that they happen in this warm-up session than on the racing session, actually. There's still a few cars exit the pits to do one more lap. To do a bit of practice here. To get the track rabbit in. As we can have a look to Fabian Walter, who just overtook Yannick Malaika there in his LMP2 for Hansa Racing. The Fanatec sponsors there on the car. Number 42, LMP2 car. We'll see where they will end up in the race. As said, it's a long race, so there's enough time to really get far to the front. We've seen a few weeks ago in iRacing 12 Hours of Bathurst, where, for example, Schubert Motorsport Team 2 went from the back to the front and then got collected in the last few minutes of the race. So everything's basically possible. We don't hope that something like this happens, like the part with the collected at the end, but everything's basically possible. Who has the best pink car? We can check that out maybe. Nah, Vito is still in the pits, so if he would be on track we could have a closer look, but the pink car with the bubbles against the pink bluish car with the heads and the written things. There are a few small details on here. For example, Michael Röllin, not Michael Röllin, and not Michael Röllin are driving these cars. This car. Pretty great thing. Gotta see what they bring up for round 3 when the new material system is implemented. And I think for me, this car won the pink car contest. As we just switch to SimHQM, sorry, SimHQM. Number 63 car. With the American German livery, I think. Yeah, American in Germany. Left side is America, right side is Germany. With Blažej Misk at the wheel. Blažej Misk actually not an American guy, I think. And not a German guy. He's a Polish guy, and I think Tobias is back.
Oh yeah, let's just hope. I'm keeping the numbers here in my eyes. It's going down now, but it looks like it's a problem with the ISP again, as I'm as well on cable, but with the bad guys.
Yeah, but as long as it works and it doesn't get too heavy, everything is fine. I mean, it was understandable still when you had that massive package loss. You can hear it that you had package loss, but it was alright still.
I mean, that's problems that you only have in sim racing, right? I mean, we have our own difficulties. You got in real world, you got the technical effects of cars and media technique dropping out and everything. And here in sim racing, you have literally the same thing, but other issues.
Yeah, I mean, it's like in motorsport. You can always have technical difficulties. They occur if it, for example, brake system failure, oil pressure loss, or anything, and we have package loss, which is a technical difficulty like in the real life as well. And you just gotta work with it. You just gotta find your way around it and live with it and go on. As we come to an end of this warm-up session, so the start of the race is close, actually, really, really close. And let's see how that goes on. I'm excited for the first few laps now, for the fight in the front. We can quickly go through the standings again, just to check out what happens there. As we are in the grid now, as you could hear there, Michael Emros on the first position there, on the pole position. He'll try to get away from Sabakis as fast as possible, but I think it will be hard. It's just 0.06 of a second between those two guys. And if they're fighting, I think Michael Röllin is still waiting to get through there. He's also just under 0.4 behind Sabakis. So I think this will be really, 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 really fun to see. On P4, Mark Weiler, who's far behind as well, so he could be waiting and fighting with Michael Röllin as well. So it's really, really close in the front there. Fabian Walter on P5, James Like on P6, James Zuber on P7. On P8 we have Ben Dutton. All are really, really close together, as well as Andreas Dippert, who's also in there, and Gabor Fodor as well. It's between those cars, it's really not that much of a gap. As we switch to the front here behind the results screen of the qualification session, we have Jens Kees on P11, Blažej Misk on P12, Stefan Bäumer on P13, Lukas Möllmann on P14, Patrick Pleiss on P15 right now. P16 is Vitor Janot, our Brazilian team member here. Alec Enslin on P7, Tana Selvi on P18. That rounds up our LMP2 class. Maybe you want to go on for GTE, Toby?
Yeah, for GTE, because the first car starting, that will be Alex Brodegam in the Blackhawk Racing car. On P2, that's Sebastian Pfeiffer in the 911 Your Name Here Racing. Wherever they got that idea from, I wonder. Wojtek Polesny then on P3, Elias Hermann P4. Robin Gärtner will be starting on P5, Mick Schleifer on P6, Maximilian Kalanic on P7, Manfred Schneider on P8. Then we have for the top 10, Lars Hagemann and Steven Gascoigne. But you know what? Go on with starting with P11, because we've got so many cars here.
Yeah, so on P30 overall and P11 in the grid of the GTEs, it's Andras Esseni. Then we have Yannick Malaika, Andreas Jansen for the GTE team of Schubert Motorsport, Paul Benhorst, René von Dobschütz, Alexander Spring, Daniel Wetzig, Frank Flipsen, Hannes Hiller, Bernd Paul, Oliver Zimmermann, Ballas Flossmann, sorry, and Matthew Overton rounds up the GTE grid there.
Yeah, and I love how you use the German accent actually for the German name.
Great, right? All right, so let's switch back to the gridding here, to the final few hundred and maybe the final kilometer of this pace lap behind our precious safety car, the Honda NSX. Now it's time to go double file for all the cars just right before 130R. Everyone on their side. You see them line up there. Looks pretty great. And now we're getting ready for the race actually. As soon as the pace car comes in and the game calls green, we have a race session. and this shouldn't take too long anymore. Pace cars should dive into the pits now. As you can see, leaders are ready, and we have a green flag there. Good start as far as it looked from Michael M. Ross there. Looks like he is able to get away from the guys in the back. Michael Röllin is fighting side by side there, but goes back into his slot.
Very nice driven till here. We see more too wide action there. The GTEs are mostly single file, so let's stick with the LMP2s for the moment. Oh, problem here for the car in front. I think that was around P5 or P4. That was, yeah, it was P4, I think, going a little bit wider than he wanted to.
Well, everything looks fine for the moment. We'll just switch to the back as the cars come around this corner here. Then we have the GTs very, very close there. Sebastian Pfeiffer just right in front of Alex Bräutigam. He's able to make it stick. Wojciech Poleszny not that far away. Bit further back. Still everything alright. No crashes, nothing yet as far as it seems. Got no one really far behind. We got a few people who made up some spaces, but for example Matthew Overton on P39. He was on P44 at the start. So maybe something happened there. Manfred Schneider on the last place now, and we have a GTE LMP who has some problems. So maybe there was something that we didn't see.
Yeah, it was David Baranek, but he was on. There was one LMP2 starting from the pits, as far as I know. But it looks like he's having some sort of problems with his car, as he's not getting past the GTE field as he should be. But we're still with the lead here. First lap done for the LMP2s. Michael Ross still leading in front of your Sabakis and Michael Röllin. And still single file. We see some gaps opening up after P6 here on that one. Coming down now, turn 1 again, and it looks like P1 to 3, they will keep it together. They will stay together for the next few hours.
Yeah, and then after that, after this first 3-car group, we have another 3-car group where there's a bit of gap in front and behind, which is Mark Weiler, Fabian Walter and James Zuber, who are fighting for effectively P4 right now. It looks like they will stay together a bit longer as well, and then we have a gap that opens a bit for James Light, who's not able to keep up in the first lap there, and he has someone behind him, and right there is another guy. Jens Kers is also in that pack of 3 cars. So we got three times 3 cars who are battling for position there.
I wonder if Andreas Tippert will get past him with a little bit of team radio involvement, because it looks like he's getting held up by Like.
Yeah, it looks like he's a bit faster there right now. As you can see, the line of James Light was pretty wide and a bit slidey, where Andreas Dippert was really able to make it stick to the exit of the hairpin. And also now it looks like he just has a better grip level even in dirty air, so we might see the switch around there, as the rest of the cars is evenly spread out at the moment. Actually, there's nothing too close about everything in the back. In the GTEs, Raceland for example, there's a group of a few cars who are within half a second, then a few gaps that are bigger, but nothing too major actually. On P32, Alexander Spring, there's a bit of a clash. It's the closest gaps at the moment here, as all of them are going in in one straight line. Nobody's trying to overtake, but that's actually the closest thing we have.
Yep, and that's the closest thing we have for Crasher, with him going a little bit wider, because they are racing fair here with no bigger problems whatsoever. So 5 minutes without major crashes at least. That's something what we really like to see, especially around the Matsusaka circuit.
Yes, and we have 1 car in pits already, so David Baranek, who had problems at the start there, it looks like he really has some problems with his car, as we see something happening there, just right in front of Andreas Janssen, Paul Benoist and Andras Asseni, I think it was.
It was that other orange Porsche of Andreas Assani.
Yeah.
They were going too wide into turn 1 and 2. Not too much space on the inside there. and then you got on the grass and turned a little bit and lost already, I think, 2 positions now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he lost 2 positions, but as said, this race is not just like a sprint race, so you still have enough time if there's not that much damage, which doesn't seem like on this Porsche. Maybe a bit on the back, as you can see on the diffuser there, which shouldn't affect him too much. So he should be able to come back from that and not be too handicapped by that.
No, it doesn't look like it. Still opening up the gap to the guy in front, to Andreas Janssen, so maybe he's out of the rhythm. We will see on the long run, talking about lap times and everything.
As we switch to the front, Fabian Walter is fighting with James Zuba right now. They lost some time when they were fighting. Now the gap opened up just a little bit, but they were really close, just like 1/10 of a second off each other. So we gotta see what happens here. It looks like James Zuba might be a bit faster than the guy in front, Fabian Walter, for his Hansa racing car. But that could also be just temporary because of the long straight 2130R. With the slipstream of these cars, they are so aero dependent. If you just have that much less drag on the straight, you can really pull yourself close to the car in front. We really gotta see about that, what happens here as the gap just opened up a bit.
We got an LMP2 running through. That's Stefan Baumeier who got huge problems, I think.
This might actually be, as it's getting closer here in the front, Sabakis against Michael Röllin, just 2/10 of a second off each other. As we're just searching for the LMP car who had problems, but I can't seem to find it.
It's now all in the back. Yeah, it's 43 already.
Stefan Bäumer, yeah, it looks like he had some problems. Unfortunately, we have no replay function in with this new overlay tool yet. We're a bit depending on Studio 397 to maybe get something for that, as it's still really close in the front here.
Yep, Kiss is still trying to keep up with P1 with Malcolm Ross, but you have a little gap already here of about 0.6 seconds, then another almost a second now behind. There is Michael Röllin, who is also trying to keep up.
Yes, but I think they can even do it because Michael Röllin was really close to the guy in front, like last lap there. So he might be able to pull it off. Maybe the dirty air really slowed him down there a bit. We gotta see if he's able to come back closer again and maybe try to overtake him the next time around. As we see a few changes there. And there might have been... Let's have a quick look to P16. I mean, I think there have been some problems. Alec Enslin totally slow and totally lost his group there. Suddenly the gap really jumped up to 6 seconds, and I don't know why yet. As Alex Bräutigam is really having a hard time there, trying to overtake Sebastian Pfeiffer in the Porsche. Let's quickly change this cam here, really close. Yeah, a little misclick is in there, but as you can see, they're really close together.
Let's see, and there's another Porsche behind. That's
Wojciech Polesny. Well. Yeah, Wojciech Polesny is still in there, but as they were fighting, they really lost some time. Elias Hermann, Mick Schleifer, both are in there right now. And basically waiting for the mistake happening in the front. They really caught up. Now we have like a bigger group of cars, which is actually fighting for position there. We have 5 cars close together. Then we have Maximilian Kalinic. We said in the qualifying session that this car is fast and you are able to put it right there in front. And he's apparently trying to do that right now.
Yep, he definitely is, and I mean, the gap got a little bit less of a problem here, but he has a lot of, let's say, fresh air to race with right now.
Yes, that's true. He has fresh air. He's not fighting right now, so he might be able to put the rubber down and get close to the front so he's able to fight with them, if he even wants that. I mean, you can't really make some progress if you're driving free behind them, because you can really save some fuel and you can save some tires, which is important in a long race like this.
Yeah, I mean, track fights are always awesome, especially for the viewers, especially for us commentators, and of course for the drivers. But if you see it from a team perspective or just about the position, you mostly want to do fast laps on your own and then do better pit stops than anyone else, and just end up in front of them in the end of the race in 11 hours and 49 minutes.
I mean, just in the starting phase, it would be enough if the guys in front are fighting. As we see a fight coming up behind this Maximilian Kalinic with the Rennsimulanten car, as we see Steven Gascoigne just going through on the inside of Robin Gärtner in the first corner there. Yeah, if you are fighting like this, you might burn so much rubber that you need to switch tires. If you're able to drive free, you can maybe conserve the tires a bit, do a double stint, save those few seconds and get to the front just because you were able to drive freely. And this can be so important in the later race that you are able to save fuel and tires. As we see him a bit on the grass there, but doesn't seem too hard actually.
And I think the lapping is about to begin as the first LMP2 cars are approaching the GTEs. Yeah, it is. Here we see Malcolm Ross trying to get his way through.
Yeah, and he has to be really careful there. It was the orange zone where he approached him, and that led to the fact that the number 2 or place 2 car from Sabakis is really close again now. Now the lapping begins, now the strategy begins. You gotta be careful, but you can't lose too much time. I mean, yeah, of course, it's a 12-hour race, it's long, and you have all the time in the world right now. I mean, we're 12 minutes in the race. You can still make up all the time you've lost. But still, it's important to stay in there at least, not dropping back 20-30 seconds just because of traffic. That could really cost you the race. And so far, everything is good. All the 3 cars in the front there are still together, still fighting for position as they're going through traffic.
Yeah, so still they are. And, the thing is, coming through traffic right now is a lot different than in the rest of the race, because right now we have all the battles for position happening in GTE as well. And as you can see, they're coming up to a pair of fighting cars just after that BMW. Those 2 in front, they were fighting hard just before.
Yeah, and as we see, Michael M. Ross is just approaching a CMS Racing GTE car here, going around the outside. You can easily do that with an LMP car. Sabakis is taking a bit of slipstream of that GTE car, trying to get his speed up a bit because he had to wait there and lost some time as he's going on the inside. And the touch. And Michael Röllin might be the lucky one to go through there as there's another touch.
Oh my word.
This was really close. I mean, nobody got turned. Now Michael Röllin gets pushed out there. Oh, Michael Ambros really wide. Oh, into the barrier. Not good. And that all in the orange zone. That's what we did not want to see here. We see damage on the car on the front left side of that car there. Hopefully that won't affect him too much, but that's something we don't want to see even if in a fight in the LMPs while overtaking in the orange zone.
Yeah, they were 3 wide going through turn number through Dunlop turn. They tried to go 3 wide there, and then we had the contact on both sides. I mean, the GTE, you can't do anything. If 3 wide in the middle, you just hope you don't get hit.
Yeah, it was way too close there. You literally can't do that. Just stick it in there and trying to overtake. As said, you won't lose the race because you lose 2 seconds here because you have to wait for another car. I mean, it looks like the VMAT's car is damaged as well now. We got to see about that. But yeah, Michael Ambros, he slided out there because he wanted to stick it in. And it looks like he has damage as well, so that could cost a few seconds at least in the end. And he's going wide again. Hit the wall! Oh, that didn't look good.
Yeah. He was sliding all over the place before already, so he had some problems, especially with aero and especially with his front axle. And now he slammed it in another time, so the right side said hello to the wall as well.
Yeah, and it looks like he will continue with this car. Oh, I hope that it's not too damaged, actually. I mean, you can clearly see the damage on that car. You can clearly see the scratch marks on that, and I think the steering wheel can't be straight anymore. Maybe we can have a look into the cockpit, and yeah, you can see how he's wobbling. The steering wheel is turning to the left. He will definitely have some aero damage. He's sliding around. That will really cost time, and that's why you have to be careful and not let something like this happen, because this will really, really cost you time.
Yeah, so not only cost you time, but maybe also the race. Imagine now, if he flies off again in traffic or somehow, that could very much be, like every time he comes around now, that could be a game over. Yeah, definitely. The winner of that fight, actually, what happened before, is Michael Rollin, who could sneak past somehow with just minor contact.
Yeah, I mean, the contact was not necessary actually as well. He was stuck behind the GT, just turned right. That was actually a first hit that happened there after... Now, there was a second hit after Black Hawk Racing went to the inside and lost that battle actually. Then Michael Rollin went over the outside behind that GT, got stuck, turned to the right and hit the RSR car as well. And that's how everything developed there. I mean, it was just too aggressive from all three of those drivers, and something like this is just not necessary. Just wait that 1 second, take it easy, and attack after that. Because sometimes you lose time in traffic, sometimes you win. It's a 50-50 chance, and it will definitely be 50-50 at the end of the race. You will lose a second there, you will gain a second there, because you have luck where you hit that traffic.
Yeah, but luck is not everything you need. What you also need is the well-said patience, what I mentioned before, as we see Mark Weiler being in traffic now. And he looks more patient than his colleagues before that. Yeah.
That was perfectly. He did not want to go to the inside there in the SS. He literally pulled back into the behind the GTE, braked, waited for his opportunity, went through. That's what we want to see in this multi-class racing on a track like this. And we see a car parked on the side there. It's the Corvette. It's the Corvette we talked about, Maximilian Kalinic, in the wall.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
And we did not see what happened there, but it looks like the car is not too damaged actually on the front. Front left seems to have a bit of damage. But let's hope that nothing too major happened. This cost him so many places. He's on 34 right now.
And do you know why Michael Ross actually went another lap in that broken car?
I don't know actually.
He missed the pit entrance.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate actually. That's really unfortunate, but understandable. I mean, the car, we've seen it in the cockpit, was really, really difficult to drive. But as if he's able to make it into the pits, which I think he has, yeah, he made it, then everything should be fine. They should be able to repair, and the race should not be over for them, because everything can happen here.
And there is another car off track, and he again, Kalinic, has to get back into his rhythm with that car. As we see Schubert fighting in front of there was Lewis Millman, I think.
Yeah, actually, Lucas Möllmann is overtaking the other GTE car from Schubert Motorsport, fighting with the Racing Spirit number 4 car. I think it's Gabor Fodor who's in that car at the moment. Yeah, it's Gabor Fodor with the number 4. These two are fighting for position 11 right now.
Yep. Ooh, patience, guys. Watch out.
Everything went well there through these parts of the S's. But it looks like Lucas Möllmann might be clearly faster, and he also has some damage on the front left. But I think it's not too major. He's so fast still, so I think that's still okay. Might just cost a few seconds in the pit stop if they decide to repair that.
Yeah, I mean, for maybe in the lap you only lose a 10th or 100th of a second. But if you calculate through all the laps that these guys will be racing actually in 11 hours and 40 minutes, that can add up to minutes of time lost around the track.
Yeah, and now you see that actually Lucas Möllmann had some luck with lapping the traffic there.
Again.
yeah, again, Gabor Fodor had to save and brake there again. As you can see through that left-hander, he has difficulties to go past in that spot as we see a car off track in the back behind them. But everything seemed to be fine there at that moment. And I saw that Andreas Dippert just overtook Jens Kers in the LMP2 class there. As he's just sliding around and losing the spot again. He was faster than Jens Kers actually, but made that mistake into the chicane. So we gotta see if he's able to pull that off again, and this time without the slide.
Yeah, I mean, sliding is not exactly what you want in a race car. That's very aerodynamically dependent.
Especially not in a short corner like this, but now he's going really wide, which allows Blažej Misk to go through there. He lost another position, and I think he was faster than these guys, but he lost his rhythm apparently, or has some problems with his car.
Yeah, something in between there must be, because it doesn't look too stable at the moment.
Yeah, we gotta see now. Blažej Misk on P9 in the LMP2 class, and Andreas Dippert is right behind. We'll see if that stays like this. This is a closed gap right now, and almost the closest gap. We just have one thing that's a bit closer, and that's Ben Dutton on P16 right now, who's working his way through traffic just right behind Taner Selvi and Alec Enslen. So sim races, TR and Volante Racing in the focus of Ben Dutton for the OOR car in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, good thing he eased off there just because behind turn 7, I think it was. Yep, in the orange zone. So now coming out of the hairpin, just put the pedal to the floor and go again. He lost quite a bit of time here, but at least he knows how to be patient, as I mentioned before.
Yeah, exactly.
And how to get around without crashing.
Yeah, and there we have the two fighters, which I said they were off track in the last lap. There's a close battle between Andras Essini and Paul Benoist, who are fighting for position 25 right now. The RSR driver Paul Benoist against the Racing Monkeys Andras Essini. And I've seen a few previews of that Racing Monkeys car with the new material system, and I can only say it's gorgeous. It's really, really great. I can't wait to see that with the new material system.
Yeah, if that wasn't... Oh, that was very close of a pit entrance here.
Yeah, it was close, but it worked out. So in the end, everything's all right. As we see, Ben Dutton also just right behind Taner Selvi there for the fight for P14 there. Now he made up some time. He's right behind, and we'll see if he's able to make it stick and go through. Ben Dutton in the LMP2 for OOR SimHQ Motorsport.
Yeah, he's very fast indeed, and thanks to the way he laps cars as well. He doesn't lose too much time though, even though he waits behind them. But
now
the overall picture that makes him faster.
Yeah. And here's his opportunity on this fast stretch. Taner Selvi has to wait, and he lifts as well. He waits. See, that's what I mean with patience. As Taner Selvi tried to stick it and went wide, this is his chance. Taner Selvi again on the outside in the grass, and we have another car coming through. I think that's the car from David Baranek. Yeah, it is. The number place 44, who had problems in the start. He's back on the track and driving again. He's trying to make up time there, so he's overtaking as far as he can do it, actually. And now you can see the gap between Ben Dutton and Taner Selvi already opened up a bit, because Ben Dutton had the patience, took it easy, as we see David Baranek going wide again. Still having problems, it seems.
It looked like he went a little bit on the dirt as well, not being on the grippy side of the track. But yeah, just you could perfectly see it. It worked out, and there's somebody having his rain lights on.
Yeah, it looks like the rain light is on the Volante car, and they made a driver swap. It's not Alec Enslen on the wheel anymore. It's Hugo Tempest now for them. This is the car that had this close pit entry. They are back on track with another driver. Maybe, as I said, Alec had some problems with training time and stuff, so he's given the car to Hugo Tempest, and we'll see what he can do now on P16.
Yeah, P16, it's still a long way to go to the front, but not that long as some other people have right now at the moment. And you could definitely see that Hugo Tempest, he is fast.
And just as we are talking about that in the chat, Ulti, this is a like instant. Quick tip, never race if you couldn't practice. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He switched to Hugo Tempest. Now we can see, or we will see, what he's able to do.
Yeah.
Let's search for some battles here. Lukas Möllmann on P11 is right behind Andreas Dippert. They are fighting again.
Yep, Lukas Möllmann not giving up here, even though going very wide, late braking. You have to stick your braking right in this double left-hander here, because you just if you mess up the first one, you're not gonna have the second one fast as well, because you have to prepare the second turn here with the first one, with the line you take through there. Let's see 130R coming up. If you can stick it here, or if he goes wide again, oh, going very hard over the curb on the inside, but keeping it between the white lines here.
Yes, and I don't know if that minor damage or this damage on the left front side of the car is affecting his driving. It might be, because he was quickest in the training session and then lost a bit of time apparently in the qualifying session. Was pretty fast in this at the start of the race, and now drops back a bit further as Blase also has a minor mistake there and drops back 2 places.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it.
Yeah, now we have on the front, we have it again, Michael Röllin and Sabakis. They are fighting for P1 overall in the LMP2 class and overall actually. And it's really, really close for the race lead after almost 30 minutes of racing here. There we can see the patience again of Michael Röllin. He's waiting for his opportunity to move there. Sabakis taking the little bit of draft he can get from the car in front, and now following Michael Röllin through those cars as they approach the last chicane now after 130R going through. Now we can see, does he make a move there? No, Sabakis stays behind, costs a bit of time, but that's how it is. Michael Röllin also has to wait, so not that much time lost, and now we can see how far the gap opened. And it's about 1.3 seconds now. We have an incident under investigation. Number 106 Blackhawk Racing and Me, Myself and I Alone. This might be the incident that we saw where the RSR car hit the barrier at the end. So we gotta see.
Yep, Röllin still leading by quite a bit right now, so he's definitely found his pace. And there was the incident before between the 106 Blackhawk Racing, the 88 Me, Myself and I Alone car, and it was called a racing incident, so there will be no further investigations. And that's a good thing actually, because that will mean that Röllin will keep the lead for now. Actually perfect timing of the race control to let it pop up right now.
Yes, exactly. As I'm actually writing Nick again, just to clear up the last few things that we have to talk about.
Yeah, I'm talking about indeed, and you can see he's having free air now in the front and behind, and that's everything that you need to know for him, and that's everything he wants to know, actually. And
we gotta jump. I'm sorry to talk to you about that, but it's still close. It was really, really close because of traffic here. For Michael Ross, who's going through the field right now. He was the guy who got shot off, and he's jumping, trying to get back to the lead as he's interfering with the fight for the lead in GTE there. As you can see, it's really, really close for these guys. And he just jumped through there. P17 right now. He's through the GTE field and trying to get the grip onto the P2 field again. And there we can see it's really close between those first 3 cars still in GTE class. Sebastian Pfeiffer for Your Name Here Racing, Alex Bräutigam for Blackhawk Racing, Wojtek Poleszny for Team RGPL GTE.
Yep, he's coming through again. This fight here is going on for quite some time, as we've mentioned that before, like 20 minutes ago already. So it will stay like this, or maybe not. Having a look here in 130R, not really trying to go too wide in there with that speeds.
And as you can see, P1 and 2 really close together in that little chicane there. Maybe Alex Beutigam is able to go into the slipstream now and attack into the first corner. He's sticking out, but I think he's not going to make it there. And he has some minor damage in the front of the car there as well, as you can see. A few scratch marks. Maybe he hit the back of Sebastian Pfeiffer there a few times. You don't know. We didn't see that.
Well, Pfeiffer's holding up pretty good at the moment. I mean, you could perfectly see now the rear wing of that car, and of course the car behind that is Alex Beutigam. I don't know if it's the livery or if the car looks a little bit with a little bit of battle scars here.
It might be delivery actually, but there's definitely damage on the front and front right of the car of Alex Beutigam, so he might have hit something a bit, but I don't see any damage on the car of Sebastian Pfeiffer. Also on the back there's nothing for him, I think, so I don't know where that damage is coming from.
Yep, maybe somewhere in the battle before in the start of the race, maybe here and there some touches. You never know, but it looks like it's going good, so nothing to worry about in this case.
And I think this is our closest battle for the moment actually. In the front we have 3 seconds now. 3 seconds, over 1 second. There's one. Ben Dutton is close to Vita Jono at the moment. So we can switch to that for a second, as the gap is pretty big here in the GTEs. As these two are fighting through the S's right now, the Brazilian team and Ben Dutton, Vita Jono for BR Racing drivers in the lead of these two cars here, fighting for position 13. I think everything will stay like this for the moment, as Ben Dutton is not able to really close the gap completely to attack there. I don't think that he's doing it into the hairpin or anywhere else in the left hands here. Now there's enough space, so we can switch back to, where is he? Lars Hagemann, who's really in a struggle there. Getting led by cars, trying to fight for position. He just has Paul Benoist and Andras Esseni in front of him, who is directly fighting. And they are fighting for P24 overall and P7 in the GTE class. Lars Hagemann for the VMAX green car.
Yes, also a very nice livery on that Porsche here, and I mean, it's the green going to that bright bluish turquoise color actually fits the car pretty well. Yeah, it's on P26 overall at the moment, which will equal, let me see, last argument 26, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th in class.
Yes, and he's fighting with the two drivers in front for P7 at the moment. This is Paul Benoist and Andras Esseni in front of him, which is a direct fight, and this is also very close still after 35 minutes in the race.
Yep, 35 minutes into the race, and we had already drama, trouble, and tears here on the lovely track of Matsusaka International Circuit, with this orange zone where you have to be very careful to overtake, and where it's mostly going to be your mistake if you mess it up, if you're in the LMP2, that's between turn 3 and 9, as you said before. But Lars Hagemann this time by, no problems whatsoever being lapped. And another time he will survive the appearance of an LMP2.
Yeah, so everything is settling down at the moment, actually. This here is the closest 3-pack with all 3 cars within 1.5 seconds. The rest is spread out just a teeny tiny bit more. In the front we have a 4 seconds gap between Michael Röllin and Savakis. So Michael Röllin is able to get the gap a bit bigger there. And the rest is pretty far apart.
This battle here is going on.
Yes. This is the first GTE battle. Yeah, it's still a teeny tiny bit bigger between those 3 cars than the battle we saw before. But it's still really close. So we have 2 groups of 3 cars in GTE who are battling for position right now. In LMP everything has settled down, but Blage Misk, who is really close to James Like and even overtook him, I think. He is through and now is trying to get his gap bigger to James Like as he is faster than him.
Yeah, but being fast is one thing, but overtaking is another one.
Yeah, Andras Essini really close there now. This is now getting really close as there's an LMP approaching who has the patience and waits. Doesn't go through there. He will stay here again. And oh, there was something for Volante. You could see an LMP2 car without his rear wing there entering the pits. Yep. There might have been a big issue actually. This doesn't look too good. He's still crawling into the pits right now.
I think he has engine problems as well here.
We gotta see how he's going to work with that. It was Hugo Tempest. Here we see the car without a rear wing.
Wow. And he's crawling as well a little bit, crabbing as well.
Yeah, and we have the Drace Motorsport car in the pits as well right now. Jens Kers went into the pits, also doing his pit stop there. His first one. I mean, 40 minutes is a bit short. Maybe he had some problems as well. So we gotta see how that turns out as we switch back there, as the gap got bigger between Andras Essini and Paul Benoist. Was probably because of traffic. But we'll keep an eye on that as we go to the front, where the gap also got a bit bigger. Sebastian Pfeiffer able to pull away a bit, at least, from Alex Bräutigam there in the traffic. And I'll just quickly scan if there's anything else. Mick Schleifer just a bit behind against Elias Hermann. 4P4 in the GTEs, really close there. And an LMP2 between them. So Mick Schleifer is actually letting through. Braking a bit earlier there. And everything works out fine.
Yeah, for the moment it's working out fine. Not for everyone though, as we've seen before. We have some cars in the pits, and yeah, that was Tempest and of course Cass, who is back on track. But we have already P3, P4 and P5 into the pits as well. That's Michael Rowling and Mark Weiler, who did their first pits now. Yeah, they're doing their first pit stop. Maybe it is even that they can't even drive an hour with their LMPs. I don't know actually. Yeah, because Rollin, he was leading the race with the Me, Myself and I Alone car. And he had not that much of damage, so I guess this is the first regular pit stop. Yeah, must be. 40 minutes only. Wow, that's like nothing. That's really nothing. But we should see Michael Röllin, who is on track again, coming out the first there. And he apparently just did a normal fuel and tire stop. Maybe, if he even took tires. Maybe we can find that out. Maybe someone in chat is able to tell us that. If the LMPs are able to double stint the tires or even triple stint, you don't know. Gotta see. And we will see, of course. As he's working his way back through the field of GTE cars.
on P5 for right now, but effectively still in the lead of this race. As Sabakis Blackhawk Racing 106 is coming into the pits right now, so now we gotta see where does he come out. Did he save time? Did he lose time there? And now it's getting really close there. The RSR car, unsafe release, I guess, already. Oh!
Oh, wow.
That was not good. You have to wait there when there's a faster car approaching, and he just blocked his spot. That cost definitely time. I think that's something that will be checked by race control, actually.
That has to be checked by race control. So it could have gone very, very wrong. Maybe turning a car around. But we will see where Rolling is going around now, still being 5th. So let me check the live timing where Kiss is. He is still in the pit lane. So Rolling is coming around now. There should be a gap of some seconds that we will see.
As Blackhawk
here.
Racing is leaving the pits right now, so it is really close, but Michael Röllen will make it stick. There are a few seconds now between them, and at least 1 or 2 seconds, maybe even more, is just because Blackhawk Racing 106 was blocked in the pits there.
Yeah, that must have been the case here.
Okay, we just hear that a normal stint length is 40 minutes for an LMP, and you can double or triple stint the mediums if you really want to. As Michael Röllen is now on P2 because James Zuba was not in the pits yet. And I think we can see that Sebastian Pfeiffer really opened up the gap there a bit. This really got big by now. If you see that in the back, the green Porsche and then the red Porsche that is approaching there. And we have another incident between number 63 SimHQ Motorsport and 994 Vortex SRC Community GT that is under investigation, as James Zuba with the Exto Motorsport number 86 is coming into the pits. This should put, or this will put, Michael Röllen back into the front, as we see that the incident that we just mentioned is called a racing incident, so no further investigation there. Gotta see what happens next here.
Also interesting to see if these guys can keep up the pace that they're currently putting in the tarmac. If they can just keep it to the end with all the degradation, especially if they can keep it through the night, and if they can keep it safe through the night as well. So that's also interesting to see. And what's even more interesting, I think, is with how many cars do you expect do we finish that will actually cross over the line on their own and not be DNF'd?
From my personal opinion, I say it's at least 95%.
You say 95%?
Actually, yes, because I know that many of our drivers do want to drive the races till the end, even though if they have problems. And just a few races or few teams really have these technical difficulties where you can't continue the race. Sometimes it happens with a driver swap, for example, where you can't enter the race anymore again. And that's really not that heavy and not that often. So I say at least 95%, yeah.
Yeah, so that means then that 3 people will not finish this race. Well,
yes,
with your calculations.
I will say 3 to 4 teams. That's my guess. Yeah, I mean, also the cars that had problems at the start are still racing. I mean, there's nobody who literally abandoned the race yet. Even the cars that had problems at the start, they're still driving. Everything is still possible, and I think nobody will just give up because they have a technical problem, which throws them back 10 positions or something in the last hour.
Yeah, I mean, of course, at 11 hours and 50 minutes you always try to fix your car and go again. But I think as we approach the last 3 hours or last 2 hours, you will see some teams that if they get into trouble, they will probably be out of motivation, because it's not only exhausting for the drivers but also for the cars.
Yes, it definitely is, but from my experience with these teams and these drivers that are in this league, is that they really finish their races up. I mean, for example, we're right now on Michael Rennen, who's really driving on the first position overall at the moment. He did a few 24-hour races all by himself. That's why me, myself, and I alone. This is where it comes from. He did the 24-hour races alone. He had difficulties keeping himself awake and stuff like this, and he still finished just because he wanted to. And most teams in this league are thinking just like this. They want to finish these races. Of course they want to have a good position, but if there are technical difficulties, there are technical difficulties. You can't do anything about it, but you still continue. You don't give up, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, not giving up is the thing that is the most important. Patience and courage, patience, and of course
Consistency.
Consistency, and you know, it's not called endurance for a reason. You know what I mean?
Yes, of course. You really need to. Yeah, basically, endurance is the name of the program here. You have to have endurance to go for an endurance race. You have to keep the concentration up. You need to be consistent, and then hope that nothing bad happens. And if everything works out, you have a good position in the end.
Yeah, good position in the end is probably the thing that everyone is aiming for here.
Yes, of course. Everyone is aiming. I mean, you wouldn't be a racer if you don't race for P1. But still, if there's something not really working out, you still take it because it's experience and training for longer stints. You have to keep your concentration up even if something happens. You have to get back into rhythm if something happens. And that's even if you have problems and are further to the back, you still get this experience and know how to work with something like this better in the next race. And that's what you can take even from a bad result in the end.
Yeah, and always it's not only about the win, it's also about getting points, because this is not a single event, it's a season actually.
Yes, it's that's it. This year is the first time we literally have a whole season of races, and this, of course, people want to score points, people want to be on top in the end, but if something doesn't work out, you still have chances after that, especially now we're in round 2. And for example, 2 teams that are actually really good are not there in this round, so you never know what exactly happens. You gotta see.
Yeah. Rolling still leading when the gap is getting bigger, I think. A little bit.
Let's have a quick look. It was at 1.8 seconds a few laps ago, and now it's at 2.2 seconds about. So yeah, he is able to make it a bit bigger, but not that much. But he's holding up to it, even though he's in traffic. I mean, yeah, everyone is in traffic basically, but he's able to make it there. And now I think it looked like that we are starting to see lappings by GTE cars, as we see Sebastian Pfeiffer approaching the VMAT's grey car there. He's right in front of him, and that means we're actually lapping cars right now. This should be Oliver Zimmermann in front of him. Yep, he's on P40 right now, so he should leaving him by. He does that even though he locks up his front left tire, but easy going through there for this GTE car of Sebastian Pfeiffer in the Your Name Here Racing. And you can see he's really pulling away by now from Blackhawk Racing Alex Bräutigam. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. I mean, if we have a quick look on the nose, you see he's still seen there by Alex Bräutigam, but he's going further and further away. As we see a slow, very, very slow LMP car. This could have been a problem there. Let's have a quick look. What could that have been?
Yeah, race control just informed the people that it is a slow car. It wasn't the black.
It is James Like.
James Like.
Yeah, with the 114. Ooh, that was really, really close, but it worked out in the end. Either way, he hasn't has his pit stop yet. Let's have a quick look. No, he has been to the pits actually, as far as it seems. So he maybe has some other problems there. I don't know.
Just quickly cross the line. All right, he did the right thing, to be honest. But why didn't he stick to the tarmac road then to get over there?
Yeah, I don't understand that as well. But he's coming into the pits, and ooh, if you look at that really close, that you can see that the car is not going in a straight line. The back is to the right of the front actually to go straight. So there might have been a really big accident for them. We gotta see about that if there's something coming up. As we can see, Mark Weiler against Lukas Möllmann, who just got this position. So Drace Motorsport LMP in P5 now, and Schubert Motorsport on P6 right now.
Yeah, that actually worked out pretty good for Lewis Möllmann, who started not in the top 10 before.
Yeah, but he got to the front right now. It looks like he just got out of all the trouble and now went to the front actually. Now James Like, of course, dropping down because he is in the pits here, having some problems. As we see a few cars going close to each other, but nothing really, really close. Hannes Hiller, for example, is followed by two cars with a bit of a gap there, which got closer. The two Dynamics Performance cars, Robin Gärtner and Daniel Wetzig, right behind him there. So this might be a possible overtake soon there.
Yeah, it might be the possibility, but at the moment it doesn't seem to work out for them. So Hannes Hiller, he can stay in front for the moment.
Yes, but it's still really, really close. And we just got confirmation on that James Like car. He took a rear hit. GTE spun and slid onto the track and hit him. So that was the cause, probably in a high speed, so he went off. And that's why he was really, really slow. So we gotta see if they are able to come back from that incident during the race now.
Okay, let's see. If these three cars still battling, we have now the GTE BMW in the draft, but it won't be enough 430R with another LMP2 coming up. Maybe under braking, nope, too much of a gap, and you have the second BMW going
and
very
we have
wide.
we have a stopped LMP car there. He took the exit road there, which was good with the approaching GTE cars. Maybe there was a mistake, and that cost a bit of time apparently for Robin Gärtner, who's trailing a bit further behind there. As they get lapped by number 4 Racing Spirit car. And we see the leader approaching in the back there. Michael Röllin on the start-finish straight, approaching this group of cars. And depending on where he gets them, this might be a game changer for these three cars.
Oh wow, but Gärtner, he's really going for it. And these lines actually look pretty good. So you could definitely see the difference between the driving styles between those two, with a Corvette more swinging their rear and the BMW being more planted on the track, being more precise. I don't know if that's the car or if that's the driver actually.
I mean, I've seen that with many Corvettes actually, and I know a few drivers that really rush their Corvette into the corner and try to get good grip on the exit. And now we see how Michael Röllin is lapping them. He has to slot back in or maybe go for the outside, compromising the line of the Corvette a bit, but the BMW didn't take that much of an advantage there, so it will stay as it is. And yeah, I've seen a few times that the Corvette is thrown into corners, slamming down, getting all the grip you can get, and go fast on the straight. It's actually, if I think about it, a bit like the Bentley we had in the 24-hour race 2 years ago on the Nordschleife, where the Bentley was a bit of a truck into the corners, but on the straight it was just an absolute beast. You could just step on it without any traction control and go. And I think, I mean, not that extremely, but a bit, the Corvette is a bit like this, just a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, with GT cars already having a balance of performance, even though the Bentley had the most torque actually. So yeah, out of the corners, he was when he had his foot on the pedal, he was fast and he was getting out of there fast. I mean, we've seen that in Bathurst as well sometimes down Conrad Straight and everything. How fast these Bentleys actually were, even though they were kind of a lorry on track.
Yeah, I mean, you can't forget, there's no replacement for displacement. And that's still holding up true. I mean, if you have a big engine like the Corvette in comparison to the BMW, I mean, that's not really that small, but you have a turbocharged engine in the BMW and a naturally aspirated V8, a big block engine in the Corvette. It's clear that the Corvette is really, really going for it on the straight.
Yeah, well, and we see another. Wait,
he
just came out and now again on the gravel.
Yeah, that was another mistake as far as it seems. Is it a new driver? Did they switch driver? Let's have a quick look into. No, it's still Vitor Genoa, so he is not back into his rhythm yet. Maybe because of that mistake he had. And we have an incident between number 49 Sim Races TR and number 29 Falcon Motorsport 3, which is under investigation, so we will wait for the outcome of that. And
Yeah,
we have
we
a
have
huge
to wait for
discussion in the chat between which is the better looking livery for that BMW, the Juniper Jack livery in white or in black. What do you say? Do you prefer the white or the black one?
Well, it depends. The black one like makes the car look like a tank, but the white one is the one which actually makes you see the colors better of the livery. So I would say it's a tie.
Yeah, I would probably decide the same, actually. I like both liveries, and I said that I think a few times already, not in the stream, but overall. This is the absolute first skin.
Oh, and we have a drive-through penalty for the car number 49, I think, for it was not 39, but 49 for causing a collision. Yeah,
that's correct. That's Sim Races TR with Tanner Selvi was on it. Well, I think he still is. I don't actually know. Let's have a quick look. Where is he? Yeah, he's still on the wheel, so he has a drive-through. This will put him a bit back further, and we'll see. We see BR number 24 BR racing drivers really patient there, really good. But back to the skin. The BMW skin that we see right now is the first skin this painter has made, and I was actually shocked as I saw it the first time. I was like, oh, that's really good for the first skin ever.
Yeah, man, for the first skin ever, it's not only really good. I think if you take into account it's the first skin he's ever done, it's actually brilliant.
Yeah, it's a brilliant skin. I mean, I personally even think that those two cars, the black one and the white one, are actually, for me, one of the nicest car liveries we have on track, actually.
I mean, I like the livery of the, let's see what car it was, of the, don't see it on the standings right now.
Good thing that we have a spotter guide.
Yeah, about the number 9 car.
Yeah, good thing we have a spotter guide, and the number 9 car is the Schubert Motorsport LMP car.
Maybe I'm a little bit biased.
Just a little bit, as we have Andras Esseni in the pits right now, and Alexander Spring for the number 777. We didn't see that car much yet. Overtook him there, as well as Maximilian Kalinic because of that. Paul Benoist also in the pits, so they get overtaken a few times. Michael M. Ross back to 14th position now in the pits again. This might be their real stop right now to get them slotted back in to the rhythm. As we still have Michael Röllen on the first position. Maybe we can go through the results at the moment, as we're approaching 1 hour of race time already. So we have Michael Röllen in the P1, in the first position overall, and LMP with the number 88, me, myself, in the lone car. Then we have Blackhawk Racing 106, Sabakis on position 2. He's approaching a bit of traffic there as well. Fabian Walter on P3 for Hansa Racing. They made their way up as well. He's still there as Mark Weiler, who is on P4 currently for the number 46 Race Motorsport LMP.
With a car in the back, it was in the wall, it was a GT car, a red one.
And then I probably think it was the Corvette, because Hannes Hiller dropped back.
Or was it?
Hannes Hiller dropped back. He is behind Robin Gärtner and Daniel Wetzig now. And
Yep,
this
that
is
was
the
it.
red Corvette, which had these problems right now. So he apparently did a mistake.
Yeah, probably also the tires giving up on him a little bit.
Might also be. Now to number 9, Schubert Motorsport, your favorite skin. On P5 with Lukas Möllmann at the moment. Yannick Pleiss on P6. He's actually right behind, as we have another incident under investigation. Yannick Pleiss for Vortex SRC Community LMP with the number 993. Blase Musk for the 63 SimHQ Motorsports car on P7. On P8, James Zuba for Exto Motorsports with the number 86. Right behind him. We will stay here for a second. Maybe there is the attack. Still, the gap is too big, but this could be exciting for the next few minutes or maybe even hours. We don't know. So we'll stay here for a second, maybe see if he's able to make an attack into turn 1.
Let's see here. We have cars coming out of the pit, so that can be very interesting here with the choice of line. Porsche stays on the inside, very well seen. Not going
Blase miss with a
already.
big error there. Going wide there, sliding and losing this position because of that.
That was really weird.
Maybe he missed his braking point. And then on
maybe
this...
he saw on the stream that we are commentating on him.
Yeah, that might also be true. Commentator's curse. No, maybe he missed his braking point, and on this outside tarmac, yeah, you have a bit of grip, but not that much, so maybe he lost the car because of that. But he's still on track and he's coming again. It's not like he lost like 20 seconds because of it. So let's go further back. P9, Andreas Dippert. Number 2, Revolution Sim Racing 1. He's fighting to get in front there. Jens Kees on P10 for Falken Motorsport 1. Gabor Fordor for Racing Spirit number 4 on P11. Ben Dutton. OOR Sim HQ Motorsports number 64 on the 12th position. Then we have Tanner Selvi. Sim Racers TR. They had to do a drive-through, or I don't know if they did already. We gotta see about that. Michael Ross, number 69 Revolution Sim Racing 5. He's fighting back through the field, trying to get to the front. He was the leader at the start of the race who got basically shoved off track. On P14 right now. P15, Hugo Tempest, number 696 Volante Racing. They had no rear wing for a few moments there as they went into the pits to repair it. Now he's back on track and trying to get a bit of ground there to get back to the front. Vita Janot with the 24 BR Racing driver's car in pink here on P16. And then we already have GTEs apparently. Elias Hermann with the number 30 Raceland DE. Looks like he wasn't in the pits yet, but the rest of the leaders of the GTE cars were. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, it looks like it. He was not in the pits, so he's leading the GTE pack right now at the moment. But this will soon change as soon as he goes into the pits, I think. Sebastian Pfeiffer, place 18 overall. Place 2 in the GTEs for the moment with the number 911 Your Name Here Racing. Alex Bräutigam right behind. He closed the gap a bit for Blackhawk Racing number 81 for position 3 right now, effectively position 2 in the GTEs. Johannes Michel in the Falken Motorsport 2 Corvette. I think there were a few changes in the I think there were a few changes in the GTE positions actually, and a few driver changes. Johannes Michel now on P4 for the 28 Falcon Motorsport 2 car for the moment. Wojciech Polezny on P5 and 21 overall for the number 77 Team RGPL GTE. He was third before, so he lost a bit of ground as well. Now we come to Daniel Wetzig for Dynamics Performance 2, who actually is on P22 overall right now, and he got through his colleague in his team with the Dynamics Performance 1 car, who actually were in the pits, I think. I'm just checking. Yeah, they are in the pits right now, but it's a long stop and they changed drivers, so... Are they coming back on track right now? Looks like it. As a few other people just went into the pits, so now in the GTE lead again Sebastian Pfeiffer, followed by Alex Bräutigam, Wojciech Polezny, and then Daniel Wetzig. But Daniel Wetzig and Christian Töllner and Johannes Michel are in the pits or still need to pit. So still a few changes here.
But who's not in the pits, but in the commentary booth, actually? That is Nick Newcomb, who just joined us here.
Great! Hi Nick, how's it going?
Good afternoon. How's it going for you guys?
Everything's fine. I just need to make you a bit louder here.
Yep.
So you don't go under.
You sound a
don't
little
want to
bit
be too
tired.
quiet.
Yeah, so great to have you here, Nick. Great
That's
that
no
everything worked out.
problem.
Great that everything worked out.
Did you have some sleep, Nick?
No, I never sleep.
I can definitely hear that. I mean, what's sleep anyway? It's just some poor replacement of coffee, right?
Yeah, it gets
Basically that, yeah.
I'll get back to bed about 4 o'clock on Sunday morning, so that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's enough. I mean, you can sleep when you're old, and that should be enough.
Yeah, I only get about 4 or 5 hours mainly, you know. So I'm getting used to it. All these 12-hour races that are coming up, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is definitely crazy. Yeah,
especially this weekend we have the P1LMS, then we have the 12-hour Sebring, which are about to start, and of course next week then there are the 12 hours. Oh, is it next week already? No, it's in 2 weeks. There is another 12 hours, and then the WEC is going around there as well. So that's going to be very interesting weeks. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be. I'm glad I've got triple screen so I can watch everything at the same time.
Don't forget about it. 17th of March is Formula 1 as well.
That's true. Yeah, down under 6 o'clock in the was it 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning? That'll be.
I'm going to check it.
That'll be interesting. Always got to watch that. I like the way Mercedes suddenly came out of took the sandbags off at the end of qualifying to say, yeah, we're still here.
And remember, no, it would be such a shame if Ferrari stayed on the lap tires, but just Mercedes dropped the bags.
Yeah.
That would have been the worst that you could probably see, I think.
Yeah, but it was only 3,000s, wasn't he, behind Vettel? So I think Ferrari have got food for thought coming into 2019 season, that's for sure.
If I may throw something in there, we just talked about it a few minutes ago, Toby, where you asked me how many teams are finishing this race, and I told you that the teams want to fight till the end. It doesn't matter what happens to them, we just have something like this. You remember the car that was really slow with James Like? They just wrote in the chat that they had an issue with the GT car spinning in 130R, and they were really slow, but they're not giving up and running again. Eat, no sleep, race, repeat.
Yeah, that's what you do.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit.
Yeah, do it yourself. You set your own little in targets, don't you?
Yes.
We did it at Le Mans once. Yeah.
That's how you gotta work with that.
Yeah. Stop and goes.
Oh, I have to tell you something. The race is going to start, the Formula 1 race is going to start at 5:10 for you guys in the UK, and starting 6:10 for the rest of Europe.
Oh, you're getting away with it there, aren't you? Yeah, it's so easy for you guys.
on the English television, you got a lot of pre-broadcast actually, and I'm always on this pre-broadcast stuff. So I'm probably watching it for as long as I can.
Well, that's all right for me because I finish 12 hours of Sebring at around 4 o'clock. That's if it starts on time. It normally doesn't. So I'll have myself a shower, get downstairs, have my breakfast, and by then the race will be ready to start, the pre-show. So, sorted.
Yeah,
so it's all good. I don't need to worry about anything.
Back to back. Yeah, I mean, I did that with the 24-hour series. I don't know when do they race again. I mean, you know, they have a saying. I don't know if it's trademarked for the 24-hour series, but it's called #This is endurance, and this does not only go for the races in itself, but also for all these enthusiasts about racing that keep up with everything, with every race, and especially at a weekend like it's coming up in March.
Yeah, well, we're heading really into the endurance end of the season now, aren't we? Everybody puts in the 12 hours of Sebring. You've got for us, myself, in I think it's April, got 8 hours of Silverstone, and then you got about 6 weeks, and then the Le Mans 24 starts for us, and obviously then a couple of weeks later you've got the WEC event. And then all the leagues will be thrown in that 24 events. So it's basically, this is the business end of all leagues, isn't it, for me?
Yeah, especially with them coming up in all these leagues and all these series doing their version of this as well. And I think it's gonna be brutal, especially for us commentators, because like for example over on the other service, I mean, we get booked a lot, especially for these events, and we're gonna have a lot in op hype, so that's gonna be very hard.
Yeah, definitely. It's I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it, that's for sure. I do a lot of obviously commentating, and on top of that I do a bit of race directing as well, so it gets busy, getting poked and pinged from left, right and centre.
I mean I almost miss racing because I'm only commentating and helping out and doing graphics and putting up videos, highlights and everything. So it's actually I don't even have my wheel now attached to my PC at the moment. So Ricardo will be right back, and I knew that before it happened. So yeah, Nick and I will keep up with the action at the moment here at the of course the very well circuit of Matsusaka with a wink.
I'm getting hello more. Just want to say hello to everybody that I race alongside and against over the years that are in this event. Yeah, looking forward to keeping an eye on the guys, see how well they're doing. I know they're good drivers in GT, especially the RGPL guys I race against, and I'll be up against them next week again. So I'll be keeping an eye on them. They won the last event, so I'm looking forward to that.
By the way, track temperature at the moment is or should be around 29 degrees centigrade. And what I wanted to show now, we have a track map as well. You can see it really much is already now loaded up a lot. So you can see there's like not a single piece of tarmac where there's really time to cool down for either the spectators around the track nor the drivers.
Now the thing is, the way the track is laid out, it's always putting pressure on the tyres.
Yeah.
You can set the car up in two different ways, either to take advantage of the later part of the track or put a little bit more wing on and have more advantage at the front end of the track, sector 1 and 2 maybe. But it all evens out. It all depends on how the teams like to set the cars up, whether they're more comfortable with a lower wing setup or with a slightly higher wing, but I'm only talking maybe 1 or maximum of 2 wing difference between the two setups, but it certainly helps in both sides of the track.
Yeah, but I mean, there are also some guys who took the way just in the middle. You could see those guys who were in the middle of that, because they got close in the turns, but got away on the other side, but not as much as some of the others. So you actually have some that are averaging out that. And by the way, fastest lap time is still with Mark Weiler in the Drace Motorsport LMP who is still in P4. Here he comes, number 46 car. And that was a 1:45.241, but it's not too far away from the fastest lap, for example, of a Saba Kiss in the Blackhawk Racing car with a 1:45.369, or even Michael Rowling with a 1:45.582. But there you actually see it. Now Michael Rowling put up the best second sector. Yeah, but it's about being constant around the track. It's about consistency.
The track is coming though. The build-up of rubber makes a difference as well, so you get that extra little bit of grip. So you'll get a few thousands built up throughout the track, which ends up with a quicker lap time. And if you don't meet the traffic, or if you meet it at a place where it really doesn't hinder the lap, then you're going to be fine.
Yeah. And also, yeah, as I said, traffic is a big point. I mean, you can have so many differences in lap time. I mean, I've seen it before. It happened to me before, and you're just stuck.
Yeah, I raced here last season in P2. It was the first time I've raced multi-class at this track, and yeah, there's certain spots where it just causes chaos, especially in the sector 1. I think you've got it down as an orange zone through there, and it's really if you don't get by into turn 1, then 2, 3, and 4 are really difficult unless they really do help you and stay on the inside or outside. And then your first real passing opportunities over the top on the left-hander uphill. There, it's just a case of being patient. Obviously, I've seen a few incidents, and maybe just holding back that 1 or 2 seconds might have helped everybody through that.
Yeah, and yeah, you can see here passing traffic. I mean, it works out now where everyone has kind of calmed down. I mean, we've seen some major incidents before in the race, also by just a GTE losing it, coming back to the track and hitting that LMP1. We had a BMW actually off track right there, and I'm not sure what actually car that just was, but he was very slow coming out of that corner, and I think Ricardo might be back right now, so say hello if you're there, and if not, then get away. He's not. He's not yet there. I just saw mouse movement. Oh, he is there. Hello, Ricardo.
Hi. Yeah, I'm back. I had to quickly answer the phone as well, so yeah.
Oh,
Took a
busy fella.
Yeah, really busy fella. Too much to work for here. But yeah, I'm back. So basically, if you want to stay, feel free to do so. But I think you still have to do something today, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so dead. I have to do so much preparation still, and to keep up maybe 2 or 3 hours of sleep, because I'm gonna be into the night with another endurance race with the one in Sebring. So holy moly, again, a lot of work, and then I have to finish some highlight videos and maybe eat something in between. And of course, it's carnival, so maybe get some fun as well.
Eat.
Yeah, who needs that?
What was food again? I mean, I
normally took the needle.
One.
You take the needle, you know?
No, I have that stuff that is forbidden to commercialize in motorsport.
Yeah, most Saturdays I eat my dinner with on me rig with me dinner on my knees.
I mean,
try not to hit the wheel.
Oh, do you remember these moments when you were racing? You know, you just tired, looking at the standings in the end and everything, and you have your chin rest on your wheel, and then you exit the sim and it centers and it just hits you in your face.
Yep.
Good old sim racing problems.
Everyone had that. Yeah.
Yeah, but you wake after that again.
I was at Le Mans. It was a couple of seasons ago, and it was about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was for once quite hot, and it was early hours. Pulled into the pits, full service, thank goodness. Got my bottle of water, had a couple of drinks, and poured the rest over my head. That was quality. That's what. I was like, wow, wake up. It was cool.
I mean, I remember people in the summer, a friend of mine, he was driving in VR, right? And he had like 4 huge fans just pointed in his face because it was like about 38 degrees in his condo, and he was sweating like a real race driver. He told me he sat there in just bathing shorts and a very, very, very light and thin shirt. So he was so wet after the race, not only in the face where the VR goggles are, but like literally everywhere.
I haven't. I've never tried VR. It's one thing I'm gonna do, I think.
I mean, it helps you with the distances, and yeah, the 28 Falcon Motorsport 2 car, just for a little break here, had a warning for causing a collision right now, so it wasn't that bad, I think. Yeah, but with VR, you get a lot of more, you can guess more where the other cars are in relation to yours, the distances, the gaps between both carbon fiber plates. And I tried it, and I was about 1 second faster a lap when I got used to it.
Oh, damn. I might try. There was a big toss-up between whether I was going to go that way or triples, and it was last year I went triples because my rig, I got a brand new PC, and then the next step I just didn't know, and I just went, oh, I'll wait a bit. I still don't know if it was the right decision, but I've heard a lot of people say it's you can gauge corners, especially exits and entries, and so I don't know. I'll have to try it. I thought I was going to have a go at the GTR 24 when I was over there in October, but I didn't. Hopefully, I'll get a go, and then I can make my decision. Because I'm if I have to ditch the triples, I will if it's that good.
Yeah. I don't know what Ricardo's opinion is about that one, as he's clicking around and around and around and around.
Way too much to do here. To be honest, I'm a VR driver since 2.5 years, and I can't go back. I can't even go back to triples.
I've heard that if you jump into VR, that's it. You can't go back out again.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to make some compromises with graphics, etc. You know, and you really got to get used to it, even with the newest generation right now. I mean, yeah, of course, there's Pimax 4K, 8K, and the 5K stuff like this is coming, but for the current Oculus generation, for example, you gotta make some compromises. But as soon as you got really used to it, it makes you a better driver, actually. Or at least that's what happened to me. I got faster by a second on almost every fucking track there is. I'm sorry for that word. Sorry for that word. But that's actually what happens for me. I can go into fights with other cars and exactly see where they are. I don't have to guess, oh, they might be somewhere beside me. No, I just turn my head and I just can see them like that, like in a real car. That's just like, and you have this depth perception, you know.
Yes.
That on triples, yeah, you can see the side, but do you really see how far that wall is away from you? No, you just see the wall, and that's with VR. It's something different. You really know, okay, that's really close to me, or that's really far away, and I can get closer, and that's what you don't have with the triples. At least that's what I think, actually.
No, I have to say you're right, because I was trying NASCAR when trying that VR, and damn, I could get so close to the wall. Oh, we have contact. Mark Weiler got turned around here.
Yes, there was a small hit there. Got turned around, but can continue as the CMS car is standing there as well in front of the camera. Just parked it.
Yeah. He turned it around. He turned the 46 car around.
Yeah, but Mark Weiler apparently just going on, not that much damage. I mean, there's a bit of damage at the back end of the car, but doesn't seem too hard.
It was the 40. What is it? Wait, what car was it? A 66 car was it? 66 BMW.
I think so. Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, Champion Motorsports. I've seen it. I've seen it just in the replay that you're just trying to skip through on YouTube. But yeah, it was the Champion Motorsports car with Bull Bram, I think. Let's verify that. Let's verify that. He is on P43 at the moment. Let's see. Here he is, and I think that's it. That's the car.
Yeah, that might actually be true. Let's have a quick look in the replay here.
I have eagle eyes. It is it. Yeah, just look at how it happened. Down the hairpin.
Yeah, he was braking way too late there.
Yeah, Mark Weiler getting a little bit too far to the inside. The 66 car braking a little bit too late. So I think that will be counted as a race incident.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, there was nothing intentional about that. He just gave some space to the LMP2 car, and yeah, had no grip on the brake and slid into him as he closed the door to the inside. I don't think that anything really big happened, and I don't think that race control is going for a huge penalty there.
Yeah, probably will be like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah. So at the moment, Axel Motorsport on P1 and Enzo 3 and Drace Motorsport LMP is under investigation. So there was something there as well, I think. That might have been before that incident we just saw, because it's a different car.
Yep, and that is the Drace Motorsport LMP car, and together with the 23 it was, right?
Yes, exactly.
23, let me see, 23. There's so many numbers to find a single one, it's so hard right here. I don't find it, is there a 23 entry?
It was a Rennsimulanten car, I think.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I'm just...
Rennsimulanten, oh, well, maybe it was 53.
Yeah, that might be.
4.
Yeah, that might be.
Maximilian Kalnich. You could tell, you could... Alright, yeah, we have some banter in the chat right now, so Nick, maybe you tell us something about this circuit again.
Or maybe not.
Okay, Nick has passed out, alright.
I'm still trying to work everything out that I've been sent.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult if you do it on the fly.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
I know what I'm doing.
You see now what we see.
I'll tell you something. When I first came over to rFactor, Bill Brom invited me to drive for his team. So thanks to him, I really got into the rFactor and obviously transitioned over to rFactor too. So Bill Brom, I owe him a lot.
By the way, Mark Weiler is now on P1 with a 9/10 of a second of a gap because Michael Rowland in the pit lane. He lost time going around the track. So Weiler at the moment, even though he was turned around, is on P1, and if that wouldn't have happened before, he would have had more of a gap right now. So Rowland is closing in on him already. So that's going to be very interesting to watch in the next few minutes. But now, guys, I have to leave you alone. As much as I like you.
That's totally alright. With a huge jump over the curbs there. The inside wheel on the curb. With the outside wheel on the curb, sorry. Yeah, really, really close racing there. But Michael Rowland is sticking there. Trying to get back to his lead. We've got to see how it turns out. But by the way, thank you, Tobias, for joining me in the booth for the start of the race. And yeah, so much action here. Yeah,
have fun. You're gonna stay for 10 hours, right?
I'm actually staying for 14 hours.
Alright, so you stay to the end of the race. That's fine. So maybe I will have a look later on the YouTube feed just to hear if you're still awake or if I hear some snoring.
I should make it somehow.
Alright, see you again, guys. Thanks for listening to all that stuff that I said. That was probably utter BS. But yeah, have fun with that race for the next 10.5 hours. And my name is Tobias Brockman. You find me at Brooks_EU on social media. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Bye.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Brooks_EU, aka Tobias Brockman here. Thanks for watching, and thanks for joining me, for example. No, not for example. I'm trying to find the right words, but I can't. Maybe you just say something, Nick. Struggle for words is real.
Sorry if I have to say something, but they talked about his English, how he's speaking it, in the chat before.
Oh, yeah. His English is better than my German.
I mean, that's not hard for to speak better English than German. Other people speak German because the German language is one of the hardest actually to learn.
I mean, I can do the really bad German accent.
Oh yes, let's do the accent.
The accent is really great.
Alright, see you guys. Bye bye.
Yeah, bye. Thanks for joining us, man.
I've got everything working. Way.
You got everything working. That's great. You saw that you have web interface for changing cameras, etc., right?
Yeah, I've seen that before.
Great, yeah.
Using that, it's somewhere elsewhere as well.
Yeah, so you basically can watch your feed, and the rest you can, if you want to change cameras, do it on the web page thingy, and everything's fine.
Oh, another penalty.
Quickly readjusting to everything here on the fly.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Good thing we've sorted everything out so far, that everything works like it should at the moment. So yeah. As we see the leader of LMP2, or more like the leader overall, fighting through traffic, trying to stay away, trying to get away from Michael Röllin, who is right behind.
Yeah, you not leave him alone, because I've raced against these guys, and definitely the kind of driver that'll keep on making you honest, chase you through. That's for sure. So you'll have a difficult job to try and get rid of him.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, Michael Röllin, he's a fast guy, and he is dominating a few. He has dominated a few classes already in our streams and races. So it's hard to get him off your back. By the way, there's the link to the live timing if you need it. You can see it in the RID right now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. So you can stay on top of everything. Actually, we have a close battle between Alex Bräutigam and Sebastian Pfeiffer, who are actually the leaders of GTE, and they are really, really close together there.
They're really close, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think, depending on where they come up in traffic, if it holds them up, he seems to be pulling away. So that's probably the difference in the wing there again.
Yes, might be true. Yeah, of course. I mean, I've seen Sebastian Pfeiffer pulling away a few times already, as we see a LMP2 car
he has, hasn't he?
off in the back.
At least a 10th.
Yeah, but he always loses it again, so somewhere he has to lose some time actually, and it might be the difference between wing or anything.
The difference also will be in his braking distance, because he's got less wing. He'll have to brake a little bit earlier, so that's where the gap might close up. But once we get onto the straight down into 130R, we'll soon see. Once he gets round Spoon and starts pulling away, there you go. There's the gap starting to open up again.
Yeah, and that is with draft from the car.
Yeah.
So that
he's actually breaking the draft because of the way he pulls. Let's see what the braking. So he's got less wing on, so he's going slightly wide. And there was an incident there behind with a P2 clipping the rear right of a GT, sending him off track. So that'll be investigated, I would imagine.
Yeah, I guess so. We have a live race control here, so they are trying to stay on top of everything. And that should normally work out. I mean, there's not that much that happens in our races, actually, normally. Pretty good drivers, pretty calm drivers, not that many incidents. Today is actually pretty much with these few incidents we've had.
Yeah, it's a difficult track to get to get around on the multi-class. You're gonna have to. A lot of drivers are gonna have to do a little bit of give and take here.
Yes, and I'm just checking everything, and I think we have like there's a warning. We had a stop and go, a drive-through, and another drive-through, and that's everything we've had until now in terms of penalties, actually.
So it's not too bad. I think you always have the early rush of a race where everybody gets a little bit excited and the grip isn't quite there. So
yeah, and for everyone,
settle down now.
Yeah, and for everyone in the chat as well as for you, this is the page you can go to check the incidents which got reported and have been looked through by the race control. You can see there are a few, but not that many.
No, it's pretty good. There's probably a couple of cars that have found themselves involved in an incident, whether it's been their fault or not, which you'd rather keep out, because every incident, builds up a little bit of damage, and the next one could be the worst one. So you like to try and keep the race as clean as possible.
Yeah, that's what Tobias and I talked about as well. Endurance racing is just about keeping consistency, staying out of trouble, and just hope for the best, basically.
Yeah.
And most of the teams here have that spirit. They are patient. They wait for opportunities and not just dive bomb everywhere they can. Now we see, for example, Mark Weiler going around the outside of the GTE leader there, but there was enough space. I've seen, for example, other cars in other leagues, for example, like the number 4, which would have tried to pull through that gap as well.
Definitely.
And now you can see they have the patience, they stay behind it. I mean, we have an orange zone where you have to be really careful. Overtaking is allowed, but when you provoke an incident there, you will get a harsher penalty, and that works out pretty great until now.
Well, this is where the practice comes in, whether you're in the faster class or the slower class. You understand where the possibilities, where you can overtake and where you can position your car. As long as the P2s understand that the GTEs are heavier, so that they can't transition from left to right. They haven't got as much body roll. The cars are stiffer. So they've got to understand that the GT car can't really be as agile as the P2, and can't, once you're committed to a turn, you can't really adjust your angle. So the P2s have really got to understand that, because they're used to having all that downforce and changing the angle of attack to a turn. They can suddenly pull out and come a little bit right and then go in again. Where the GT, once you're committed, that's it. You've got to stay on that line, or the back end will just fly out.
Yes, exactly. That's why, for example, the rules of this league determine that the faster car has to make the safe overtake and has to be checking that it is able to make the safe overtake. I mean, if you're committed with the GTs, as you said, to one corner, you can't just switch your line around as you could with an LMP2, for example. Yeah. And that's, for example, why we have this special orange zone after turn 2 till I think turn 7 or 8, where the LMP2s as well as the GTs fighting, or the LMP2s fighting, really have to be careful, because you, as a GT, you just have one line through these S's and you can't just change them around. As we have a drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin for the number 717 Revolution Sim Racing 3 car.
That's the last thing you want. It's a short pit lane, but it's not what you really want. You want to stay out of trouble.
Yes, you just want to stay out of trouble. But even though they have a drive-through, as I said, it's a short pit lane, so you don't lose too much time, so you're still in the race basically. And we see that Sebastian Pfeiffer at the moment is getting the gap a bit bigger right now, so we'll see what happens there next. Let's see if there's any other close battles going on at the moment, but it doesn't really seem like it. Michael Röllin is in front of Mark Weiler again, 1.7 seconds off. There's Tana Selve and Vitor Janot who were close, but Vitor Janot went to the pits. And scanning through, there's actually nothing that close anymore at the moment. They are far spread out and lapping each other.
You may see a little bit more action after the next set of pit rounds. Everybody's starting to settle down now in this race and getting into their rhythm. You may see driver changes bring out different style of drivers. Fast guys might go in against the medium guys from the teams, so that might bring up a lot more close racing. So we'll see cars being lapped already in the GT class.
Yes, that's true. And actually just got a message at 14:30 that in about 30 minutes, so at around in around 13 minutes we will have a few driver changes as far as it seems. For example, for the Schubert Motorsport GT car. So then we have another driver, and then I guess a few other teams are changing drivers as well.
Yeah, I think to keep the pace as high as you possibly can, I think there's no need to stretch the driver times to 3, 4 or 5 stints as some teams like to do. I think keeping yourself as fresh as possible is the fastest way to get through the race.
Yeah, it's always depending. I mean, there are, for example, the 24 minutes of Le Mans by Porsche. It's a series that they just created and put on vinyl, where they literally have a few stories of Le Mans and Porsche, and there are stories like, for example, Hans-Joachim Stuck. He did laps in Le Mans while it was raining, and he was the fastest guy on the grid. So they asked, hey, can you do a second stint? Can you do a third stint? Can you do a fourth stint?
Yeah.
And they prolonged his stints just so the next driver was able to prepare himself and get fast on the straight. And he was the fastest driver on track anyways, so he could pull out a gap more. As we see a car with smoke. Yeah, that looks like a blown engine.
That's gone.
That's Axto Motorsport on the start-finish straight with a broken engine. Maybe there was a downshift on mistake or something.
Oh, because he's come through the chicane, hasn't he? And he's pulling out. I wonder if there has been a downshift that was not intentional, but that's terminal.
Yeah, it's not really terminal, as we have the option to basically cut your line and get back into it, so you can repair it. I mean, yeah, you lose time. You will probably lose like 2 laps for it, but you're still able to continue the race to repair this car, and this is what probably is going to happen.
Hopefully. But let's hope he learns from it and it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, we gotta see. Maybe it was even a hardware failure. You never know.
Yes, could be. But it was on the straight. That's what gets me. If it was into the chicane, maybe double downshift or something like that. But because it was on the straight, it seemed really strange.
Yes, and he is in the pits right now, and he's not on the server anymore, I think. So he might have pulled the plug, trying to get back in now, which should work out. And of course, he's losing places right now, but we should see them back on track soon.
It's early enough in the race to make it back up, though, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, 2 laps, that sounds like an incredibly long way, and it actually is, but it's still possible. I mean, everyone can have problems, even though we don't hope that happens, but it is possible.
I'm just checking Michael's lap times. Yeah, he's doing well. He's got a 3-second gap now. His last lap was a 146.8 against 148 flat. So that was the last lap. So I would imagine traffic played a part in that, because that's accounting for 2 of the 3 seconds that he's got the lead on.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's good for Michael M. Ross, for example, who's currently on P13. He was our pole position and leader of the first minutes of the race until there was an incident in turn 1 and 2 where he got basically shoved off the track, and he's fighting his way back. He's currently in P13, but he will get the P12 spot as well.
Yeah, I saw that incident, and he stayed out a while, didn't he, to get to the pit window.
He had the problem that his car was so damaged that he missed the pit entry, and he had to do another lap with it. And after that, he directly came in, repaired the car, and since then he is on the hunt to get back to the front. He has the pace. We've seen it on the start of the race and at the qualifying session, and we got to see how his colleagues, who will probably take over soon, handle the race car.
Is it still damaged, do you know, or is it fully prepared, or is he still carrying a little bit of front end and left hand side damage.
I think it's probably completely repaired by now, but I'm not sure. I mean, they had 2 pit stops, or more, almost 3 pit stops since then, and
Okay.
I can imagine that they repaired everything by now.
Cool.
I mean, you can't see any scratch marks anymore on that car, so probably everything's finished. Not like on the car in front that should be Dre's Motorsport. I think that is, yeah, P2 Mark Weiler, who has some damage on the
He's
back
staying
left
quite
side.
close to him as well, isn't he? So the car seat must be handling quite well.
Yes.
I think if you can stay as close to him as possible, it'll be easier for him to get through traffic along with the leader.
That is true.
That's the best way.
I mean, he's losing a bit there. As you can see, the gap opened up a
Yeah.
bit. But that might also be just
That's a wing
rear
set.
wing angle. I mean,
Yeah,
the
that's set up.
normally you have like a few wing settings that you could use with the LMPs from the standard base mod. But these are disabled at the moment. So you can't have an advantage just by changing your setup to low drag. This is completely disabled in this league, so everyone has the same base and need to develop their setup about that.
Yeah. So you're allowed short, medium, and long gearing though. Or is that have you disabled that as well on the medium gearing?
And now you can see he's directly back at it again. He's
Yeah, that's
really
wing.
close again,
That's all
and that's wing. Yeah, that's what I think as well. It's really wing. I mean, he's a bit hard over the curbs there.
It's probably caught a draft there.
Yep.
I think what would be better for Mark is to let him through actually, because it could be causing a distraction, especially coming into the braking zones. I would actually let him through. You'll only lose about 0.1 or 0.2 of a second, easily made up on a draft if you let him through and stay on with him.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, yeah, of course, Mark probably just sees Michael Röllen there in the front with a few seconds of difference and doesn't want to lose any point of a second.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
he
'cause
just,
if
as you
he's
see,
teammate, it could be some tactics going on there if you let him through.
you can see he's completely pushing all the way and trying to stay with Michael Röllen there, who probably will take the car to at least the half race mark, basically to 6 hours. I mean, he's known for doing long stints, long races. He's done 24-hour races all on his own on P1 here. So we got to see about that. We have a rule that says that other drivers on the car have to drive 15% at least of the race, and I think they have 3 drivers on the car. So we got to see how that turns out, and you just have to have at least 2 drivers. So we'll see. Basically, it's just like a fair share rule in iRacing. As we have another incident under investigation. Number 106, Blackhawk Racing and Falcon Motorsport 2.
Right, back at just a discussion there with my partner.
No worries, all good.
I've got to travel. I've got a road trip tomorrow.
Oh, a road trip. Okay, nice. Where you going?
About 3 hours down the road.
And you call that a road trip?
Yeah. Especially when you get back in at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, okay. I mean, when we're going from here to Le Mans, for example, which
that's
is
a
a,
proper road
which is 6, more like 7 to 8 hours road trip. Yeah, it's a road trip.
Yeah, it's a bit longer for us over in the UK.
Yeah, for the UK, 3 hours is a road trip.
Yeah, a bit controversy on the car lineup though, isn't there?
Yeah.
Le Mans. Ooh, naughty. I bet Caterpillar aren't very happy. The all-girl team haven't been allowed in, and they're at the bottom of the reserve list. Sexist. Naughty.
Happens.
But then again, they've probably seen Catherine Leggs in the team.
Yeah, true. And here you can see again, if almost all of the LMP2 teams are really patient, as you can see with the number 64 OOR team. He waited so long to make that move, even though he had the chance to make it stick, as well as Michael Röllin there, the leader of the race. He waited to get his move done. Don't stick in there where you don't belong. Wait for it and then take your line.
Very busy, isn't it, at the minute? You're going to get this through the race, aren't you? At certain points of the track, you're going to have teams, especially GT cars, pretty close together, 2 or 3 close together, and then if you get 2 or 3 P2s together, it really becomes a busy bit of road.
Yes, that's true. On here, there is a fight basically for overall P26. Andras Esceni and Maximilian Kalinic, number 13 Racing Monkeys versus number 53 Rennsimulanten. These two guys are fighting for position, and you don't want to interrupt that, actually.
No, it's yeah, that's what I mean. There's races within the race. Oh, I've just seen P2 coming off there at the end of 130R. Maybe caught a bit on the. Oh, there's a GT off track as well now.
Yeah, and that's the overtake for position. Maximilian Kalinic for 26th overall.
Did the P2 have anything to do with that? Did he go a bit wide? We'll have to have a look back at that.
I don't actually think that something happened for them. I think it was just a mistake of the individual drivers, actually.
Yeah, the GT could have just missed the chicane, and rather than flat spot the tyres, just let the brake off and override the chicane. But the P2, I think, probably has gone a little bit too wide and caught the edge.
Yeah, I think the LMP car hit the AstroTurf there a bit on the outside of that corner on the exit, and that's why he spun around. I think that was the thing I have seen. As we can see him coming up there again with the number 63. He'll try to attempt the lapping again, as well as the number 4 Racing Spirit car.
That's a good spot to overtake.
Yeah, I mean, you can choose your line with your LMP as much as you want to. You can just focus on the GTE. Hey, does he take inside line? Does he stay to the outside? And you just go wherever you want. As we see a heavily damaged LMP2.
Rear wing, probably front end.
And he's completely sideways there. This is Alessandro Barcelos with the number 24 BR Racing drivers, and you can see this car is not.
Yeah. He really does need to slow down.
Yes, and he is in the wall again. Hopefully he'll stay to the left side. Let's quickly.
He does need to slow down.
I just quickly informed the race control. Just. Ooh.
Oh, he's crabbing all over. He's got no real control on his steering.
Yes. At least, as long as he's staying to the left side, everything's fine. But that's really, really heavily damaged car.
Obviously, the pit lane's on the right-hand side, so he's got to make his way across to.
But you can easily make it after the chicane. Quickly move over, not here in the 130R.
Oh, which he does.
He's still staying to the left side, which is good. Just don't try to rejoin there, please.
Now we've got traffic coming across.
Yeah. They are staying to the left side. Oh, you see the
cars
drift into the corner there, and he's trying to slowly make his way back to the pit road. Now watch out, watch out, watch out. He's damaged.
He's done well so far.
Yeah, and now he should be able to enter the pits. Yeah, and he's made it. Everything's fine. He's into pit road. very, very heavily damaged. I just want to see how far. Yeah, you can see how far the steering wheel to the right. As soon as he turns it straight, it won't
It's
happen.
got no rear wing as well, obviously, so that's making it even doubly worse, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, with these speeds, the rear wing doesn't do anything, but the suspension was totally broken. And we have Mark Weiler in the lead again. He got the lead back from Michael Röllin. Probably due to traffic, as we see a few GT cars behind him there.
Yeah, that's probably what's come into play there, isn't it? That's right on top of him again, though, isn't he? As they pass the GT leader. I think this will be interesting when it gets to the next round of pit stops. You might see a little bit of find out what kind of tactics are being used, and GT locking up there.
But Michael Röllin there at the back again.
So this is, I think you're just going to have this, these two teams fighting it out for the foreseeable future. There's still just over 10 hours to go as well. He's right under his rear wing there, isn't he? Going to try and get a draft going into turn 1. Moves on the inside defensive line. Oh, gets out the way. Get out the way. Good lad.
Oh, sideways there. Big slide.
It's not good for the tyres.
Not good for the tyres and not good for the speed there.
Putting the heat on the rears. Yeah, that was good driving from the P2 being overtaken there, though. Got himself right out the way, making sure that he stayed clear.
Yeah, stayed out of trouble. Everything's fine now. So all good. As we have a few changes in driver lineups, so we have some driver changes. Ballasvaro now for the Blackhawk Racing team since the last pit stop. That car was driven by Alex Bräutigam before. And Matthias Muss for the Hansa Racing number 42. Also, just in the front, the first driver changes there. I'm just checking through. No, it was not Alexander Bräutigam, it was someone else. Who was it again? Alexander Bräutigam is driving the GTE car. It was someone else though, I forgot actually.
I'm sure the team will let you know.
Yeah, probably. That's the problem if you have several teams who are starting in different categories.
Yeah.
You sometimes throw them together. Let's open up the spotter guide again.
Racing have got about how many? Five teams.
Yes, exactly.
Falcon have got 3.
Yeah, and then there's Blackhawk Racing who have 2 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Sabakis. Sorry, now I know it again.
Zaba,
Yeah, Sabakis was the first driver of that car.
Yeah, Michael's in the pits, is he?
Has Michael Röllin dropped back further now?
check the pits, see if he's in the pits.
He's not in the pits actually.
No. Dropped down to 4th, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has dropped down to 4th. I was just checking the spotter guy and the timing and just saw that he's back to 4th right now. So you must have...
Incident.
Yeah, maybe an incident. I don't know.
Dropped off track, couldn't get back up to speed again. I've seen him drop down. Matthias Mus overtook him. He went down to 2nd, then 3rd, and quickly passed by the Hansa Racing team.
And that was... maybe it was even a pit stop actually. Because he's 45 seconds behind Mark Weiler right now. That might have been a pit stop.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Be fuel only, would it be with that kind of time?
This is possible, yeah. It actually should be even. We have seen 2 pit stops, 3 pit stops. Yeah, it was the 3rd pit stop, if it was one. Then it could be... no, it could be tires and fuel, actually. I'm not too sure.
We'll soon see if once the cars in front of him, apart from Hansa Racing, come into the pits.
Let me just quickly calculate that. Normally you're doing like 42 minutes to 40 to 42 minutes with one set of tires and the fuel. So you were at 80 minutes. You would be an early pit stop actually, with 2 hours.
The undercut.
Yeah, that might actually be true.
It's worth it. Something we use all the time.
Like literally all the time.
All the time, and it works, I tell you.
Yeah, sometimes this works. Definitely. I mean,
But
if you have new tires.
Look at it. He's got quite generally for Matsusaka. He's got quite a clear track in front of him, really, hasn't he? So
yep.
He's coming up to 1 GTE, so it's worth it. If he makes good time on his first couple of laps, he's going to obviously make time up on the guys in front of him when they make their stops.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he has a free track now, and maybe he has new tires now. It is the 3rd spot. Maybe he double stinted, or he did one stint with the first and then the double stint. We gotta see. But definitely he has a free track. He's able to drive freely now. And on the front, Mark Weiler is coming in.
There you go.
So now it's getting close again, I guess. We'll see if that free track helps him to get past Mark Weiler again, as Ballasvaro is staying out and driving on.
Oh, he's
Matthias Mus
really
also.
angle as well. Yeah, there we go.
So the 2 leading cars for the moment are staying out. Mark Weiler is in the pit, who was the leader, and Michael Röllin is coming up there. He is there.
There we go, so it's worked.
Yep, no movement yet from the RSR car, of the Drace Motorsport car of Mark Weiler.
So the gap before the pit stop was only 2 seconds.
Yeah, Mark Weiler is still standing there.
There you go. Fuel and tires.
Might actually be true. But I'm not that sure actually, because this is a huge gap by now.
Yeah, that's fuel and tires. He's moving now.
No, he's not moving yet. He's still standing there. Over 40 seconds to Michael Röllin right now. Now he's moving.
So it might balance up on the next
And
stop if he's only taking fuel, and this could be a...
That was a driver swap as well.
Yeah,
Rico Kistenmacher now behind the wheel of the Drace Motorsport car. But that's a major gap now. And I don't know if they really were in the pits actually. I mean, yeah, of course, if you take just fuel, you save some seconds, but almost a minute for driver change and fuel. That driver change and tires might be a bit much, actually.
He might have been carrying some damage. They might have chosen to fix it.
Might also be true, yeah. As we see, GT's coming in and out of the pits right now. Racing Monkeys with the BMW and VMAT's coming out of the pits. VMAT's grey there. They rejoin the track right in front of Michael Röllin, who is now the leader again because Ballasvaro is also in the pits.
Got held up by that GT there.
Yeah, but he made it through. He made it stick. Not that big of a deal. I mean, that's right in the orange zone, so you have to be careful. As you can see by the OOR Sim HQ M car there, who really waited his time to get through. He really took his time to find his line through, and now is in front of the leader and basically has to let him by. Let's see where he does it. Maybe into the hairpin, which is a good spot. Oh, there. Downey there is also good. Lifts a bit, lets him through. Easy done. And the leader's through.
Leader's in the pits. Well, look. Michael's in. He takes the lead. Let's have a look. We'll keep an eye on this gap, because I think this will tell you what everybody's done at the relevant pit stops. I think Michael's the only one that didn't take tyres.
Yep, as well. Right now, GTE leader, as we have another incident under investigation. GTE leader Sebastian Pfeiffer still out there driving. He's on track. I guess there's the next sub coming up. Probably now all the other cars behind him were in the pits just a second ago, or still in pits. So maybe he does another lap, or he comes in right now, which looks like it. So the leader of GT in pits right now. Alex Bräutigam, who's the second? Ooh, that was a close call there.
That was very close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a close call, but he's just come out of the pits actually, so...
Cool tires.
No, I mean Alex Bräutigam with the number 81. Yeah. He just came out of the pits, so he has to try to reduce the gap to the front now, because the leader is in the pits at the moment. We'll have a look at that gap later on. Then we have Jörn Dette, place 24 overall, right behind the VMAT's green Porsche car, which is driven by David Tepper. This is a battle for position 23 overall. And 7th in GTE.
He's got a really good turn in on coming out with Spoon, actually. Is it going to help him on the run down to 130R? Let's see what the wing is. See what the Porsche's got.
You can see this BMW right behind the Porsche, sticking out on all the sides because it's so massive.
You can meme that to heaven.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier as well. There are like 250,000 memes about this M8 GT.
I like the one coming over the top of the hill at Le Mans.
Yeah, that's great. But
that's my favourite one under the Dunlop Bridge. That's my favourite.
I've seen a few as well in Bathurst, for example. On the Conrad Strait, under that bridge, on that small bridge. Or, for example, the comparison between the Le Mans track, the length of the track, and the BMW M8.
Yeah.
And we found something bigger than the M8 actually, because there's a picture in the internet which shows the BMW M8 in comparison to the wing from the Mustang supercar. I got like really at least 25 of those pictures on my computer.
Yeah, there's lots of them, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. Or comparisons to the A380 and stuff like this.
Yeah. Sadly, they think it's the last season they're going to pull out BM for the WEC.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, why would you continue with a program like this? They are last in the GTE Pro. they built this car without checking the rules, basically, so they had to rebuild it. And still are last, so...
Yeah, they've suffered, haven't it? Well, the Porsche came in and it was just... It came in running, didn't it? It just feet hit the ground, or the wheels hit the ground, and it was away.
Yes, and maybe you know the story with the M8. As they built it and then wanted to start, the FIA said, hey, but you didn't go according to the rules there, and there. So they had to rebuild it and then test it. And then they got a bad BOP because of it, because they did not do that many laps, actually. I mean, of course you have bad BOP when you don't test, you know?
Yeah.
And then BMW actually complained about it. Like, hey, we have a bad BOP. Where I say, yeah, it's your own fault. You could have just... Oh, it's getting close there.
Oh, very good driving between the two of them.
Yeah,
You
slight
should
mistake by
have
the VMAT's car.
on the inside.
Slight mistake by the VMAT's car, but everything's alright. He's still in front.
That's good. That was good driving through turns 1 to 4.
Yeah, really
That was
respecting
really
each
good.
other. Really good. Close racing, but good racing.
I thought he was going to stick his nose up, but then the VMATs kept the inside line for turn 2, so there was nothing there the BMW could do that.
Yeah, and now the gap's a bit bigger. So the Porsche is definitely having some potential on this part of the track. And now we're going into the slow part again, and he's coming closer again.
Yeah, good brake.
Yeah, good braking there.
Now we've got a P2. That might mess up the driving. Let's see if the BMW can make use of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that should be easy for the LMP2. Yeah, he's quickly through there on the inside.
Sometimes as the car coming behind, you want the faster class maybe to hold to take the line away from the car in front of you, so you can close up.
Yeah, now we will see if there's something to gain by the BMW on the straight, and he is definitely. And he's pulling out of it.
Well, you've got to, because the turn was coming too close. If you can get a good exit out of the chicane, maybe you could do something then, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll see on this straight now.
See if the Porsche's got the legs.
Yeah, it was a good exit, but you can see the BMW already getting closer.
He's under the draft, but he's not close enough. He might be able to do something at the turn 2 again. Nah,
he just showed himself in the mirror.
Yeah.
He just showed himself in the mirror. Make the driver in front nervous. As we have an LMP2 approaching, who stays behind them actually. That's what I mean. This is intelligent, you know.
You can't make a clean pass when there's two cars
Yeah.
that close together. You can't get back onto a safe line when there's two that close.
Yes, you can do it in Dunlop on the outside actually, if you want to, like right here, or you wait until the exit and then go through the outside, the inside.
So we've got two P2s now come up together.
Yep. They're still
gonna have to wait
patiently
until they come
waiting.
up there.
Maybe now this should be the opportunity to go to the inside, at least overtake one.
Yeah, both of them.
Yeah, and now you can even go to the outside here and then cut back to the inside. But I think the OR car has to leave the Schubert car by as well. Let's have a quick look.
Oh,
That was a big hit.
He got his left rear tyre caught on the grass on the exit, which is quite easy to do if you're carrying that much speed, and that's it. His nose has gone in to the wall.
Yeah, and that was
That's heavy damage.
Yeah, that was Schubert Motorsport number 9 on P6 actually. That will cost him much time. He's on track again, but you can see he's wiggling around and he has damage on the front end. Let's have a quick look, and you see the steering wheel isn't straight anymore. It is slightly bent to the side. And probably aero damage as well. So we'll see if he continues to go on track and try to lap some more, or if he's going to the pits. I mean, it wasn't too bad, so he might be able to do a few more laps.
Probably do a few laps, see what the time damage is to the laps times they were doing earlier.
Exactly.
If it's under 2 seconds, he's probably going to stay out until the next pit stop.
Yes, and he's continuing, so... I mean, the steering wheel wasn't straight anymore, but we'll see how that ends up, if he really has major aero damage. It looks like he's a bit slower there, so he lost time, I guess. But...
It'll just be struggling turning in on right-hand turns, and you'll have to be a little bit careful on left-hand turns, because it'll turn in a little bit sharper with the way the wheel is.
Yes. I mean, we gotta see what happens now.
He'll be used to what he has to do to get the car hustled around the track, and he'll get back up to speed.
Yeah, it depends on how major the damage is. If it really is a major aero damage issue, then you can't get the car up to speed again. And you should definitely try to go to the pits and repair it. I mean, the stint of Mike Kribos isn't that long until now. They were in the pits just a few minutes ago, so you have to evaluate. Is the time you lose because of the damage as high as the time you would lose while repairing it? And I think that's what they are doing right now with their, I call it, engineers, with his co-drivers, to check in if that works out or not. But as we were just talking about Schubert Motorsport, we had another driving change on the GT car of Schubert. Maximilian Dehn now at the wheel. He's one of the quicker drivers, I'd say, and he has some things to do. He's on P22 overall and has still a way to the front.
So we'll see what he can do during this stint. See how his lap times, once he gets settled into the track, see how they develop.
Yeah, he's currently 15 seconds, 60 seconds behind Yondetta, who's on P21. And they are fighting basically for P6 or 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, P6 would that be. But Yondetta is also really close to VMAT's green at the moment. Still, he still did not make his way around that green Porsche car. As we just had a change of positions right behind. Matthias Radosch, also new driver that went into the car, just overtook Johannes Michel, who went into the pits, and Istvan Antal is also new driver for the Racing Monkeys car, the Porsche. So still a few driver changes and pit stops right now. Gotta see how that ends up.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Most teams are doing their first swaps around 3 stints, aren't they? Especially the GTE's about an hour just over for a stint. So I think that's long enough to get the best out of you. As we've got a Porsche facing the wrong way, facing oncoming traffic into the chicane.
And I think that was the number 717 car, Andrew Stoke. Oh yeah, he's still standing there. He has no front right tire. It looks like he did. Yeah,
up on the left-hand side.
It looks like he hit the wall really hard. So probably this is a reconnect, because you can't get out of that. Yeah, yeah. So car currently listed as DNF. We'll see when they come back.
Gone a bit wide.
Yeah, a bit much wide, probably.
The tyre wall. It's all right in practice.
Yeah.
But not in the race.
Yeah, so we're just scanning through the field, and I think the closest gap at the moment is Yondetta behind David Tepper. Race Motorsports versus VMAT's green for P5 in the GTE class, which is 1.3 seconds at the moment. I see Billy Eismann is close to Stefan Mager as well, a bit further behind. Billy Eismann took over the Rennsimulanten DE4 car there, and he's following Stefan Mager for the SRC community in their Porsche.
Just checking out this gap between first and second place in P2. It's staying steady around the 38-second mark. Just dropped down to 38 seconds, and then a further 22 back to Hansa Racing. So I'm really looking forward to the next round of pit stops, and then we'll see where the tactics will line at that last pit stops. I think he'll be taking a full service at this one. I'll be very surprised if there isn't a driver swap. I know, like Michael likes to drive a lot long stints, but it'll be interesting to see if he does do a driver swap.
Yep, as we just have a really short battle here between Blaze Misk and Michael Emros. Michael Emros still trying to get to the front. He was on P1, then he had this massive shunt off the track into the barrier 2 times and is back into the top 10 now. He was on P17 and further back. He had to work his way through the GTE field actually, and is now back on P8. And it looks like he's able to get that gap as big as possible, as fast as possible against Blaze Misk. He had the speed at the start, and he apparently still has it.
Definitely. So that does mean the car's back to where they want it, so they can get the best out of it. And just shows you, if you get the car fixed, get your head down again, it's not all over. You know, the car's in front may not have a clean race, so you've got to think about that as well and get back into it.
Yes, and you can see he's really pushing it. He's going sideways into the corners. I mean, yeah, that's not good for the tires, but I can imagine on some driving styles that's actually faster than just trying to be clean.
You probably have the TC off a little bit as well.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I know many people who really have their TC low, that really control the car with their foot. And he's going into the pits right now, so he's losing a bit of time there, but I think
he'll make it back up.
I think he'll still stay in the top 10.
His speed on track is definitely coming up. He's always going to be out of sequence, obviously, because of the damage repair.
Yep, and we'll quickly switch back to Jörn Detter against David Tepper, because he's still on the back of this green VMAX Porsche.
It's been a few laps now, hasn't it? They've really settled into this.
Yeah, I think Jörn could actually be a bit faster, but he can't find his way around. Jörn is a really defensive driver. He doesn't go for really close gaps. He really wants to wait for his opportunity. That what we've seen a bit earlier already. He's lifting, he's braking a bit earlier. He just wants to wait for the perfect spot to overtake, and that's what he's doing. He's staying behind the VMAX car. Here you can see the Porsche is quicker in this corner of the track, and he's actually lifting to leave the leader by one of the leading cars by. But he's waiting for the perfect moment, and he is fast on the straight. This Porsche is fast in the corners because of the wing setup, as we have seen. But as soon as he's on the back on the straight, I think he'll take his opportunity and go for it.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't wait for the perfect spot. Sometimes you just have to stick your nose in and make the move. But I don't think he's that kind of driver for sure.
As said, normally he's a really defensive driver. He doesn't really dive bomb anyone. He really is patient. He just does his thing. Maybe he's even saving tires and fuel while driving just behind him.
Yeah.
Waiting for his opportunity, and once that opportunity is there, he's going for it. I can tell you that.
If you're driving that close, you can even drop the mix and use the draft.
Yes, exactly.
Save that way. So he might be actually looking for the next round of pit stops and take him on that. It could be a case of do the opposite of what he does. So they're still close. He's still looking for it. Obviously, he's got the Black Hawk car in front of him. A little bit untidy going through turn 4 there. Let's see how we can get back onto him. But he definitely seems a little bit stronger going through sectors 2 and 3 more than sector 1. No, he seems to have lost a lot of space on him, hasn't he? The VMAT's car seems to be pulling away, but the traffic's gone through, so he's closing back in on him.
Yeah, I guess he let the lapping cars by, actually.
I think he got bulked a little bit.
Yeah, and now he's up to speed again. He doesn't have to leave off the throttle or anything for that. And on the straight, he's faster. We know that, even though the Porsche has his draft. So I guess
the VMAT's car, if he can keep up with the Black Hawk car and use a little bit of draft from that car, but he seems to be losing touch a little bit through this sector here.
As we have a drive-through penalty for causing a collision by the 993 Vortex SRC Community LMP. So there has been another contact with an LMP. We don't know what exactly happened, but apparently it was hard enough for the race control to give a penalty out to that car. As we see the Sim Races TR car off track somewhere.
Oh,
but I think he could have. I think he had it out of the wall. He did not hit the wall, I think. And now we see again the M8 directly at the end, at the rear end of the Porsche again. So maybe we can
go on till either a mistake by one of the two guys or through until the next set of pit stops. And one of them, I think if I was following, it'll be a case of if he goes in and you can manage another lap, I would stay out.
Yes. Because I said I think that Jörn is faster than this Porsche.
Yeah.
You can see him coming in right now.
You go in.
Yep.
I think he's been held up. If he actually
That was the mistake by the Porsche. He's going really, really wide.
I think his tyres may be going actually. He's pushing. He's driving, but he's also looking at his windscreen. Rear view mirror. So.
Yeah, might be. And now he's dropping a bit back. So I think this battle will be going on for a bit longer now.
Yeah, there's a race leader's coming up to put another lap on the guys.
Yep. And we had a driver change for the GTE leaders. Dennis Richter now behind the wheel of the Your Name Here Racing. And he's still followed by Alex Bräutigam, who's still behind the wheel of this BHR car. And it's still really close. It's under 1 second. Or it was under 1 second. It's about a second right now.
Yeah, this will get interesting if Alex can get under his rear wing, to be fair. I think Alex's main battle is to get up close. And after that, it's a case of pressurising that from there. At the minute, he just wants to get next one.
Yep, and we have another battle. Falcon Motorsport 2 with the number 28 against Robert Engel for the 87 Rennsimulanten 5 car. These cars are battling for position as well. Overall 28, as Robert Engel did a mistake, went a bit wide and lost his position. Gotta see if he's able to crawl back up and try to overtake Louis Rhön again. And now we can really see if these guys are doing different wing setups, etc. As Louis Rhön really takes a white line there.
Hasn't seemed to have affected him at all.
Yeah, but we can also see, if we have a look on the car of Louis Rhön on the front, you can see there's front end damage.
Oh, so he's not getting as good a turn in.
Yeah, it might be that he has problems turning in. As you can see there, front right side has damage in that car. But he's still fast. He actually made that gap a bit bigger.
Yeah, that'll be affecting the turn in for sure. And right hand side, left hand side as well.
Yep. Just scanning through the times here. Oh yeah, our two GTE leaders still close together. Through the traffic. The other Falcon Motorsport car really being good there. Going to the right side.
From the leader of the GTE class there.
Yeah, looked like a small lockup. But the gap's still big enough.
Alex just can't get under his wing.
Also here you see tight line by the number 81.
Really good line into there.
Yeah. Then he's coming closer, but I think there's also different wing setups actually.
Yeah.
As Alex Bräutigam still...
Grip, there he is, he's nearly there. Yeah. He's nearly got the drop. He's got front end grip that is really helping that car. A little bit loose there on exit though. Yeah, a
bit of struggle there. As we see a BMW going wide. I think that was a Dynamics Performance 2 car. I think. Have a quick look.
Claiming a few now, isn't it? 130 odd. People are getting a little bit complacent there, maybe pushing that little bit extra.
Yeah, yeah. It was the number 41 Dynamics Performance 2 car who's directly coming into the pits, probably damaged from an impact. Yeah, you can see how he's struggling to keep the car straight with this small amount of speed. He hit the wall there and is going slow into the pits. Good thing he hit the wall that late in the on the track, so he's able to just pull in, go for the pit stop, and go out again.
Yeah, take a full service, do some repairs, and get back out. As we get back to the leaders, everybody's going wide.
As the GTE leaders are still fighting there. After 2.5 hours of racing.
Oh, he locked up there the previous lap.
Yeah, depending on your line, that sometimes happens. When one tire has enough grip but the other one doesn't. I mean, the track is slightly dipping to the inside there.
Right, let's see if Alex had a really good spoon. Yeah, he took a much even tighter line again there. He didn't even hit the rumble strips on the exit of
yeah, but I think still that Dennis Richter is able to take more speed out of that corner, especially on the straight then. So you can see the gap isn't really getting smaller. Just on the brake here, and ooh, that was really, really close, nose to tail. As there's another LMP standing there.
Is that a Revolution car?
That was a Revolution car, indeed. I'm just checking for which one it could have been. I think... could have been Simon Scott, actually. On P18 right now. I think this car was standing on the side of the road there. Still having some problems.
Yeah, it's still good that they've got that many teams that they can develop drivers. So it's all about learning your craft, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. As we see the number 114 overtaking now, lapping the leaders of GT. Creating a bit of space for Dennis Richter there. Just by shoving himself between those two cars. As the overall leader is approaching them as well. Getting in there. Going around the outside, easy pass. Quick and easy through. As Yondette actually made the pass in the meantime. He's in front of the green VMAT's car now, and he's...
That'll be traffic induced, that, won't it?
I probably think so, yeah. He's creating a gap,
But
actually.
It's worked for him.
Yep. And he's creating a gap.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think he's definitely got the pace on the VMAT's car, and it was just a case of get round and he would get away.
Yeah, as the Falcon Motorsport 2 car and Robert Engel for the Rennsimulanten are still fighting for their position. So Lewis Röden not really able to get himself away from that red Corvette.
But he's not been troubled, though. The gap stayed constant, so he's got enough on him. It's quite easy to drive with that kind of gap.
Yeah, that's true. There is enough space for him, but he's not able to get away, really.
Oh, I think he put a bit too much pressure on the rear tyres there. Needs to be careful for the next few turns, let them settle.
Yeah, Robert Engel, though, still being steady behind him. Trying to not lose that much time, and even he has some minor damage on the car. If you look on the rear. And on the front right side, there's damage as well. Quick hop forward, Maximilian Din, we talked about him earlier. He's holding the gap actually. He lost a second actually, but it's not too bad. Still in there. And David Tepper is close to Yondette as well again.
Staying steady around the low 17s, high 16s, isn't it, the gap? The lap times was only a difference of a tenth between the last lap. So it's, it's not too bad. They've found themselves a little rhythm in the car, which is good. The gap at the front is staying steady as well. It's been the highest it has for a while at 39.5 seconds, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it stayed for a long time like this.
Yeah.
It's not really getting closer. It's not really getting further. So
it's the highest it's been because it was steadied around the 38, so he hasn't really made a big jump. He's only...
Yeah. As the CMS car is standing on the side of the track there. There was a BMW M8, and that was definitely the CMS car. I saw that livery, Champion Motorsports.
Champion Motorsports.
Yeah, with Bill Bram.
Bill Bram. Yeah.
He was standing there. He's on the road again, but he apparently did a mistake there. Is everything okay with him? No, it looks fine actually.
Looks fine inside, but it looked like it was...
He has some damage on the rear, definitely. You can see the crumbles on the livery there.
That seems to be driving okay. It didn't look good coming down the front straight though.
Yeah, it looks alright. Doesn't seem...
It's got some plenty of rear end damage there, hasn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it, but apparently it's pretty stable right now, so... maybe the towing got changed a bit and...
Make it straight and make it balance
yeah, exactly. Balance the car out a bit.
It seems to be working okay.
Yeah, seems to be fine. I don't even know if the damage was from that crash or whatever he had. We just saw him standing there, but apparently it works. As we have Alex Bräutigam close again in the GTE lead, Dennis Richter followed by Alex Bräutigam. And even on the straight, he's close right now and into the corner. So maybe, just with a big maybe, we'll see an attack this time around this corner, around this track, but I'm not sure.
God, the paintworks took some damage, hasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely has. a few minor scratches. Oh, he's going wide.
That's not going to help.
Yeah, he wanted to let the LMP
close,
by, I think, but
it's affected his race, hasn't it?
yeah.
That's what you got to be careful of. Obviously, you want to let the guy out your way so you can concentrate on your race. But if you go slightly wide, it's going to affect your race when you were trying to help your race.
Yeah,
It's
it's true.
opened up a bit, hasn't it? So it's another 2/10 he's lost there again. So he's going to have to work hard again.
I mean, you can be lucky that he didn't spin out. I think. I mean, he clearly hit the grass there. If he would have stood right on the gas there, that could have been a tragic accident, actually. But everything went well, and he's still under 1 second.
They're coming up the GT traffic now. This could be a chance for Alex, actually.
Yeah, depending on where they hit it. I mean, now they still have at least to corner 3, I think, until they really hit them.
Oh, he's gone wide again.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting a little bit untidy, and a P2 loses it into the tyre wall at the just behind Alex, out of shot there. Did a nice 360. Right, let's see what Alex wants is the car held up so we can catch up to him, but it looks like you may be getting through.
As it seems like me, myself and I alone, we're in the pits again and changed to Alex Salmon. So Michael Rollin not doing the long stint at the start. They fall back to the 4th position. And now Balasvaro, who's just approaching the lead of GT, is running for the lead at the moment. Followed by Matthias Muss in the Hansa Racing 42 car, who's not that far behind. It's just 5 seconds, and he's caught up in traffic, actually. So this could be interesting, depending on where they hit everything. As Alex Salmon just took P3 again, because Race Motorsport LMP was in the pits. So we'll see how this ends up, as Balasvaro has a free track in front of him and Matthias Muss is still in traffic, still trying to lap around them. As I just need to write a few messages again. Hello. I just lost connection. I don't know why or how, but we will quickly reconnect. Please be patient for a second.
The meter will works wonders.
This might have been my yeah. We got a letter in the mail yesterday that we will get an upgrade of our internet connection. But it could take a few days. This might have been it, because normally I don't get reconnects or anything, or disconnects, because I'm using glass fiber direct connection. So this might have been our upgrade. I hope that was the only time something like this happens today. As we're just reloading in the track, we'll be back in a second with you guys and with the racing action. as we're just loading in. I think the IP stayed the same. I'm not sure. Let's just quickly check in. It stayed the same. Yep. So you can just reconnect everything. You should be able to reconnect everything. You still hear me, Nick? Okay, no answer right now. We're still loading in all the cars. And we're back into racing here as Balasvaro, the leader at the moment, just is in the pits. Let's quickly refresh the overlay. There we go. Refresh everything here just to make sure everything works. And Alex Salmon is coming up to take over the lead again, because Balasvaro is still in the pits, still is not moving. So the lead goes back to me, myself and I alone. All right. So I think everything works again. Maybe someone can type it in the chat if you hear me. Everything works, because Nick seems to be AFK at the moment. Gotta see about that. As we are following the leader right now. So effectively 15 seconds in front of Drace Motorsport at the moment. Sabak is behind the wheel of the 106 Blackhawk Racing again. And there's another incident, an investigation between the number 88, the leader at the moment, and the number 87 Rennsimulanten DE5. Gotta see what is the outcome of that, because a drive-through could change the game up here as we go with 4 cars of the LMP2 class into that corner just right behind the VMAT screen car. There was a hit of the OOR SimHQM car onto the Blackhawk Racing car, but nothing seemed to have happened. We gotta see what's up with that OOR car. They are really slow at the moment. With James Hall took over that car, and now he's overtaking and going fast again. Right behind him, number 114, Revolution Sim Racing, who is actually behind him. He's making his way back up the field. Yeah, I want to have Nick back as well, but he doesn't answer. But I think we get someone else. That's G-Runner. René Butler. I'll pull him in. Oh, okay. He's going to the German booth first. Let's just write that in chat, and glad everyone is able to hear me again. Sorry for the inconvenience there. I don't know. I probably is my upgrade. Yeah, I got an connection upgrade for this, so I got basically double the power for the same amount of money. And I hope that's about it that happens today. Alex Bräutigam still close there to the guy in front, Dennis Richter, they are still fighting. And it's getting a bit closer then. Damn, they stole me. Come to us after then. Thank you, Mohammed. And yeah, best of luck to your little girl. I just read that in chat when I reloaded the stream. And yeah, it's really exhausting. And I guess I'll be really here till the end of the race. If we don't have that many. I mean, maybe I have the last 3 hours a bit of a calm 3 hours, but we gotta see about that. So, still on the GTE leaders here, still close racing between those two guys, still fighting for position. My mouse just moved on its own. This might have been, yeah, this might have been a reconnect by a good old Nick Newcomb.
Yeah. Back for a few minutes because I've got some team practice to do for next week's 12-hour of me own.
Yeah, no worries, all good. I just was wondering why my mouse suddenly moved.
like that.
So,
yeah, but the thing is, we've come back and it's like as you were with the first and second in GTE. Nothing's changed, has it?
no, nothing has changed actually. It was a bit closer, or it is a bit closer than we left it off, but it's still the same. They don't want to battle apparently. They just want to drive behind each other with half a second of difference. Maybe even Alex Beutigam is starting to save everything as there was an LMP, yeah? Yeah, the question is which one was it? I think...
I know, I think it was a blue flash-up car.
It might have been... Yeah, Sim Racers TR.
Yeah, there you go.
I knew I saw that livery. They hit the heart.
Degner a few laps back, didn't they?
Yeah, and they have no rear wing yet, but it looks like the car is not crabbing, so...
Get into the pits quite quickly.
Yeah. Oh, watch out.
There's a car behind him.
Yeah.
A car behind him,
Yeah. So the car is still drivable.
He's safe. He's safe.
Yeah, he's in the pit lane now, so everything's fine. He can repair and then go on. Oh boy, what an eventful race.
Well, it definitely is. Yeah, Tanner. Yeah.
Oh boy. But actually, if I look at the live timing right now, there's the Schubert Motorsport GTE right behind the David Tepper VMAT screen. Where does that time come from? He was 16 seconds off and now he's right behind. And that was not a pit stop actually. Or not just one pit stop. And he's right on the back.
But you're going to have this all the way through the race. Aren't you? Big gaps, then all of a sudden you're going to think, how did that gap close down? It's like first and second now as the gap is down to 24, whereas before the pit stops it was up to 38, 39. So it's all about the pit stops and pit strategy.
Definitely. And we didn't see that before, but now, and Sim Racers TR drive through for not respecting blue flags.
Oh.
So they basically got penalized because of their crash now, and they have to do a drive-through as well. We'll see about how that turns out. As we see the Schubert Motorsport car still with Maximilian Dehn leaving the LMP car through there. But I think he's still on the hunt for that other Porsche car that he wants to get, I think.
I think it's down to 12 seconds now between first and second.
Yeah, it might be.
Me,
look.
myself, and I alone, down to 10 seconds. It's really closed up here between the 88 and the 46 at the front of the field.
There's the me, myself, and alone car. And there's the the Dreis Motorsport LMP with Rico Kistenmacher. So there is still some time between them, but Alex Salmon has to...
It's gone down to 10
Careful.
seconds. It's the closest it's been for about 50 minutes, I think. Maybe a bit longer.
Yeah, he lost apparently like 15 seconds or something in one lap.
Yeah, because I said it was only just a short while ago. I said the gap
And now
was
he's coming into the
25.
pits. Leader in the pits right now.
Something's happened, definitely, I think.
Yeah, might have been.
Something's definitely happened. Let's see how long he stays in.
Yeah, we'll have an eye on that. He's standing right now. We'll
So
switch to the new
change for
leader.
lead.
Yeah, Rico Kistenmacher, and Sabakis should be able to make it as well, I think. Yeah, he's in the chicane now. Takes a really wide lane there, but he should be able to make it as well. As there's another incident that's called a racing incident.
Still stationary is the 88 car. Now down at the third. He's 40 seconds until the Hansa Racing catches up. And he's away. Still in the pits, so this is quite a long stop. Going up the 72nd. So there's a gap of over a minute now to the lead.
And he's still standing.
Still stand still. Yeah. Something's happened. He's come off somewhere for sure. That's how the gap closed down.
Yeah, probably. It's not a short stop, so he's on P4 right now,
Double
losing
damage.
time. 144, 145 to the lead. That's a long repair stop, I guess.
Yeah. It's best to get it done instead of driving around if it's that bad.
That's correct. And we have Michael M. Ross, who's on P5 by now. Followed by P6. I think he just overtook him. This is the guy who was on the end of the field after that crash in the first few laps. And he's made his way back to the top 5.
There you go.
He's moving up there. He's getting closer. He's moving. Just being consistent, just doing your laps, and you can make it.
So he's only 11 seconds off 4th position now. So that's what happens when you carry on going and you don't give up. When you just drive your race. So now he's got a real good target to go for. And I think they'll be at least looking for a podium finish if they can get through, get past Alex.
Yeah, I think
pushing
so
on.
as well.
There's enough
Alex
time
Salmon,
left
by
to
the
do.
way, back on track. He made it out of the pits finally.
9 hours to go nearly.
Yeah, he lost a whole lap on the lead.
Yeah, I was worried about that. I
he's-
thought he might.
Almost 1 minute 40 seconds behind the guy in front now, behind P3. So that costs a lot of time.
Yeah, sadly. He's already put a couple of seconds on the Revolution Sim Racing number 5 car, so the speed's there. We'd just like to know what happened. Obviously, he went off track.
Yeah, probably something happened. I don't know what exactly. We didn't see it. But he lost time. But he's making up for it as well again. 134 to the 3rd place already. So he's making up time at the moment. Gotta see what he's able to do here. By the way, his first sector time was 170 seconds. So he lost.
Yeah, no.
He lost
mate.
over 2 minutes in the pits.
Yeah, it's proper damage that. Yeah. Sideswipe the wall, front end or rear end, something like that to cause that kind of damage.
Yeah, probably.
Right, sadly I've got to leave you and the guys.
Yeah, no, it's all
Been
good.
great to come in. I'll definitely be popping in through the rounds as the championship goes on.
Great to hear.
So thanks very much for having me, and hope everybody has a nice clean race all the way through to the end. I'll be keeping in touch with some of the guys, obviously, that I know, and hope for the best. Definitely for the Revolution Sim Racing guys who I raced against last season.
Yep.
Definitely be looking for their result, and RGPL as well. So good luck to them, and I'll speak to you soon. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for you to join me. Was a great experience with you. Yeah, Seth, thank you for joining us, and hope to see you in the booth soon again.
You will, definitely. Thanks very much.
Yeah, have a good day then.
Good luck, everyone. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, so we are alone for the moment. I see the next one coming in already, or more like we can see him in the team speak already. As my mouse still jumping around here. Someone is connected. Yeah, hopefully Nick will be there for the next rounds as well. I don't know who's connected right now. As Nick is gone. Gotta see about that. Still someone connected. Maybe it's Greg Hall, I'm not sure. Or it's Matthew. Whoever it is, please join the commentator's booth so I know what you're doing. Just as a question again, is everybody able to hear me? Because it just got poked that I'm not sounding out on the stream. Just as a quick question, if somebody could answer that, that would be great. So the fight for P19 is gone. David Tapper's falling back there. Lars Schmidt is making his way through the field in her number 4 Racing Spirit car. He's currently working right behind David Tapper, trying to get up there back to the LMP2 field. He's in the middle of GTEs, standings wise. Okay, so if people hear me, then it's a local problem. Okay, now I know who's on my computer right now. It's one of our commentators who's just testing everything out. So, if everything works, that's great. And we have some cheers for the 994 Vortex Community GTE car, which is driving on 40th overall with David Schmidt. There he is with his Porsche in blue and black with the checkered flag on it. There you can see it. Have fun with it, and everything will be fine. So let's have a look. Are there any close gaps at the moment? while we prepare for everything else today. Blackhawk Racing is a bit further behind right now in the pits, as well as Revolution Sim Racing 2. Team RGPL is in the pits. Schubert Motorsport, Maximilian Dehn, he's coming closer to someone in front. Let's have a quick look. There he is in front, Stefan Mager. So that might be the next battle we'll be seeing soon. Under 1 second right now, and he's going for it. Have a look down here into the team's channels just to quickly check if everything is alright. So far, looks alright. And he's coming closer, Maximilian Dehn. Going for it here. Can see the speed difference even with drag is not that big. Oh! Good save there. Almost lost it on the AstroTurf, but still is close to the Porsche. Going for it. As the Porsche pulls into the pit, so free spot for Maximilian Dehn now on P23 overall. And with this, I think our closest battle is over. Let's have a quick look again. Mike Rubus with the Schubert Motorsport LMP car is catching up to the guy in front, and he's followed by the SimHQ Motorsports number 63 by Elliot Butzinski. Almost spin booster, exactly. As there's the RSR car with the orange mirrors standing the wrong side around the exit of 130R, and Mike Rubus gets overtaken by the number 63. As I have to quickly answer some questions. So he's still following, but he's losing time there. And the Exto Motorsport car is coming up as well. He's a few laps behind, but that's not a big deal. So he can unlap himself, at least for one lap, from the Schubert Motorsport team car. And that's actually... there's something. VMATS Grey and the Racing Monkeys team. Let's have a quick look. VMATS Grey and the Racing Monkeys team. Where are you guys? There. This is a close battle. These two are pretty close together. So we'll have a quick look on here. The Racing Monkeys team number 22 and the VMATS Grey car fighting for position 31 at the moment. You can see it's not that big of a gap, and VMAT's car is getting closer and closer. as he's just going side by side now. Daniel Isban pulled out quickly, but got back into, as we see the Racing Monkey's car sideways through 130 arc very early on the break. Now it's the time and the chance. He's on the inside. Small hit there. Was a bit close. And the gap is a bit bigger now. Could have left some more space there, the Racing Monkey's car. But I think nothing major happens, and if it goes on like this, Daniel Isban has a few more chances to overtake. And he's directly back at the back of this BMW again. He seems to be clearly faster than the BMW. As you can see here, mid-corner, he's really coming close. As there's a P2 pushing through. So he had to leave some space there. And they have someone behind them as well. I think it's a car that is lapping them. As he's coming really wide here. Yeah, it looks like that is a thing of lapping. As I just heard G-Runner Rene Butler just entering the stream channel. I was quietly confused actually. Hi Rene.
Hi. All good?
Yeah, I'm all good. I just was a bit confused by you joining and...
So they just threw me over here from the German stream.
Yeah, I'm alone for the moment as Nick Newcomb had to go. And the next commentator that's joining me is not prepared yet completely.
Oh dear.
Yeah, a few of our commentators are also driving, so one of them has to do another stint because the driver has connection problems and the other one is just preparing himself. That's basically what's going on right now. So, how are you enjoying this race by now? I mean, you have seen a few minutes by now.
Oh yeah, I mean we saw a bit more. It's like since the beginning, Marcella's watching this already, so it's not like we're not seeing it. When you guys do something, we appreciate the work you put into. I mean, it's always great to see people using our software and enjoying it, enjoying the racing with it. I really like the overlays, by the way. So thanks for that.
Thank you very much.
But the racing action, I mean, there were some very tight situations. I really love to see that.
Just right there again. The Racing Monkeys team just completely sideways there through the end of the S's, which makes the last fight we had obsolete. But we have another one in right in front for the lead of the GTEs again.
It's like multi-class has just so much to offer, especially with like going through traffic and interfering. I mean, we always know as drivers, like, oh, hopefully that doesn't have any impact. But let's be honest, in terms of entertainment, it's great.
Yes, it definitely is. And yeah, we talked about it already 3 times on this stream right now. But yeah, of course you have traffic, and yeah, you lose time there and you win time there. It is 50-50 and it stays 50-50. So overall, you don't lose anything or win anything in traffic. You just have to be careful and stay out of trouble. You know, and that...
Yeah, it's a bit more tactics sometimes, like how to position yourself behind someone. It's like one of my last races on rFactor 2, I had the chance on the last lap to gain a position just because the guy in front of me started lapping a slower class and he chose the wrong lane, and then, since I had more overview from the back, I had the right one and just went past. So that, I think it just adds another layer of strategy and fun. I mean, just driving laps alone is a bit boring sometimes.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, traffic makes this endurance racing, multi-class racing, and it is definitely a part of the strategy you have to go by, but overall you don't win or lose anything by it, because on that one occasion you get held up a few times or a few seconds. On the next one you have the optimal position to just go through and you win it again, because the other one is having those problems. So yeah, overall it's just great for the views, but tactic-wise, it doesn't make that much of a difference to drive through traffic, at least in my
Probably
opinion.
not 12 hours, yeah, that's true.
As we can just, I just read that the stream, a few people want to see a few onboards of the P2 cars going through the GT, so we're just going on board with Rico Kistenmacher, number 46, Drace Motorsport LMP, on position 1 overall at the moment. Just to watch it, as he's fighting with the Blackhawk racing car with Sabakis, who just took over the lead. So much happening right now.
Yeah, there's always action on it. It's obviously a great track for racing in general, like due to the layout. Some small, like basically slower parts where you can catch up, and then really flowing parts where when you got the right exit, you can really make a move. And I just like tracks that have that many openings for different lines, depending on your car.
Yeah, definitely depending on your car, because there are parts of the track with a GT car you just have one line. If you're dedicated to that line, you will stay with that line. There's no way of changing it. That's other in the LMPs, for example, where you can really choose your line. You can go around the outside in a few corners around the GTs on the outside, which the GTs could never do. That's why it's depending on the car.
Yeah, I mean, multi-class is important for us. I mean, probably saw that with the content we released. Besides the Endurance Pack, we also had the new GT3s and the Challenger Pack, creating a huge GT3 field. And I think rFactor 2 just provides a great base in terms of physics to really enjoy like endurance racing or multi-class racing to the fullest. I mean, we got the drawing line, day-night circle, the different classes. It just adds more layers to your racing each and every time, rather than just being a good hot lapper and then reproducing a lap after lap.
Yeah, that's definitely true. There are a few major points that rFactor provide that other sims do not provide. But if you're really honest, you know that there are still a few problems that need to be resolved, and I know that you guys are working hard on it to resolve those problems. I mean, I definitely don't want to put you at fault of those things, because we know that other developers had those problems before you. Yeah, but I think there's a good progression in rFactor at the moment, which we definitely need to keep up. And that's why we, for example, as a community, want to try to move forward and work with you guys to make it just a better experience than it is right now.
I mean, we don't put ourselves in the illusion that rFactor 2 is perfect for whatever racing, or as a sim in general. There's always something to work on, and since it's code, it means if you fix something else, you might break something else as well. That's another problem. But we had to get into a state where it was, let's say, raceable, and from there on, you then try to solve specific problems. I mean, some problems are homemade in terms of drivers. Like, for example, there's always that question around the low drag setup of the Orica.
Yeah.
On the other hand, we also know that rulebook normally says you're only allowed to use this in Le Mans. It's kind of hard for us to find data to figure out if something is really wrong with it, because no one else is allowed to use that setup somewhere else than Le Mans.
Yeah, but for example, we basically restricted that as well. We don't have any upgrades available in the cars, which we actually got from you guys, this like car upgrade thing where you can lock these, because you have such a big advantage because of it that we had to restrict the usage of it. And
no, I can understand people being unhappy about it. It's just, like I say, but we might be totally right with the setup, because we normally don't change things physics-wise unless we find data that really tells us it's not correct. And the problem with that is just there is no one using a Le Mans setup outside of Le Mans because it's restricted. So the question is, should we really change it when it's actually not wrong, just because overall, since in the sim you could use it somewhere else, it kind of looks wrong. It wouldn't make
No, the
sense,
thing-
right?
the
Because
thing
if
is-
you use it then in Le Mans, it's wrong.
Yeah, no, the thing is, you know, on the most tracks, like, for example, here as well, I mean, we test those things sometimes, you know, we have, like, our test service where people check it sometimes, and you can clearly see that, for example, a Le Mans setup, even on Suzuka, or more like Matsusaka at the moment, is clearly faster, with the low drag setup on a track that is really technical, and is depending on these aerodynamics, and that's for example why we locked it, because it seems so wrong that a low drag setup on a track like this is much faster than a higher drag setup.
Like in the end, it's something that we're definitely looking into, but it's also hard to obtain data. Because, like I said, we always work when we do a car or new cars, whatever. We work with the car manufacturer, and we work with teams that are racing these cars. So we can get insight, we get telemetry data, we can visit the teams and just exchange information. And as long as there's nothing to grab, it's kind of hard to just say, oh yeah, let's quickly change this.
Yeah,
Like,
of course.
You can't just go in data and fiddle around with some of the values when you have no clue in which direction it should go in real life.
Yeah.
Because that might lead to something that's even worse or completely out of the picture. So to avoid that, yeah, currently we kind of have that discussion. But I think as long as it's possible to restrict that like they do in real life, it is not really one of the things that have to be fixed immediately. Because for a league like your championship, you can just restrict that.
Yeah.
So why should we take developers that are working on really, that's not game breaking stuff, but things that should be fixed immediately to get a better experience or to bring a new feature, to fix something that could be, fixed by just the organizer of the championship.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely. I mean, as you said, we can restrict it, and we do it, so it's basically not a big deal for us, because we have a kind of, yeah, we can restrict it. That's basically it. We can say, hey, okay, we don't want anyone to have any kind of advantage because of this, so we lock it and everything's fine. So we can work with that. And as long as that works out, I personally do not care too much about it, you know?
It's like we're constantly working on the sim, on the physics, on the graphics, as you know, with the PBR updates to the endurance pack that just happened. And we're on the interiors and tracks, obviously. Also working on tracks as content with Nürburgring coming up, and Razor will add Imola and Virgin International Raceway. I think with that, there is a great lineup already, and that's not even all for 2019. So there's still enough year left to bring you guys a bit more content and to make it a more complete experience for racing series. But it's always about priorities when it comes to either create content, fix something, or develop a feature. There are also game features or car features that we would like to introduce that we're currently working on. There's content that we're on, as you probably know, we're working on the Formula E Gen 2 cars that have some, let's say some additions to the car that are not with any race car or not with all race cars. So every single time we're starting something, there's just more on the list that can be done.
Yeah,
And
of course.
we are super grateful that the community lets us know about bugs and that you guys let us know when there's a championship and you've got some problems, because we're always willing to help. But in the end, we would need a team of, let's say, 500 people, which is like probably a AAA super franchise project, to make sure that we can tackle everything at the same time. And we're 30 people.
Yeah, of course.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, to be honest, for me at the moment, just like from my point of view, the sim is very raceable. There are a few minor problems with connections and driver swaps, and a bit of optimization work. And for me as a league manager, basically, we definitely need to work on the UI and like the overlays and stuff, you know. That's really important to basically show rFactor to the world. You know, that's what's important for me at the moment, because it's like, yeah, the overlay we are using right now is really good, and we're thankful that Marcel and you guys helped us with it. I mean, I got the beta that was done for the shadow thing from McLaren, and we reworked the whole thing. It was not for endurance races, it was not suited for multi-class racing, and we worked on it. We basically worked our asses off to make it happen, that it works. And something like this, that, I mean, I'm currently really, after each round, after each change of that overlay, I'm sending it to Marcel so he can provide it to you guys to check it through to make something better. And that's what I think we gotta work together with the whole with all the communities to make something like this happen, because it can be a pain to really get stuff like this running.
I mean, it does. But basically, when we're talking about all these, let's say, visible things, there are two big topics for us. One is obviously the in-game UI, because when you're used to rFactor 2, it's pretty simple. When you're new, it's kind of confusing. Right?
Kinda. That was the nicest thing ever anyone said about the UI. It's kinda.
So obviously we're aware of that. It is old. It's not a UI that we build, and in the end, we want to create a UI which gives a better user experience, which makes it easier, easier to understand, and quicker to maneuver through. So that's obviously something that we're on, as everyone knows. We're still on the UI as part of competition system as well. And then the other thing is what you said, the TV overlays. We know that with the features we provided so far for the sim, we got a great base to create these overlays. It still needs a lot of work, because obviously it wasn't there in the first place since first you built the actual sim. But since esports, or let's say virtual racing, is super important for us, it's not just, we don't want to be a sandbox where people are just racing whatever car on whatever track alone. We want you guys to experience like motorsport and the whole racing world, and obviously broadcast are a huge factor to that. So we did esports with McLaren Shadow. We currently run esports with ESL in Spain for multiple seasons with a big prize pool. We got our own Sebring 12-hour race with prize pool. We got your series. We got some more esports projects with partners coming up, besides our own official series and competition system. So there are a lot of possibilities and opportunities for broadcasts. So we know that this is super important, because in the end, let's be honest, if you're not familiar with a sim, you might look into the live stream and you're like, wow, this looks really cool. I would love to see my name on that lower third.
That's exactly what I was about to say. I mean, like, today, in today's audience and in general, people just check for something like this. They want to see racing action, they see a stream, and they want to have it perfect. They don't have any experience with any sim or anything. Just see that, and if they see like, oh, that's really difficult to get in, and that doesn't look really good, they don't want it. So that's basically, it's the best advertisement you can get from stuff from events, is the live stream. You can show people, hey, this is what's done, and it's great, and it's great racing, it looks great, and that's what people focus on at the moment. And that's why I think it's really important, because you can really advertise something on those streams.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. And we all at the studio know that it's an important factor, and we're on it. It's just, the PBR update is basically part of that. It's like, you can have the best overlays, if you still think the cars look kind of off, it doesn't make sense. And it's the same for tracks. So, which is why we brought PBR into, besides still working on optimization, because we don't want anyone to use 4 PCs just to stream rFactor 2. It would be a bit over the top, but all of that should come together in the end to a really good viewing experience, because racing is one part of it, totally agree on that, but live streaming is a huge thing in terms of enjoying your favorite sim and enjoying the racing world you're part of. If it's endurance, you want to watch the race of your partner because you're currently not behind the wheel, so you want to watch it in a great quality because it's part of immersion, and it part gets you motivated for your part of the race. So it's super high on our priority list, and especially with like cooperations with you guys to create these overlays so we can actually see, okay, so like what are your needs on this, what will be good to have, because even if you have the best experts, the biggest experts in the world, there's always something you overlook just because in that moment you had a different view on it.
Yeah.
And then you guys maybe come around with like, hey, we had this race and we realized it would be really nice to have this.
Yeah, for example, I just directly out of my mind, I can tell you 2 or 3 things that I would love to have, which is not possible at the moment because there's, I mean, this overlay runs over a server kind of thingy, you know, and the server doesn't give out, for example, speed of the car at the moment, which would be a really good addition when you can just show, like, which gear is this car in, which speed has the car at the moment, stuff like this, you know, and those are things we can discuss. I'm really open for it. I wanted to talk with Marcel after the first race already, but it never happened because we both were too busy, actually.
But yeah, Marcel right now is, believe me, he is super busy with stuff.
I mean, for me, it's nothing else. I mean, the last changes to our overlay that we are using right now happened yesterday evening at 10 p.m. Literally, we just, for example, I'm just showing it on stream. It just got into it. We have the track map and we set up the track map that it shows the single dots of the cars with the according color of their class and stuff like this. You know, those are changes we're constantly making and we're constantly working on it. Then I had to get familiar with the new material system which you guys introduced, which we will be using from round 3 on because it was way too short of notice to make it happen for this race. But that's like the stuff we are constantly working on. And I mean, yeah, of course, you're also just doing stuff and you're bringing everything forward, and that's a good thing, but we still have a long way to go, I think.
There's definitely always something that can be done. I agree on that. I mean, I think rFactor 2 is in a state where we can at least run such big championships. There's still a lot that could be better, but there's no reason anymore to wait for anything to create something. I mean, we know that obviously when we introduced the new material system and the new templates, that some people were unhappy because right in front of their race, their skins didn't work, stuff like that. But if you look at it from a neutral perspective, you know that this could never been avoided. So you either do standstill and we don't change anything anymore, so we can't make it better, or we live with that sometimes the timing might be a bit bad for you. Because there's a race nearly every day. It's like
yeah, of course.
There's not much we can avoid.
I'm not saying anything about this. The only thing is, I'm glad that it still works with the old system. You know, I know other developers who would have gone as far as saying, okay, we implement this new system and now the old system doesn't run at all anymore.
Yeah, we
you know?
try to avoid that whenever we can.
I mean,
we know how much work people put into all this stuff.
Yeah, I found a few things that clearly do not work like before anymore with the new shaders. You know, there are some artifacts on white colors or bright colors on the cars with sunlight and shadows, but it's still working. That's the good thing. So we can use it. We didn't have to force anyone to, hey, you have to do this within the next 3 days or you can't race. And that's the good thing, you know? And that's why I'm not mad about any changes or anything, because it still works and we have time to prepare everything for the next round.
Yeah, it will definitely take a while for everyone to adjust for that. But it was also, we were working so long on the new material system and we wanted to make sure that people finally get access to it. As you said, the old system still works. Yeah, since you need to change quite a lot for the new PBR, there might be some smaller details that do not work in the old system anymore, since they had to change for the new one. But I think that's a compromise that works for most people, because obviously we don't want to break anything, because we don't want you to have your efforts wasted or that you can't have a round just because we changed something in the game. But in the end, it's code. We either want to move forward or not. So
Yeah, definitely.
Sometimes it's a struggle, but we do our best.
Yeah, and you know, you changed it, like the old thing still works right now, and that's totally okay. And I would be personally, I would be okay with it if, for example, in, I don't know, half a year or something, the old system, if that doesn't work anymore in a half a year, I couldn't care less about that, you know, because then we have moved on as well. We want to move on as fast as possible as well. And it's good that you guys thought about us basically, to leave us running with the system for at least a bit of time, so we can work with it a bit more and to work ourselves into the new system.
I think it will make the broadcast a lot more enjoyable. I mean, I'm super happy how the cars turned out when we did the first pack. When we did the first pack with PBR, which was the Challenger pack. Back then, the first screenshots, everyone was like, "Hey, wait, did you post the wrong game?"
Yeah,
But no, it's actually us.
I was really surprised when I saw that, and at first I thought, okay, I really got to get into that first. I got to check everything, and then I thought about it, worked with it for like 1.5 hours, and then it worked. Everything worked out great, and you have so many possibilities to work with that. I mean, I have a tutorial already up for our series for creating skins, etc., and I show a few possibilities in that tutorial, and it's really, really great. It's really fun to work with it, and you can really work with it good.
Yeah, I love that it allows for basically multi-layer paint as well as classic wrapping. We know that a lot of race cars are obviously wrapped and not painted, and giving like designers the chance to decide for whatever part what kind of material it should be. If it's carbon, if it's wrap, if it's paint, and all that. It just lets people first be more creative. Second, it looks more realistic, and third, it just let's be honest, there are people that love doing setups, and there are people that love doing liveries, there are people that love doing racing, right?
Yeah.
So the more we allow for livery creators to really express themselves in liveries, the better liveries everyone will get.
That's true. Totally true. I do agree to 100%. I mean, I basically do everything. I do liveries, I do racing, and I do also just streaming and stuff. And it has gone to the better in the last few years, actually. And I'm enjoying the progress we've made with all these things. And I do enjoy the new material system as well.
That's good to hear, but there will be more, obviously. Will be the interiors coming up, and tracks. Tracks is not as simple as people might think. It's
By the way,
just
tracks.
turning on PBR, but
By the way, tracks. Talking about the roadmap update for February. Those nice progress screenshots of the Nürburgring.
yeah.
Saying, hey, you will feel every bump. Looking at that mesh, I can tell that it's not going to be like that if that's the final mesh of the road surface.
It's not the final match, no.
Yeah, okay. Because I remember a few guys of you saying, hey, we have a mesh that is so small, and then looking at this mesh and thinking, I could park a car in that square.
yeah. But it's not the same. But you need to decide to you need to understand the difference between what is basically creating a graphical mesh and what is
a physical
creating
mesh.
a physical mesh.
Of course.
Sebring is that unique because both is like, this is now said by someone that's not the developer. Since I'm not doing the mesh.
It's close. It is really close.
It's basically the same, but it's the same in terms of they are not. Normally, you can basically imagine that you got the physical mesh. Let's say there are a lot of bumps, and then you put the graphical above it. It's a bit like putting Nutella on your bread.
Yeah, of course.
You know, like you're losing part of the
Yeah.
details. And this time it is the same as. You can basically replace them.
Yeah,
but
I know.
obviously a graphical mesh does not need to have such small squares as the physical mesh has, because we're not talking about something that's visible here.
Yeah,
in terms
definitely.
Of textures. You can still change that.
But for example, what I can tell for Sebring, especially, for example, if you go to Le Mans section, the bumps on the outside, the curbs on the outside. There's if you can really try it at home everywhere. If you slide over it and you leave tire marks, you will first of all see the tire flags of the cars, and then you will see that the tire marks are not there right behind the curb. So you can literally see that the car is lifting up from the curb and going down to the ground a bit later. And you can really, if you watch close, you can see that the curb is a bit higher than the ground there. And that explains it. So it's really, really good detail there. Like for real, if you slide over a curb with a high speed, your tire won't hit the ground directly after the curb. It won't just slide over it like there's no bump at all. And that's what I love to see, those small details, because it's so accurate. And if I look at those work in progress screenshots of the Nürburgring, it doesn't look like it now at the moment. I mean, I do understand that that the graphical mesh basically can't be the same than the physical mesh. I mean, you have to work with so many things, and you have to think about so many things, like for example also the power draw, the computation draw of those tracks. If you have like meshes that are 1 millimeter, those are very much expensive on CPU and GPU. You have to get compromises, but I was just thinking, hey, that's a really big mesh for the moment.
Yeah, like I said, isn't it? What you see there is basically the 3D structure of it. So it's not even when you build it, there is a 3D model that's basically the track, and there's a 3D model that's basically the street, like the tarmac itself. So what you see is the track build, not the surface build.
Yeah.
Which is why you got huge squares, because there's nothing else, right? But between walls, there's just tarmac, so you lay something over it anyway.
Yeah, definitely.
Like you do in real life, you got the world, and then you put the tarmac above it. So that's why it doesn't fit. You're obviously right with some other things. Yes, performance is always a thing, especially on such a big and huge racetrack. Let's be honest, it's nowhere near what you normally have on a track in terms of details you need. But I'm pretty sure that the guys will do great work, and that Nordschleife will be a pure joy to drive.
Yeah, I do hope so. I mean, the old Nordschleife we have for rFactor right now, this mod, is so inaccurate. It's almost to a certain point not fun to drive it, actually.
I mean, it's a mod. So,
yeah, definitely.
I'm always impressed by what people can pull out when they put the effort in. But yes, it's a difference to having a 2018 scan and building on that. And I think we proved with Sebring that we can deliver great tracks and great detail. And I know that will be kinda, let's say, impossible to get the same good reviews on Nordschleife, not because our quality might not be up to that level, but just because everyone thinks he knows better.
That's
when we do Sebring, it's a track that for most European drivers is somewhere in the US. They never touched it. Obviously, we talked to people racing it, and we had some testers that, for example, we had feedback from someone that works daily as instructor there, and he says it is incredible how accurate it is.
Yeah,
compared
definitely.
to what other games do. But with the Nordschleife, we have the problem that probably most of them, somewhere in their life, drove on this track as tourist driving, and will probably say, no, that felt differently. And then you got all the different factors in, like, first of all, different years, because the Nordschleife always changes, and it changes right now, as we know. A lot of new pavements and slight changes in elevation. And on the other hand, bumps and curbs feel completely different depending on the suspension you're driving.
Yeah.
And since we're doing race cars, you can't compare that to your 2005 Golf GTI.
Or less.
Round one.
Or less.
Yeah,
I mean, there are many vehicles going on the Nordschleife.
Of course, it's not. I totally love that people are so passionate about it. I just feel it will be hard to get, even if we will deliver really the exact same for Nordschleife to get everyone to agree on it, because everyone has something in their mind when they talk about Nordschleife. Most people have been there, most people probably drove it. Not that many actually drove it for real, like in a race environment or a car that will be close to what we provide in our sim. But it's just so much closer to the people than Sebring is. And that will probably make it a bit harder for us to get everyone to agree that's a great track. But I am absolutely sure that it will be a very, very good track.
Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking so as well. I got a lot of faith in you guys regarding that. The only thing, what I'm thinking about a few times in the last few weeks and months is we have this older content like Matsusaka, for example. Will you do updates on them as well? I mean, yeah, a few things got updated, but for example, Matsusaka isn't completely DirectX 11 compatible at the moment, or still. What about these things, or like the NASCAR content, which is also driven by a few communities? What about this stuff? Are you just focusing on new things to implement and the things that came out recently to make them better, or are you also working on these things that are a bit older?
I mean, there's always some the difference between if it was content from the studio or if it was ISI content, because also keep in mind that some of the files might not even exist for us anymore.
Yeah, definitely.
Since it was in the same studio. We definitely work on everything regarding rFactor 2, but we might not be able to provide the same level for absolutely every single piece of content. Either there's an issue with actually doing it, there could be a license issue that does not allow to touch it again, and stuff like that. For now, I can't tell you, it's like, oh, we would definitely update Matsusaka, because I don't know. We got a big dev team working on it, and I don't know their schedule completely out of my hat when they're doing what. But I can tell you that we're definitely looking at content across the whole sim, and not just, oh, we're looking at whatever we did in the last 2 DLCs or stuff like that. It's just at one point you need new content, because we need to keep things going, and we need to make sure that there's something to drive for people out there. So that has a different priority, and then everything that we create there that makes the sim better, we then look at, okay, how can we implement that on different tracks? I mean, there are other tracks that received updates within the game that were not, let's say, mainstream. For example, Zandvoort got updates and stuff like that. So it might not be as visible every single time, since it's not, let's say, front page news. But we're definitely working across the content on rFactor 2.
Yeah, that's good to know. I mean, yeah, of course, we could already imagine that there are things like licensing issues, etc. So that's pretty normal. I mean, especially in today's world where every company, every single person has to look for content that they created and prevent others from just using it, stuff like this. So it was just a general question of you guys are also watching into these things. So I'm glad. Yeah, and that's great. That's great. And I don't want to say, hey, you gotta update Matsusaka. I mean, to be honest, Matsusaka works. Yeah. There's just one minor thing which I saw, and we have seen it in stream a few times already now. There's exactly one truck, or more like a pickup, yeah, which is reflecting the sun so heavily that you really almost, especially during the evening, that you can't see the track anymore. And that's just one thing that's missing, you know, and that's like after, what's the corner called again?
Just get me a screenshot of that. So
Degner 2, on the left side. There's just one truck standing there. There, you can see it on the track right now. After Degner 2, when you look from the front of the car, on the right side is a blue truck, and this sometimes just has reflections crazy. You know, there are just a few minor things around this track and that track which have to be updated, in my opinion. That's why I'm just asking. as we just see in the chat, that number 22 had a connection loss and was in the wall. They're very far behind at the moment at DNF, so they will come back. That's a good thing that we have that we actually, if I have connection loss, you can rejoin. Finally, that works. A long time it didn't work, but now it does. That's good. Yeah, actually, I think you answered all my questions, actually.
That's good. Because there's actually food waiting for me.
That's great. All right.
Good
Okay.
timing.
Yeah, perfect timing. I thank you for joining me in the booth to answer my questions here.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it was great to have you here, and I guess we'll probably see each other on track or in any stream or something. I guess have a good meal.
Oh, thank you.
And see you around.
Yeah, enjoy the racing action. Thanks for providing the stream and for using rFactor too. And I'm pretty sure we see each other on streams, racing, wherever.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, bye-bye.
Bye. Hi, Matthew.
Hey Ricardo, how are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
Doing very, very well. Hang on a second, I'm just going to turn off the stream because I can hear people talking. There we are.
Sure.
Good. Yeah, going very well. Good couple hours to start with the race, and I really enjoyed listening to the interview you had with Renee there from S397.
Yeah, I was really enjoying it as well. So, and I don't want to like cut that off. That's why I didn't pull you in earlier. I hope you do understand that.
Oh, absolutely. I enjoyed listening to a lot of his commentary, and it was nice hearing how they've been progressing with the Sims since they brought out our rFactor 2, what, 4 years ago? 5 years ago?
Yeah, it might be 4 or 5 years ago, actually.
Hard to believe when you think about the state of the racing then and the state of the platform, which was a great step forward from rFactor, and now the amount of sim racing, endurance, as well as others that is going on, plus the broadcasting, it's a real explosion in the community.
Yeah,
Great.
definitely.
Yeah, it's nice to listen to the insights and some of the ideas about the physical mesh versus the visual, and how those are related to each other was a nice insight into what was going on.
Yeah. I mean, I personally worked with stuff like this already, so I knew most of this stuff with the meshes. I was just wondering because I saw those screenshots, and those are not graphical meshes. So I was wondering, is that the final mesh? Because it really was big on those screenshots, you know? And I think it's really interesting to get stuff, like get these insights from him on a stream, asking directly that, and he does answer that, you know?
Yeah, no, it's really good of him to do that, and sorts of broadcasts that they're helping enable and participating and getting the pieces together, make it work. It's nice to bring them on and talk about that and let the racers and everyone else know what's going on with some of the things that are coming up and how they're approaching problems. I think it's a nice development for the community. I hope they stay with it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think they will do. I mean, they produce great content until now, and they will continue to produce great content. And I think everything will be fine in the future. I mean, you heard it. It's code. You patch out one thing, you patch in 3 other things, you know, and you got to work with that. And until now, they've done a great job, from my point of view.
Yeah, I think so too. It was interesting that they're talking about bringing in the new skins, the PBR, and some of the concern, I guess, that was brought forward about that. And I think, he's right. You're always going to have that problem of people in the midst of doing things, races coming along every day, and is it going to have an impact? And I suppose for them, the only option they have is to sort of forecast a little bit and say, hey, we're going to do this in the next 4 or 5 days. So if you're doing work, clear it up. Or if you're going to start work, hang on and just realize it's going to have an impact. To sort of forecast a little bit. And there's always that excitement of getting it out there as quickly as they can, but sometimes just a little bit of delay would help out.
Yeah, definitely.
But they judge it, and then from everything I've heard, and you were talking about it as well, the implementation of the new surfaces has gone really well. It's been really exciting for the people who do deliveries,
Yeah.
and so from that perspective, and just looking at straight up, that's a real success.
Yeah, as I saw that the first time, I was like, "Oh God, that looks like so many things that we have to do." As we see a red Corvette crawling slowly on the back straight. Actually, I think that was Robert Engel. I think, yeah, Robert Engel, 90 degrees to the right, the steering wheel. He is completely done with his Corvette, trying to limp it back to the pits without a rear wing. I don't know what exactly happened. I think we'll hear about that in a moment from race control or in chat, but that's major damage.
Yeah,
Yes.
it will be. Starting to come on now. People are starting to get settled into routine, and it's easy to make a mistake on this track.
Yep, of course. I mean, it's a very technical track, and if you start to have a routine and then something changes, like just an LMP approaching or anything, you might just do a mistake, and that's it on this track.
I think the GTs have been extremely nervous about the P2s as they come along. Certainly the initial stage of the race was real harum scarum as the first wave came through, and there was a lot of elbows out racing going on. I think the GTs have continued to be nervous about that as the race has progressed, because it is difficult. I mean, the fact you've got the orange zone for a good part of the start of the track is a really good indication of how tight this track can be and how difficult it can be for everyone to get through it safely.
Yeah, I mean, the worst part, well, basically why we introduced this orange zone is in the S's, if you are committed to one line with the GTEs, you can't just quickly change it. It's not like in the last chicane where you can stay on the inside, stay on the outside like you want to. You have some space to move. No, in the S's, if you're committed to one line and you need to change it because someone's just plowing into your inside, you're lost and you will damage your car because you will go into the wall with the speed. And that's why we introduced this orange zone, just to make sure that nothing major happens in there.
I think it's a really good idea. I've been in races in other leagues where they've done exactly the same, just to point out to folks, hey, we're not all professional, we're not all aliens, and this is a difficult part of the track, very technical. So pay attention and let's have a good race.
Yeah, I mean, if you really look at it, you don't need to be a professional, you don't need to be an alien. Even aliens, they do these mistakes because they think, hey, I'm so much faster, I can just go through there, and then they destroy other people's races. Because other people don't, they don't realize that there's someone is there in the inside, or they can't react to it because the car doesn't allow it, you know? And it's basically the orange zone is there because of everyone, because people don't have the skill to move out of the way, or are so fast that they think they can go through but can't, and stuff like this. So I don't think that this orange zone has something to do with the professionality or anything. I mean, you can see it on real races as well. There are so many dumb things that happen. It's just a reminder for everyone to, hey, watch out. We have a race, yeah, but please just be careful there. It's really, really important that you don't screw each other up. And
well, exactly, it's not a criticism about people's professionalism. Everyone's here; they're trying to do their best job. They've got the aspects of learning to drive, different equipment, the different setups, and you can see dramatic differences in some of the setups, especially across the GTs in terms of what people have done. But it's more a sense of, as you said, just reminding people there's a difficult area. It's particularly technical, and as you said, there's consequences. Consequence there. With the GTs, the way they react and how the LMPs react, and just remind people of that area and say we're going to pay attention so everyone gets a great race.
Yeah, definitely.
I like that, and I think it's perfectly reasonable. This is not real life. There's not tens of millions of dollars or tens of thousands, millions of dollars that are dependent on this. There's a certain amount of bragging rights, and certainly people take it very, very seriously, which is great. But at the end of the day, it is a simulation. It's not real life, and having fun and enjoying yourself, pushing hard and doing some good racing. That's what everyone's trying to get at here, because we're not likely to get it, very many of us, actually in real life.
Yep, definitely. I mean, I know many people who really race cars in real life and switch to sim racing at some point just to save some cost, basically, because running a race car is expensive, and it's nothing against, yeah, basically sim racing is nothing against those costs to run a race car, you know. And this sim racing thing takes over more and more. So many people, actual race drivers, etc., are doing sim racing just to save those kilometers, save the money for those kilometers in race cars, because you can learn track knowledge, you can do the concentration, you can try to keep up the concentration over longer races in sim racing as well as in real racing. And if you can save money by not going on track and saving the fuel money and the tires and stuff and everything that's around it, it's the best option to go for.
Well, it is. And I think this is what has really made it exciting is the possibility, and real racers have mentioned this. You know, the pros to the semi-pros, the amateurs, they make it public knowledge that they're out there doing the racing on simulators, and that's, you know, big in South America. In fact, I think there's one of the leagues there. I think it's part of their contract. They have to go and race online, and then there's the option of me here on rFactor 2, and certainly iRacing makes a big deal of it as well when they get a real racer out there for
Yep.
good or for ill. I think that's a really nice part of the community for all those simulations, that you get a chance to rub elbows with folks who really know this as a business and do this full time and get a little bit of credit for it.
Yep, definitely. But I think we have someone in the waiting room. We have Greg Hall waiting there. I'm gonna pull him in.
Okay.
He wants to join us a bit. So, hello Greg, how's it going?
Doing pretty good. How's your day been?
Everything's alright. I mean, I'm sweating, but everything's good.
You're not sweating like some of the drivers. Hey, Greg.
Hey, Matthew. Yeah, I've been listening to your conversation. You're just recapping some of the commentary from our Studio 397 partners, and it's been very enlightening just to hear what's going on.
Yeah, it's a nice aspect of the community.
Yes, I already said I really enjoyed that interview, that talk about everything, and I just can think about everything that's coming up. I mean, there's so much to do, so much to look out for, and I'm really happy that it's going forward.
And the big thing that I see of it is that, I mean, there's been a little bit of a Wild West feeling in the simulation in rFactor 2 for so long. And it feels like Studio 397 is really trying to corral that. We've had modders that have had just policies that, you know, they're really wide open, really not defined in specifics. So to be able to try to narrow that down to declutter the simulation is really key right now for everyone's enjoyment.
I just read in the chat that it's starting to rain. I don't really believe that. For me, the track map etc. shows 0% rain, so maybe it gets triggered later, but it's still quite dry, I guess.
Everyone's hoping for a dry track. This is going to be. So I did a bit of the driving on the wet track, and boy, it's challenging.
Yeah, and we're on board with Manuel Durr for number 69 Revolution Sim Racing 5, and you can see clear blue skies, completely dry weather at the moment, so let's hope for the best.
Yeah.
By the way, Greg, did you check out the whole thing by now? With the overlay tool, etc.
I've been watching you work it. It looks relatively easy to process.
Now, basically, you have the RRD viewer just to check on what's shown in stream with the overlay, etc. And you have the control panel, which I can... Did I send you the link to that as well?
I would have to look for it.
If not, I can send it to you again. That's not a big deal.
Okay, I do have it.
Okay. You can switch around cameras on there. You just click on the camera you want to. For example, TV and cockpit is the same camera as before. You have a nose cam, a cockpit, the swingman cam, trackside and onboard to switch it. And you just click on the driver you want to show. It's really, really easy and works from your computer as well as from mine. You can just open
And that's
it.
great. It'll let Matthew and I cover and chase down the battles and the interesting stories on track.
Definitely. We have the live timing up, so you can check it there. At the moment, there are no really close gaps. So, I think the closest gap is 2.2 seconds for P40 between Dominic Munch and Vincent Marsh. And that's about the closest thing we have at the moment.
Yeah, the one I was watching through live timing was the battle for the lead in GTE. Dennis Richter had Josh Warrior basically on his tail for about 10 laps straight there, but Josh dipped into the pits a few laps ago, and I think Dennis is due for a pit stop really soon, so it's possible we might have that battle renew here.
Yeah, we'll see. If you are alright with it, with the overlay stuff and etc., I would do a break of 5 to 10 minutes and leave you guys alone for talk, and I will join you right after. That's okay for you guys.
That sounds good.
Alright, then I'll be back in a few minutes, just doing a short break, and have fun.
Alright, thank you, Ricardo.
So Greg, how are things going for you?
Things have been going pretty well. Just been trying to keep up with all my sim racing needs here, and yeah, this is another thing to pin to my hat, I guess, as far as something else to try.
So this isn't your first time going at the press box, is it? Commentary?
This is my first time. I have exactly 5 minutes of experience right now.
So I'm 5 minutes ahead of you. There we go. And so what would you like to talk about? Want to talk about your stint so far? Or not?
Because you're participating in this race, are you not?
I am. So I had the great fortune to lead the car out. So Champion Motorsports has put a car into the series. We're really pleased about that, with Dave Anderson doing the team manager role. I've got Vincent, Bill, and my JT, who's driving with me. So we got 4 drivers in the car for the 12 hours. First time together as a team. And that's always an adventure. 4 great guys, really enjoy working with them, and just getting our heads around the idea of the setup and figuring out how each other drives, and then getting ready for this race, because it sort of came together a bit of a rush with only a couple weeks to get going. And I see that you're following Vincent. Very nice.
Yeah, I
So
did
all
pull up the car and camera here. I know the paint scheme was contributed to by one of our SimH2 Motorsports partners, Brian Van Buskam, who I believe will actually be in the commentary booth later today.
I believe he is. He did a great job for us on very short notice to pull together a nice livery. Looks good.
Absolutely.
So we're now working to race up to the quality of livery, which is proving to be a lot of fun. That I started off, and I think we've got to work on some of the setup issues, because we just did not have the pace that I think we all felt was in the car, and certainly that showed up for the qualifying, because we were quite conclusively last, which didn't disturb me too much, because having raced for a few years in the P1 group, I know that the first few laps can be very, very challenging, as everyone gets the feel for each other and races close quarters. It's been helped a lot by the practice races, and I'll give P1 a lot of credit for putting that together to give people the chance to feel out the track and feel out the competition with such a large field, and that's helped out a lot.
Yeah, let me ask you this then, from your experience, since you were out on track to start the race, how did it feel through the orange zone? Because being in the GTE car, obviously you're in the slower class, and you have the P2 cars coming basically flying up on you through that sector. How was the traffic through there? How was it handled?
Nerve-wracking. I think all three drivers so far, and we got a car backwards there, all three drivers have said that it's been very, very nerve-wracking on this track, more so than many others, because those S's, that really does show up the difference between the two classes of car. And the LMPs just fly through there and are right up on the back of the GTs very quickly, and you know they have the capacity, given the right opportunity, to get by you quickly, but it doesn't always work completely, which leaves you in a really difficult place with a car that's got better traction. So it's been interesting watching that happen. Certainly the first wave of LMPs coming through the GTs, and I wasn't the last one by that point, was really challenging, because they were racing each other hard, and they were trying to tiptoe their way around the GTs, but there were so many of them and they were blocking their view. It became very exciting very quickly.
Yeah, and that's the time where you definitely want either a spotter, someone helping you trackside, or some kind of huge blue flag to just flash up in your face and say, hey, you got company.
But, well, as we were talking a little earlier on, it's really difficult in that area to manage a clear, obvious lane from the signal from the GTs, because of the weight transfer and just the difference in capability. Is to get around there with any sort of speed, you are moving from side to side of the track, and of course the LMPs don't necessarily have to do that, and it makes it really, really difficult as you're trying to be prudent, trying to keep a good race pace going, and get out of the way as quickly as you can, knowing that you've got the 2-3 left rights that don't give you a lot of option.
Yeah, and I think it's a fair point to make sure that the track is definitely in an orange zone situation through there, because it does trigger in your mind that you need to proceed with caution.
Yeah, and we're talking about that. It's just a reminder. I mean, people are working to race hard, and it's not until you get around to, I guess it is Dunlop, I think it is, that the track opens out a bit for people to be able to find a place to securely sprint by, and regularly had sometimes 2 or even 3 of the LMPs jump by there as they're heading down to Degner, which was, then becomes another area of interesting passing, as people are trying to squeeze that last pass through as they're going to the 2 right-handers. Yeah. Not sure if that's because we've got I think by this time we've had pretty much all the drivers cycle through, so I wonder what's going on. Just unlucky, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like your partner ended up off track there, exiting Degner 2. Just caught the tail end of that on feed.
Huh. So, interesting team. I'm glad you mentioned that. Interesting team for us, because we have Bill and myself. Bill's certainly a long, experienced driver. Me, I've been driving for a few years. And then we go to JT, who's very fast, considerably younger. Oh, no, that doesn't look good. And then we've got Vincent, who's driving right now, who's the young gun of the team, very enthusiastic, very skilled. He's been doing some VEC and other racing as well, so comes with some good background. And it's been a lot of fun getting everyone together to start meshing the car and driving techniques and skill levels into a nice cohesive group.
And that's the thing that takes the longest to figure out, is actually who can handle what, how you guys cohere together, and just building that team structure.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to a good season with the racing here at P1LMS. And getting to grips with that. Everyone's pretty enthusiastic. We get along well, and we've had several chats on the TeamSpeak and other chat groups to start talking about things. And I think what we've learned from the setup that we worked through here, as I said, it was a bit of a rapid go around, and we obviously need to do some other things. I think what we've learned from this is going to help us with be more competitive for the next races.
Absolutely. And what we just have up on feed now, we have the back in 39th place here, the 87 Ren Simulated in D5. Their car is it looks like they're missing their rear wing again. Yeah. They're just in the pits a little earlier with damage, so I don't know if the car did not complete repairs. This might be one of those situations like what Ricardo was talking earlier, where the car You can drop the server and come back and have a bit of a repair, so that might be something they may be taking advantage of here.
Well, they've managed to give themselves some more repair as well, which I'm sure they're not happy about.
Yeah, that's part of the struggles of endurance racing, is just being able to Alright, the drivers just got the heads up to turn on their headlights as the track starts to dim here.
Yep.
Yeah, that Rennen simulating team's just had a few issues over the last 10 minutes, and that's one of those things with endurance racing, is that you need to be able to overcome these struggles. Another part of the team aspect of it.
Exactly, and it's that aspect of you're not just driving for yourself, you've got teammates that you're driving with as well, and that factors into thing. You want to give a car that's capable of doing the business further on. I like that with rFactor 2, is that it does have the accumulation of damage over a course of time, where it's not perfectly back repaired every time. It takes time to make repairs, and then you bash it up too much, and there's things you just can't fix. Good reminder to folks.
Yeah, I know that's something that you guys, like you said, there's been some issues since the start of the race, so it's something that'll carry through all the way through in your Champion Motorsports car.
Yeah, so that's being fast but ginger with your driving.
Absolutely, and watching your rear view mirror for the P2s.
Well, that's it. I was reading something. Someone said, yeah, they had to be an owl on this racetrack, swivel 360 and watch what's going on. And now, what do you drive with? You drive with just a single screen? You got 3? Or you got VR?
In my personal situation here, I have an ultra-wide single screen, so it's a little wider than a normal monitor. But so it gives a little bit more of the peripheral that you need, but it's not quite a triple setup because this is a multi-use desk for me. I actually work from the same location.
Yeah, not multitasking, but multi-using.
Maybe a multitasker in work. We're not going to say.
Well, your racing would show that if you're racing from work. Yeah. So how do you find the situation awareness? Now you've gone to a slightly wider screen. How do you like that in terms of your ability to work a track like this?
Makes it a little easier because you can catch some things on the periphery of the screen that you normally wouldn't. And the other key thing too is that a lot of the heads-up display items tend to push out towards the edge of the screen, so you have that a little further out of your sight line, which means you can focus on your telemetry right in front of you, as well as the track.
And do you have any particular tricks or techniques that you use in terms of how you discipline the way you use the screen that helps you take advantage of the extra width?
The only thing I can really think of is that it allows you to use a tighter field of view that makes it feel more realistic, I guess you would say.
Does it help you get your mirrors, your 2 wing mirrors?
Not quite, no. I think, in my experience, you either need one of those crazy, what do they call them? Is it super ultra-wide monitors? I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but I know Samsung has a 49-inch monitor that's out there. It's literally 2 regular monitors side by side.
Yep.
I think that's what you need for that kind of scope. Otherwise, you're up to the triple monitors or the VR sets.
I think that's pretty much what it is. I must admit that's one of the attractions I had for going to the VR was the ability to move and look around more freely in the cockpit to get some of that awareness and actually see things without disrupting the field of view. I found doing the screen left and right extremely disorienting. Never got used to that, so that's been a real advantage, but never able to get the full picture that I would have liked to feel more comfortable with, because I always felt like I was missing half the car.
Yeah, and I know I've heard of Track IR, which is almost like a half measure towards that. Not quite VR, you're still using your regular monitors, but it lets you twist your head back and forth to get that view. Oh no.
Oh, that's... Oh
my.
That hurt.
For what it's worth, we were on board with Alex Salmon there, who was in P4 chasing down P3, but there was an issue exiting the chicane with Yeah, Alex, and what is the other car involved?
Just looking,
here?
just
Number
looking
22,
right now.
I believe.
Yeah, it was number 22. That's
The Racing Monkeys team.
Yeah, who are way back on the race. That's a really unfortunate coming together. And right there at the pit, I wonder what was going on.
I'm about to see it again on the YouTube feed here. It looks like the 22 had gone off in the dirt and then rejoined the track at the same time. Just came right into the path of Alex. And
now they're both fighting, trying to figure out how to get into the pit. Oh man, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's hefty damage. That's a poor track rejoin.
That would have been from the 22?
From the 22, correct, yeah.
Fortunate.
And I feel bad there, too. I saw Alex Salmon was chasing down for the podium position there. I think Hansa Racing had just come out of the pits, and Alex was right on their tail, so it was about to be interesting to see how they were going to play out.
Would have had a good run. That's bad timing. I can feel very badly for him. I'm sure Race Control will have something to say about it shortly.
Absolutely.
Before Alex does, and I wouldn't blame him. Sure, they're going to be quick on the apologies. That's just that's visiting something on folks that they didn't need and certainly wouldn't have been intended.
Yeah, and being that was a heavy collision too, I mean that was directly into the pit road when you're doing well over. No, at that point the P2s are probably at 150k already.
Yep. And they're
Alex
hard
is
on the
already
acceleration.
on the move.
Wow, that was very quick.
Yeah, no kidding.
Maybe it wasn't as maybe it was just a glancing blow for him. And it was the 22 that took the majority of the hit.
Yep. Alex Salmon back out on track in P5, about 15 seconds behind P4. So based on time lost to the gap, it looks like that cost about a lap.
That'd be sensible. So he's got some work to make up there that I'm sure he's going to be very, very focused on.
Yeah, he's got to make sure to keep that red mist toned down. That's one of those things in endurance racing you never want to have flare up.
Well, he's going to have an interesting fight with the fellow ahead of him, because that's Elliot Budzinski, who's been making some good time.
Yep, and it's also someone that we know pretty much personally, because I don't know if everyone knows this, but Matthew and I are also associated through the SimH2 Motorsports team. And yeah, Elliot in P4 is currently running our number 63 SimHQ car. So we have a little bit of a personal vendetta in this.
Elliot's been burning up the track on the SimHQ series. He sort of burst onto the scene about a year ago, I guess it was.
Yeah, and, thereabouts. And yeah, he's usually qualifying podium, top position, pole, whatever. Anything up front. He's never in the back of the field.
Been nice to watch that speed get combined with greater and greater levels of consistency, and now he's driving. Now he's driving for an endurance race, which is really nice, and keeping the speed.
Yeah, he's a younger driver. I know Matthew and I are more like the elder statesmen in the group, if you want to put it that way.
Just elder, I think, is probably the word I'll use. I don't know how statesman-like I am. Yeah, it's really interesting to live that life, watching the professional leagues where you get these young drivers coming in, still just years, and they're ripping up the track with drivers that are 10, 15, 20 years their elder, and then to have to live that sim racing is it's a humbling experience. Think about what they're going to be able to do over the course of their time, have fun with the sport, and maybe even try their hand on the track occasionally.
Yeah, I personally like to think that my experience makes up for the reflexes, but yeah.
I'd need a whole lot more experience to make up for that on my side. I'm in it for the fun. Yeah. Alex seems to be tracking pretty well. I'm just going to check him on the live timing here. So he's got not a bad section 1 time. He comes back out and just see what section 2 looks like as the tires come back up to speed. So he's got a good competitive car there. So it must have been really light damage he got caught with.
Yeah, it's definitely lucky on his part. It's just a bit of an unplanned stop, I should say.
Oh, yeah, they're going to investigate that incident, looks like.
Which makes
Afterwards.
sense.
Yeah, just to figure out what happened there.
So I see the
Didn't
camera is
see-
kicked over to P2 in the GTE class, Sebastian Pfeiffer. The reason being that he is exactly 2 seconds behind Josh Wari, who's P1 in GTE. So we're anticipating having a battle in Japan. I like that team name, Your Name Here Racing. Are they looking for sponsorship?
It could be. Could be.
I just imagine it being one of those things where we can throw a few bucks their way and they'll just paste our faces all over their car or something.
Then the competition's on to see who pays more money to get your name unpasted.
That's good to hear. We have a clear track again. No safety issues out there.
Good.
Yeah, what makes this really interesting to me is that this is a battle of Porsches. Between
of
Blackhawk
Porsches
and
out
Your Name Here. I know
well,
through a
there.
lot of hearsay and a lot of the testing I've been hearing that the BMW tends to be the strongest car over a longer run. So the fact that we have Porsches at the front of the field, it's a bit happy to see.
Yeah, well, and it's skill, car, and setup, right? So we're a third of the way through the race, a bit more than a third of the way through the race. They're leading. See what happens. So you've got 2 minutes or 2 seconds there. Now it's down to 1.5. Sebastian is catching up on Josh pretty nicely, it looks like.
Yeah, and now we've hopped over to the battle for P2 overall between Drace Motorsports and Hansa Racing. Manuel Berkner is in front, Matthias Moos is following and chasing really close.
Yeah, so there's a couple of close races that have just picked up, which is nice to see. Bounce between the...
And the one thing we're seeing that just this battle demonstrates is that if you can pick off a GTE car in the right spot, you will gain so much time. Berkner had definitely sniped into T3 before the orange zone starts there through the S's. And Moose had to follow the GTE car through there, and therefore that drives their gap up over 2 seconds just from that one action.
Yeah, just very, very quickly. It's that traffic management. We've seen it time and time again in real life. And catching just at the right time. And you sometimes wonder if drivers don't back off just a little bit to leave their chaser in that difficult sort of position of do I or don't I, just to cause them that little bit of angst and get a bit of space.
Yep, there's that experience you speak of.
And being sometimes the rolling chicane that is a GTE, you can sometimes see that happening in your rearview mirror as the P1s come up and they start dicing as to whether one's going to go left or right and the other one going to go the other way. You can see them lining up to try and take advantage of that effect as to where the GTE is going to go because it has to. Which is part of that nerve-wracking piece as you see them both picking a side and you know you have to go one way yourself.
Yeah, and you have that slight moment of panic, of dread that just overwhelms you, and then you're like, oh, wait, nope, I can handle this, I'm a professional.
Yeah. Oh, no, I can't! And you go sliding the grass. It's not so bad as you come up to the start of a short run of straight, and you can see them coming out, and they're clearly going to pass you, but it's when they just catch you up as you're heading into the corner, and there's a bit of a slide there. But as they catch you up just as you're coming into the corner, that's the really difficult one. Is you wonder how they're going to temper their appetite to get by you, to use you as a bit of a blocker, as you try and keep to your line and stay out of the way. And that's where it really becomes exciting. Is you're trying to moderate what you're doing and not, and then it becomes doubly so when you're in race yourself with someone just ahead of you, and you're trying to keep that not lose position there either.
Yep, absolutely. And I see that we just have moves go up the inside into Spoon and made the pass for position. So Hansa racing back up into P2.
Yeah, well, he was catching up really nicely. Now I wonder if that was because of the offset of the pits, and so he had slightly fresher tires, or is there something about the setup that was just giving him that advantage? Because he's looking pretty good coming through here.
Yeah, I think Hansa has also been in the pits most recently, so that's another driver behind this. Just the general traction between the tires.
Yeah, because there was no hesitation coming through there. He was right on top of it. Definitely be a factor on that. You can just see the confidence that Matthias had.
And now we're back to the battle for the GTE lead between Josh Wari and Sebastian Pfeiffer. It's close back up again. They're half-second apart, so I wonder if on this track the straightaways are long enough that the draft even comes into play. Can you comment on that at all, Matthew? That might come into play here for this pass for the lead if it happens.
It certainly does. The front straight and the back straight, there's enough of a straight you can certainly feel the pickup. It's not overwhelming, but it allows you to close up nicely. And certainly with the P1s, if you can hook up with the P1 coming through, there's a definite advantage.
So then on that offset, as you're going up the back straight on the way to 130R, do you lose downforce through 130R following another car?
Yeah, you got to be that bit more prudent on the lift as you come through, just to give yourself a little distance and let the car turn a bit more. Perhaps a dab on the brake just to settle it in. Otherwise, the GT is just pulling out wide as they misjudge that coming through. It's very definitely there. So I saw a number of those, especially early in the race, as people were getting used to the close racing, because we had a good chain of GTEs. Is you saw them all swinging out wide when they were close in because of that lack of a little bit of downforce and grip.
And thankfully they've thought of paving over that sand pit that used to be outside that corner in the past, so you, at least if you have some trouble, you have somewhere to go. Yeah.
That I think saved a lot of races. The same thing with the Spoon, having that run out there on the right. Woo, really helps. Watch the rear end of that Porsche kick out.
Yeah, and now we've hopped on board Patrick Pleiss, who's actually on the back of Alex Salmon. As we saw earlier, he was involved in that incident on the way into pit lane. So I think Pleiss has hunted down Salmon here, so I wonder if we're having a little bit of an issue, seeing some struggles from Salmon due to maybe some legacy damage from that incident.
The last two laps, they've been Salmon certainly come off the boil a little bit, but so have all the LMPs. Actually, they're all running high 40s, low 50s, and Alex and Patrick have both been in the 47s, so they're actually catching up on the cars ahead of them. But Patrick did catch him up a little bit.
Yeah, and that's my understanding just from seeing the general tire wear and tire flow on these, is that you'll get a few hot laps out of the tires when they're fresh, and then they have a monstrous drop-off, and then they just sit there. So you'll see a variance of 2 to 3 seconds from a best lap to what they're putting in at the end of a stint.
So the GTE is not quite so severe. That get a consistency out of the running for them.
So basically what you're running at the beginning is what you run at the end, just with your tire wear offset by fuel burning?
Yeah, it doesn't have quite that significant drop-off. Certainly 2 or 3 laps in, you start really feeling confident in the tires and putting in better laps. And then, but then it's a pretty even degradation until they lose it. But it's not the same as what you've described for the LMPs. It's not at all.
Yep, absolutely. And Pleiss was able to make the move on Salmon because Salmon had a little bit of an incident in the chicane, locked up the tires and went wide.
Yeah, yeah. So he's obviously feeling the effects a little faster than is Patrick. But
Absolutely.
they're both gaining on Elliott and Gerhard, particularly Elliott.
And that makes sense to me because both of them are on fresher tires. And that's the one thing about these longer races too, is that we have some strange cycling going on because not every car is on the same pit cycle as things happen, like incidents or short pits or hey, oh, wow, or maybe a code 80. Yeah. Any kind of incident that slows down the race and changes the structure and the strategy that's going on will throw these cars off. So that's part of what we see is drivers moving up the field, moving down the field.
Now, there's a question for you. Have you had experience with races in which they use code 80s?
I have.
What do you think of that as a technique from the race stewards?
I'm a fan as long as it benefits me. But no, it's definitely a good thing when you have one or two cars out there that are absolutely stricken and have no control over their car because they're crabbing down the track due to damage. It's good to have control over the track so everyone can get around safely and not have any more incidents.
And get them to either the pit or they disappear.
Exactly.
I suppose that's something to ask the P1 guys and Ricardo when he comes back as to whether or not they've given consideration to implementing the same sort of regime here. I mean, it does mean more active involvement of the stewards, and everyone tries to keep that as light as possible, obviously.
Yeah, and the stewards are good too. I hear them over TeamSpeak every once in a while calling out slow cars on tracks. You're aware that someone is stricken and where they are, like say second sector, third sector. Just having that advice to know that you should have your caution, have your guard up.
I'm actually here, guys.
That's been a nice development. That's been a nice development in the league here as P1 has gained experience and they've gained reputation. They've introduced new elements that provide for a better racing experience and more situational awareness on the track. I think the first year or so they were working hard to make the races work to start with, and now they've got a better foundation so they can start enhancing it. Really nice to see.
Yeah, so about that thing you just mentioned with code 80, we actually implemented something like this. For us it's code 60. I mean, if you call it code 60 or code 80, doesn't really matter. But we intend to just use it if there's really something massive that blocks the track, or if there are really 2 or 3 cars really struggling to keep it on track. If someone, for example, on the back straight shortly before 130R or after 130R is struggling to keep his car straight, and he's the only car, we won't throw a code 80. It's just if something bigger happens or the track is blocked by a few cars, then we would do something like that so everyone has the chance to get through that, get back to pits if they have damage, repair it and then come out again. That's basically our policy on that.
Oh, fair enough. And we've seen a few times where cars have had those dramatic, catastrophic events coming out of 130R, and the restraint has been exercised. No automatic slowdown.
Yeah, I mean, there's also on this track. I mean, on most of the places, it works out pretty good for damaged cars to stay out of the way because there is much space beside the track. But if you, for example, take Bathurst, Mount Panorama. If you have an issue on top of the hill, you need to get down somehow, and there's no space to get out of the way. So it's more likely for us to throw code 60 or code 80 there than on this track.
Yes.
But practically it would be possible if there's a crash of 3, 4, 5 cars, which completely destroys them, then there will be probably a code 60.
And I can say I'm a fan of that policy just listening to you expound on it, Ricardo, because the less you use it, the more organic nature the race has to evolve. So if you throw a code 80, it basically gets everyone on the same page. All the cars dive into the pits and try to get their stops in, and then everyone's on the same cycle. It kind of takes away the, like I said, just the nature of the race itself.
The thing about those code 80s or code 60s is just sometimes it can be just really boring if you just throw a code 80 or 60 at the end of the first stint, for example, like after 35 minutes. Everyone will dive into the pits, get everything new because they got time for it. So you will just see a few cars, you will just see cars in pits and cars just slowly going around. If you do it later at some point, it's possible that it's basically really unfair for a few teams that, for example, just were in the pits, came out and are losing so much time because of it. And we want to keep it fair, we want to let everyone have a chance, and so we won't throw it just because one car is somewhere stuck in the wall or something.
Well, it's as you said, it's going to be something that's going to have a major impact. You know, 2 or 3 cars, or if there's a particularly tight point and the car is somehow stuck and can't get out, and it's now an obstacle for racing. That's a major issue.
Yes, exactly. We just pull that code 60 in case of an emergency, if there really is the danger is too high that too many people will crash their car or something. As we just see, Sebastian Pfeiffer really close to the back here. You could see the pull of his Porsche to Josh Hoare as they go through to corner 2, and Sebastian leaving a bit too much space there, losing time. So that probably is over as well, for the time being now.
Yeah, there were 3 cars that were within 2 seconds. The 2 seconds covered the 3 cars, and now it's 7. So they've 7, 8. So they've obviously run through some traffic and separated. But Sebastian's coming right back at Josh Hoare again.
And what I did notice going down the front straightaway there was that Pfeiffer did have quite the powerful draft sucking him up. So if he has an exit out of the chicane where he's right on the tail of Josh Hoare, there's a good chance for a pass in turn 1.
And that's also true for the run-up for 130i. If he's close enough and he can get the draft, I think he will try to overtake him. I mean, if you are on the inside and you got your line, you can stick it. It's very difficult to defend that on the outside in 130R, because you lose so much speed to try keeping it on track, that you most likely will lose that position if you leave someone on your inside there. But as you see, the gap is big enough for now, so no worries there at the moment.
No, getting 130R right is such a satisfying moment when you get the turn in right and you're able to keep the car moving nicely. It rotates and you're able to power through that. Such a difference.
Yeah. Let's see if the draft kicks in here already. I mean, there's a bit of a bigger gap, but you can see he's coming close at the end of the straight. He just went onto the brakes a bit earlier. But that LMP forced Josh Hoare onto the outside line. So now there he is again, Sebastian Pfeiffer right on the back.
So the only thing this has me thinking right now is that a passing maneuver into T1 has to be really risky for the car on the inside, because you're braking while turning and you don't have that buffer to slide out if you need to. But if you're on the inside into 130R, it's game over for the other car.
Yep, definitely. That's why I said just to defend on the outside of 130R is almost impossible, because you really have to watch out where you're going. You have someone in the inside and you have to leave, you have to brake so much to not go off track as far that you most likely will lose the race to the chicane. And they're running up to some lappers as well, so we're going to see how that turns out. CMS car right in front.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
what
been a
would
lot
go?
of traffic they've been rolling through here, and it's really been breaking up the battle. But with 45 or 44 cars on track, there's no way to get away from it.
Yeah.
A little bit of separation, and he's getting dragged by the LMP
Yeah.
to an extent. Yeah, not as much as he would have
Ooh.
liked. That was kind of interesting.
Yeah, it was kind of
As
interesting
he
and kind of
came in,
close.
We were talking about that inside line. He was going inside outside because he hadn't really finished the pass around the CMS car.
Yep. But it worked out in the end, so everything's good there.
Everyone got through.
And actually, this is still our closest battle at the moment.
Yeah, they got through all that traffic really nice. I'm just watching it now on the live stream. See if it looks as exciting as it did in first time around. Yeah, pretty much. Pfeiffer's right on top of the CMS and just wins. He just lets him through on the chicane. All worked out nicely. A little bit of fishtail from the CMS, but everyone came through.
Yep. Now the OOR LMP2 going through there, just in between the two GTE leaders. Waited for his opportunity, made it stick, everything's alright there.
Yeah, I just can't get over how bold that "Your Name Here" font is on the car. And car number 24 has to do a drive-through for causing a collision.
Yeah, we have seen a few of those today already.
Okay, that's the BR Racing drivers.
Yep.
Claudio Sousa in the car right now. It's an LMP2 that's further down the field, so probably made a maneuver in the orange zone that was a little risky, would be my assumption.
Yeah, it's totally possible. Now on the way to 130R, you can see the Porsche coming closer here in the back camera of Joshua's Porsche. Now in the chicane, he's there. This
Yeah, right
might
there.
be the time. We gotta see.
Yeah, if he can get a good push out and through on the straight.
I think the gap is still too big, even though he's coming closer now, but I think he can't make it stick here.
Really close racing and pushing. Is it Hor or Hor?
It could be Hor, it could be Hore, it could be many things.
Is he Brit?
I actually don't know, but we can check. Give me a second.
Yeah, if we're getting it wrong, I hope someone calls us out in chat.
They would have called like 300 times already. We pronounce it differently every time. Let's have a quick look. He's actually Australian.
Australian,
Oh, okay.
so it's probably Hor.
Probably, yeah. Can see it in our nice spotter guide provided by Simon Kreisman.
There it is. There it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
that makes it really interesting because I know on the eastern coast of Australia it's about 4 a.m. right now, so it's definitely burning the past midnight oil to make this race.
Yeah, and doing a good job.
Yeah, that's it. If you have drivers from all over the world, sometimes stuff like this happens.
Makes
I
it
mean-
really easy for a 24-hour race or even a 12-hour race.
Yeah. I mean,
So
Matt,
because-
when did the race start for you? I mean, you're on the other side of the world, basically.
So for me, the race started at 7 in the morning with getting on track at 5.
Yeah, so these guys had had afternoon racing, and you guys had morning racing, basically.
And it'll go dark. It'll go dark on track before it goes dark here.
Yep. I mean, it's already starting to go dark, actually. The sun is coming down slowly. You can see the lights on the track surface right now. And oh, that was a close one there.
Very. That's the. We were talking about that earlier on in terms of some of the. How the GTEs are dealing with the orange zone and the way the LMPs are coming through. And that I thought was a good example. Came through safely, but that's end of a long straight and getting into the turns. Sounds like good advice. But that's where I find it extremely nerve-wracking on this track, particularly as you've got some very difficult turns to maneuvers. GT need some room. You don't have a lot of options on things, and the LMPs are coming through sort of tic-tac, especially as you come into the corner. And that one worked out well, but it's extremely nerve-wracking as you're, especially for these two guys who are fighting hard for position.
Yeah, and I mean, Suzuka and Matsusaka here, it's probably one of the most difficult tracks you will ever see as far as multi-class racing is concerned, just because not only is it the quantity of the corners that are out there, but the technicality behind each of them. It's a huge driver to some of these pain points, some of these issues, and again, why the orange zone exists.
And to be fair, the LMPs have been handling it well, and the GTs have been dealing with the anxiety pretty well. So it's, I suppose, not so. There we are. There's that. We were talking about whether or not you lose your downforce, and you saw that Sebastian swung out a bit wide behind Josh from 130R.
Yep, coming out of the chicane is a few car lengths back, so we'll see if he does pull up in the draft again this time, or if it's just not enough. Oh, he poked his nose out for a moment there, thought about it, but then thought better of it.
I think probably because they've got traffic in front, just the wrong time to go for the pass. It would be a mess.
Yeah, to counterpoint that, sometimes you want to take advantage of that other traffic that might slow down that front car because they're thinking about what they want to do. And that's exactly what Sebastian Pfeiffer's doing through the S's right now. He's on the inside of Ferrari.
Yeah.
On the outside through Dunlop.
Staying behind there. Just following there.
But he used the LMP as it came through as a bit of a pawn as well to see what he could do with that. So rather than try and force it from the front with the car that they were going to lap, he tried it on with the LMP that came up and through. So with 7 hours left to go in the race, and he's in a good position, there's lots of time to work things.
Yeah, exactly. There's enough time to check everything out and try things. And I mean, you clearly can see that he's not slower, but I would even say he's a bit faster than Josh. He just needs to find a way around him.
I can understand the desire for wanting to get by, though, because judging by the pit stops here, it looks like Pfeiffer has slightly fresher tires. So, I mean, you're not able to utilize that when you're stuck behind another car that has older tires. So he's more or less hamstrung with what he can do.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, you can see it. He's always getting closer again when they get separated. And I think now the gap is not that big anymore as it was in the laps before. Now you can see, but there's a LMP car rejoining, so hopefully that doesn't interfere. And he's going for the inside line here this time. And there's the touch, and both of them spin out.
Oh no.
Yep, there it is.
Yep, that's why being on the inside turn one, that's not an easy place to be. And you would assume gentleman rules here would mean that Sebastian would get in line behind Josh again.
And that's what he's exactly doing.
And that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah. And I think I saw the Schubert Motorsport car flying through turn 1-2 there. I think he misjudged his braking point and went straight off. Now we're back to racing again. Both are close again, so maybe next time around it will be better.
Well,
maybe you want to try 130R instead.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell who would have been at fault. I mean, he was in there before the point of turn in, but I didn't see if he came to the outside or the other car to the inside. So just slot back in and just go on.
I suspect it might have been the rear came out on Pfeiffer.
Yeah, might be.
Yeah, and in a moment like that where it's such minor contact at a point of difficulty, I guess you could say, at the apex. I mean, it's almost like a racing incident.
So the question is whether either of them had enough damage to cause them distress. Doesn't look to be the case because they're racing hard again.
I mean, it was just a minor touch, but in that corner it's enough to unsettle both of the cars. As you can see, they just both spin around. Was there actually a touch? I'm not really sure.
Huari's into the wall.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But I'm not sure if there was really a touch. Actually.
No, they're just coming through the spoon. I'm just watching on the live cast.
Yeah, I'm just watching that again.
No, it looked like there was space between them. Just
yeah, exactly. That's what I thought.
You know what? It could have been. There's certainly spaces they came through it full on, but they closed up very close, just before the just before you actually turn in. I wonder if there might have been just a little bit of contact and that unsettled Huari.
Maybe that, or it's also possible. I mean, it's also possible that that he really lost a bit of downforce on the rear because the other Porsche was so close behind.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they closed up very close to one another, and if there wasn't contact, it might have been just enough change of the airflow to unsettle him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think.
Watched it go. I didn't see the brakes flash, but I didn't. We didn't have an angle to see that.
Yeah, whatever happened, Josh was along for the ride.
Yeah, it just went on him, and that was it. That's unfortunate.
Yep, and
yeah,
he's
but
in the
that's
pits
painful as well. Yeah, because that was a hard hit there.
Yeah,
that was really painful.
It was gone.
As we have some LMPs going through the GTE field, and a new second place in the GTEs for the time being, Team RGPL GTE. The number 77, Vlatko Nesvatba. He's the new P2 in GTE. They were up there the whole time, lost a bit of ground, but are still there, I guess.
Just been running consistent laps.
Absolutely, because P3, P4, and P5 were bouncing back and forth between RGPL, Drace Motorsports, and the VMAT's green car. So they're just in and out on their own cycles, but with Josh having his issues here, that'll move them all up one position.
No, I don't think that they will move up as well, like Brian Smeets and Yannick Funke actually.
No,
because they're still a lap behind. They are still a lap behind, and he's on track again. Josh lost about 2 minutes because of that, but I can see that Brian Smeets, who is right behind Josh Hoare right now, is one lap behind. So Josh Hoare still driving, and he just rejoined in front of Sebastian Pfeiffer again.
Uh-oh.
So the battle continues, just a bit
it's
different.
On again. Just a lap different.
Yeah.
Well, as long as Huari's car isn't too damaged, he should be able to just drive away on fresh tires, in theory. I tell you what, though, P3 in the LMP2 class is heated up again.
Yeah, Alex Salmon and is right behind Gerhard Zeller as far as it seems. Yep, he's coming up there. Just a second between them.
I am really a fan of the paint job on Alex's car.
Yeah, I showed that off at the start of the race. They actually, I mean, it's called Me, Myself and I Alone. And that was basically the first time it was mentioned, or first time it was done like this, when Michael Röllin started for the 24-hour race on the Nürburgring Nordschleife all alone, without any co-drivers, and that's where that thing started. And on the doors of this LMP2, it literally says it's Michael Röllin, not Michael Röllin, and not Michael Röllin driving the car.
Yeah, he had quite an Ironman run that year. It was very impressive.
Can he still do that, or do the rules prohibit it now?
don't think he was actually supposed to do it in the first place. Everyone was just amazed he did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like if I were the other drivers in that car, I'd have a bit of an inferiority complex.
Well, those, I think that was actually, that was an extreme example, but certainly as P1 was developing as a series, a lot of the teams were pretty thin as they raced through the 24 hours. So certainly when I was racing, we had, I think, 4 drivers, and there was several hours where drivers were by themselves as others tried to get some sleep. So that was certainly an extreme example, but it wasn't way out on left field.
As we just have seen an error by Gerhard Zeller, and there was another car going off, I think. Yeah, the RSR racing with the green mirrors. Which one could have... There are 5 cars, I don't know which one it is actually. Let's have a quick look in the spotter guide, if I can move my mouse.
I think that might have been Tom Young.
No, I don't think so actually. It was the 114 car.
Oh.
He took the inside.
Simon Scott was it?
Severely. Dunlop, he really came on the inside and caused a problem. Green
mirrors is 114 and it was Simon Scott on the wheel, who was on the outside of Degner 2 there.
Yep.
And right before that we had this small error by Gerhard Zeller, who lost the position to Alex Salmon, who is now back in 3rd place, if he wouldn't have gone to the pits there.
Yeah, and that's scheduled to stop after that last incident that Alex had earlier this hour.
Yeah, but that does mean basically in this round of pit stops, he will be in front of Drace Motorsport in the LMP2 class again. When they have their pits up.
If I read the structures correctly, Drace will be doing the pits in about 6 laps or so. And right now Drace has less fuel on board, obviously, so it'll be faster. They should... It'll be close, but I think Drace might be able to keep that up if they try at it hard. Put down some hot laps right now.
Yeah, if they are able to make it, of course, and they can stay in front of there. And I just see that there was a driver change for the number 63 SimHQ Motorsports car, with John Uyen now behind the wheel.
Yeah, Elliot Budzinski gave that car up about 10 laps ago and removed himself from the battle for the P4, P5 area, so now they're a little bit behind. And I believe Alex Salmon will get out on track in front of John here once his pit stop is complete.
It's definitely possible, but I just remember at the start Blaser missed having some problems, but also good fights, and that was around P10, P11, P12, and they made their way up as well.
So Alex is indeed coming out. We'll be ahead of John, but it's going to close up very quickly, I think.
I'm just checking for gaps here at the moment, and the biggest gaps are about 7 seconds. The smallest gaps around 7 seconds.
9, 2, they're down at 9.
Yeah, and one is at 6.8 around, so that's the smallest gap we have. And that's for Christian Töllner at the moment. He's driving the Raceland, the E-car, in 32nd overall. He's trying to get Mario Bayer in front of him. With that said, about 7 seconds difference.
Well, closer is Christian Steinhauser with the number 69 Revolution Sim Racing 5. Like he's slowly closing up on Lucas Mohlmann with Motorsport number 9.
And that's when I was just watching, because about half a lap ago the gap was less than a second. All of a sudden Christian fell back, so I don't know if he had a off-track excursion? You just wanted to go off-roading or what?
We'll just have a look at his car. Maybe we can find something like damage or anything. Maybe had just a crash or anything. Like a minor wall hit or anything. But that looks all good actually to me.
And just seen an update in chat regarding another Revolution Sim Racing car, that 114. And they've had a bit of a twitchy car, and they're having some fun handling with it, so that's why they're having their off-track excursions.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, because that would have been the one with the green mirrors, the 114. We're following the 69 here, which has the orange mirrors.
But he's not able to really close that gap right now to Lucas Mellman, actually. Still 7 seconds of a gap.
Yeah, I'm just looking, his last lap was a 2:37, so I wonder if that was him coming out of the pits that I saw. Yeah, it does sound about right, actually, based on the pits data here on live timing.
People still asking for rain.
I'm starting to wonder too, because I'm looking in the background there. It looks like there's a few more clouds in the sky.
Yeah, I'm just checking the weather forecast for Suzuka actually right now. And it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, about 7 hours away is the rain, according to the forecast. With a 90% change.
There's about 7 hours left in the race.
Yeah.
How handy is that?
With about a rain chance of 90%.
Oof.
Sunday 9 AM in Suzuka real world time. I mean, they are already at 2 AM right now, so 7 hours to go according to this weather forecast. I'll check another one just to make sure. Yeah, cloud amount is going up as well. And this forecast also says around 9 o'clock in the morning, local time.
Yeah, and that's what I'm seeing too. So for everyone out there who's doing the rain dance, it's not working.
You gotta try harder.
Dance faster. Limehouse slowly picking up on running that gap down.
That's about 5 seconds now.
The battle is Mager and Zeisler, the GTEs. Second, 23rd in the.
Yep. With the gap of around 5 seconds closing in.
Yeah, so they're closing up there as well.
Yep.
So there's races out there. There's patient lapping, and it's giving people some success.
Yeah, and due to the accidents we have seen and we have heard of, we have a few cars that are not actually in line with the normal pit cycle. So there might even be a few more battles going on than we actually see right now.
Yep, that'll start to even up when they go through the pit cycle again.
Yep.
And the RGPL GT cars in the pits too, just for what it's worth. So Blackhawk Racing might leapfrog them again once they get moving. Yep, and there's the position change. Blackhawk back up to P2 in class. Having a good run though. I mean, they have basically had a stranglehold on the overall lead up in P2. And without that wreck, they might still be leading GTE. quite a strong team.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. But due to this crash, they really have some time to make up, actually. I mean, it's over a lap of a difference.
But that's a lap in 6 hours due to a mistake. There's another 6 hours to go, so there's plenty of things that can happen.
Definitely.
And you know, the track is still very congested. It hasn't changed any. So
and hopefully it would stay like this.
so you know, we still got 44 runners. That's really good.
Yeah, even though I
looking
think
at the,
one
the track
team,
map, though,
I
looks
think
like Josh Hoare is pulling away a little bit from Sebastian Pfeiffer, so that lap that he is behind is slowly decreasing, very slowly. Like you said, there's just under 7 hours left. There's plenty of time to make it up if need be.
yep, the gap between Christian Steinhäuser and Lukas Möllmann isn't getting closer as well right now. So that leaves us with Simon Scott, who's following Sebastian Pfeiffer to get through there, to get back to the LMP pack. And
Yep,
we
Alex
have Martin
Salmon's catching
Zeisler and
back up
Stefan
Patrick
Marga.
Pleiss.
Zeisler and
Good.
Marga are really close together right now.
Villa and Woolridge. In fact, that was just a pass. Vortex Senior Community passed the Revolution Sim Racing 3.
Oh, Greg, we can hear echo. No, it's good.
Thank you.
No worries. All good. Yeah, so Martin Zeisler is fighting for 22nd overall. He's coming closer to Stefan Marga. But the gap still is there a bit. So no big worries there at the moment. Now Simon Scott should be overtaking Sebastian Pfeiffer to get his LMP back into the line.
And Alex Salmon has really closed up on Patrick Pleiss now. It was 3 seconds just a lap ago.
Yeah, he's,
now it's down to a second.
shutting it down very quickly, so that's worth
Yeah.
watching.
What is going on here? Perhaps bad traffic?
And maybe old tires. I think I saw a bit of twitchy driving there from Patrick Pleiss. Yeah, you could see it. He's going sideways a few times now, so. And I think that's it. That's the overtake for P4 at the moment.
Yeah, that was almost too easy.
Yes, and I think Patrick Pleiss has some issues with the car, with the tires maybe at the moment. Was really twitchy, was sideways a few times. There again. Oh, as ooh. The car of Bernd Paul. I don't know if he's still. Yeah, he's still in the car. Rennsimulator 3. Bernd Paul just spun out there at that moment.
I did not see any contact.
No, I think he just lost the back of his car actually. But everyone went through there without a problem. Now it's up to Alex Salmon to make that gap bigger and crawl back to the front.
Word. Little contact there at in last by Place, but they all got through in good order. All four of those LMPs.
Yeah, I think that was Mollman and the Schubert car that they touched.
Yeah, but you know, good. You know, he just lost it and it spun, and he drove through nicely.
Now the leader's coming up to the other, to the one and only other real fight on track right now.
Well, Matthew, just to give you an update, looks like JT Tammy's hopped back in the Champion Motorsports car, so you guys got your rabbit in there to cut down some time.
Yes, we do, and he's been driving nicely. I've been waiting for him to get it down to below 5 seconds to sort of point it out and attract some attention to him and his good driving. But you stole my thunder.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, I didn't want to be seen to be too much of a homeboy.
Hey, someone's got to be.
Mhm. And someone is again asking for weather forecast update. Last time we checked, which is a few minutes ago, was that rain is approaching in around 7 hours. So at this moment, it looks like there will be no rain in the race.
Means you completely jinxed it.
Who knows? Who knows?
What you see is what you get too, because looking out on the track right now, it looks like some of those clouds disappeared. So I mean, the weather plugin is feeling a little more comfortable about where we stand.
And thinking about that, what's the refresh rate on the plugin? I seem to remember some discussion for the last race as to whether or not it was 15 minutes, 30 minutes, or an hour, because there was some dismay about weather not showing up for one race.
I think it's even 10 minutes, actually. But I'm not sure. I would need to ask Simon about that as well.
Well, that's a good cycle rate because it does keep it current with what's going on. And when you get long lags, like half hour, an hour, I think that's what the point was. People were saying that it had started raining and it didn't show up, and by the time it was to show up, the rain had stopped, and so it never showed any rain at all. And they were a little, I think, either they were relieved or disappointed. Take your pick.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the fact that if it starts raining, well, just after the plugin has checked, and there was no rain, and suddenly after half an hour, when it's still raining, it starts raining with full force, and suddenly everything's like crazy wet, which if
really
it
disruptive.
Yeah, which it could have started slowly because it started to rain slowly.
So it would be bad to have a look at what JT Tammy is doing right now, because he's closing up pretty quickly. He's within 3 seconds now.
Let's have a quick look there. I mean, he can see Hannes Hiller there in front with the red Corvette. So he,
I think that particular car's had a number of difficulties all the way through the race, which kind of makes sense considering they're back of the pack with the CMS car.
yeah, they had some problems actually. They were driving without a rear wing for 2 or 3 times already, and I guess it's just target acquired now for the CMS car here for JT Tammy.
Yeah, I think by my count it's their 3rd rear wing, but again, who's counting, right?
Yeah.
He's been putting in some good consistent work.
And the car still has some problems with its bodywork in the front. Oh no, wait, it was in the back at the start. The back looks good now, but the front now looks a bit of crumply.
I thought that was the stock BMWs now.
That's the new Aero upgrade.
Anything that gets you around the track in good order is good with me.
Yeah, I just keep watching BMW's design language, and they keep making those nostrils on the front bigger and bigger. And at some point, they won't have space for headlights, will they?
Yeah, probably they will reintroduce pop-up headlights then. Angel Eye pop-up LED. Angel Eye pop-up headlights. Yeah, but he is getting closer right now. Only 1.6 seconds left.
Yeah, in the interim, P10's currently being contested really close. Ernestus Lapins is leading Michael Grossbacher.
Yeah, here they are.
Grossberger is really hammering up on him. Lappins needs to live up to his name a little bit more. Go like a rabbit. That was a
And we have
terribly
a
sad
warning for number 994 Vortex SR Community GTE for not respecting blue flags. So watch out and leave the faster cars by if they want to lap you. Otherwise you will be going through the pits a few times more than needed. That looks like the attack.
Oh, here we go.
And he makes it stick on the inside for that moment. Ooh, looked like Ernest is trying to get back into the inside there. But I think
And
that
the
is over.
car with the yellow mirrors makes the pass.
Yep. Yellow, green, orange, too many.
Lots of drivers.
Yep, true.
No, that was a nice and clean pass into turn 1 though, just watching the replay again.
Yep.
That's how they all should be.
Meanwhile, Christian Steinhäuser getting closer to Lukas Böllmann. Only 2.9 seconds left. This was up over 6 seconds a few laps back. And JT Tami is currently 1.5 seconds still away. So we have something coming up here for you guys.
Yeah, that gap for Tammy seems to have stabilized when the cars are not in traffic. Their last lap times between Hiller and Tammy were separated by 0.03 of a second. That's basically nothing. So Tammy's got his work cut out for him to catch and close that gap.
Yep. As we just can see that actually P10 Michael Großberger is following Ballasvaro in the 106 Blackhawk racing car. And he's followed by Ernest Lapins.
Yeah, it looks like they've been catching. I wonder if they're on fresher tires right now because Vero has slowed down his lap times a little bit here.
Yeah, the last lap time was definitely faster from Michael Großberger than from Ballasvaro.
So will the leader let a faster car by even though he's got them laps down? It's an interesting question.
I mean, if the car really is pushing and really is faster, I mean, you can see that gap opens right now. But if he's really all over your back, you definitely let him by because you can drive your race and you know he's not even close to you. He's 2 or 3 laps back or even more. I mean, it's 5 laps even back. You can leave him by, it doesn't matter really to you. Just you can save tires and fuel to go on.
Yeah, but it is an unusual position for the race leader to let someone by because there is no race and there is no battle. That's really curious.
Yep, and I just see that Alex Salmon is getting closer again. Just 2 seconds left to Gerhard Seller. So fight for P3 overall is commencing. You can see him there in front of that row.
Ever since that pit stop.
You can see him in the front there already. Just 2 cars up ahead. Had to wait here for the GTEs. But I guess he
developed very quickly.
Yeah, I guess he has his target acquired and is going for it. Around the outside.
The only thing that can stop him is that pit entry wall.
Well, apparently not.
Yeah, judging by lap. Just looking at the lap times, Salmon's been about a second a lap quicker, so there's a reason why he's been chasing this down. He's like a dog with a bone, basically.
Yeah, and he's definitely there. Only 1.3 seconds now. Coming closer and closer.
Yeah, there was something seriously awry on the first
there was
section of
something
last
in
lap because
corner
there was,
1.
4 seconds difference.
The Schubert Motorsport GT spun around in corner 1 there, in turn 1, allowing Alex Salmon to easily pass Gerhard Zeller there. So that was another easy pass for Alex Salmon, now in P3 overall.
Well, that begs the question, though, is that one of those scenarios where you shouldn't be passing under yellow flags?
Might be, I don't know. They were past the point where the car was spun around, so I don't know if green was already in place there again. Because that pass definitely had happened after the car that spun. But I guess the stewards will decide on that if they see something like this, like a yellow flag there.
Decide if they need to intervene.
And I do not envy the stewards' jobs. It's not a job, it's multiple jobs, hence the plural.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've been doing steward work whole last year, and yeah, definitely it's depending on how many people you are and on how much happens. It's really crazy. You have to do so many things if you're in race control, doing stewarding and stuff.
Definitely, it's definitely a built capacity. It's something that you need to get some experience on and get people encouraged.
Oh, there are 2 cars standing on track. That looked like a big crash to me. That was number 666 involved, definitely. Martin Seisler. Let's have a quick look if he's able to make it back on track safely. Or wasn't it the number 666? What was it then? Maybe it was the other black, the number 41 car then that I saw. Andreas Singer, maybe. Yeah, it was Andreas Singer. Then it was the other black car. He was involved in a crash with...
oh, yeah.
It was a white Corvette.
Yeah, with the white and purple Corvette of Falcon Motorsport, I think. Could have been Yannick Malaika, actually. Let's have a quick look. I think it was this Corvette. They have damage on the left side, so that could be.
Yep, that's the one. And yeah, it was a quick one. You just cut over to JT Tammy on the camera, and boom, 2 cars on either side of the road exiting Spoon.
Oh, it was the 23 car, I'm not sure, because they look very similar. Which is driven by Johannes Mich. No, it was the 29 car of Yannick Malaika, definitely. So Andreas Singer crawling back to the pits right now without a rear wing and heavily damaged, but he's made it. So let's go quickly back to JT Tammy.
Just hanging in there at just a second back. Just a second back. That's quite a ding dong going on there.
Yeah, that is true. And the gap between Lukas Möllmann and Christian Steinhäuser has gotten bigger to 9 seconds again. So something happened there, but Ernest Lappens and Michael Grossberger are still close together, so Michael Grossberger is not able to get away there. And he's still behind the car of Blackhawk Racing now.
And that's the reason why he hasn't been able to get away. He hasn't been able to make the pass on the leader.
Yeah, and now there's the attack of the Extra Motorsport car, but couldn't make it stick around the outside into the chicane.
Yeah, Grossberger in the RSR car is definitely getting frustrated by this because you know you have faster, fresher tires, but you can't do anything with them because you're held up. And this is a track that's not conducive to passing a faster car. Or faster in a straight line.
As they're going through the S's, trying to overtake everything
almost.
that's there. Was a close call, but worked out in the end. At that time, Patrick Pleiss in the pits, giving John Uyan the sixth position back.
And Jen's case will also be in the pits in a few laps here, which will tighten up that fight for P5.
Or even give it to John Uyan. Might give it to him 41 seconds.
It's possible.
Yeah, because Uyan pitted, I think, 3 or 4 laps ago. So they're all in their pit cycle right now, and that's why everything's shuffling around.
Yep, and here we can see Michael Grossberger is following the Blackhawk racing car, which is not getting away.
Yeah, Grossberger has not been close enough on corner exit to take advantage of the draft at all, and that's the reason why he cannot get by. I mean, he closes up under braking, but then on corner exit every time, Varro and the Blackhawk car jets away.
But this time it doesn't look like it. He's coming closer, but he won't make it stick. He'll slot in behind and stay there. Oh, sliding. Huge slide from Balasvaro there.
I would be willing to bet Varro's pretty close to the end of his tires. He's going to be pitting pretty soon, and that's why we're seeing all these slides and the fact that he's holding up a slower car, as you could say.
Yeah, that's what I think as well, and I personally think, hey, leave him by, drive your own race, don't risk too much. I mean, he needs to push here to stay in front of him, but he wouldn't need to do it actually, because he's so far in front.
Yeah, the gap to Hansa Racing stayed stable at about 30 seconds throughout this whole ordeal, so it's not like he's losing time, and if he lets these cars by that are obviously faster, if he needs to, he can just overtake them under blue flag scenarios again.
I mean, he could even just hang around behind them, save a bit of fuel, save a bit of tires. So he's ready for the next pit stop then. Because all he's doing right now is shredding tires because he's pushing.
Yeah. I guess you could also say that who are we to challenge their strategy because they are in first place.
Yeah, of course. Well, let's get back to JT Tammy, who's still behind Hannes Hiller, and he's getting closer a bit. Only half a second now, so...
Yep, Tammy's gonna need to be tucked up right on the bumper, exiting Spoon or exiting the chicane to complete the pass. As we're coming up to 130R, it is really close. And prototype slots in between them, so that drives the gap a little bit.
But that's also compromising the line of the Corvette, so... Right there you can see there was a better line. If he's a good exit, he's able to make it stick, but it looks like he didn't get the perfect exit there.
No, he's a little too far back for this one, in my opinion, but as they come down to turn 1, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but he's getting closer and closer, though. Made up a 10th on the straight.
Yeah, I would say Tammy's got the faster car right now, but they're closely matched enough that it's going to be quite the battle.
Yeah, as Matthias Moos is in the pits for Hansa Racing on P2 at the moment, this will let Alex Salmon get back onto the lap of those guys. And also in the pits is Jens Käs, who is currently driving out again, which gives John Uyan the 5th position overall. And Ernest Lappins really got his position back. He's on P10 again, Michael Grossberger on P11 again.
Yeah,
so he got him back.
there.
Yeah, looks like a mistake. And he got past the Blackhawk Racing as well. Ernest Lappins going through. Maybe one move to the inside, going through both cars. And that gave him the space as Michael Grossberger just entered the pits.
I guess he had enough of following Blackhawk.
And now JT Tammy really close. In the in the 3 wide with an LMP. Had to leave some space there. Oh, and Hanasilla with the mistake.
Yeah, went wide for the chicane, and Tammy is by.
Yeah, that gives Tammy the opportunity to go by. As we have a load of cars coming down the straight there.
Look at that. And cars coming out from the pit as well. It's going to be very interesting, T1, T2.
P2 really careful there.
Just how good it looks out there with the lighting, the shadows cast across, and the headlights on all the cars. It looks nice.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
But so that's see how that's had an impact on JT because he's starting to pull away very handily. Been very patiently dogging Daniel Vetzig. Hannes Hiller. Looks like he's pulling away quite nicely now, so he's able to stretch his legs.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. I mean, Hannes Hiller also has someone behind him. He has to let him through. That costs time, and depending on where the camouflage Corvette hits JT Tammy, he might even save time with that. Because he has to let him through as well. He got the blue flag there. But there's still a bit of time because the gap between those cars is still big enough.
That's going to be interesting to see if that carries on in terms of making that gap. If that really, I think, highlights the difficulty of this track and finding the right place to pass. That if JT is able to pull away nicely from Hannes, it really shows disadvantage a faster car and driver combination is on this track when you're trying to pass.
In the chat, we have a comment saying that car 41, the car that was driving without its rear wing, had a mistake while braking into Spoon Corner and just lost it, hit the wall, and yeah, that's about it. So, driver error there. But it's on track again, going for it. So, still racing.
Hey, it's a tricky corner. We've seen Formula 1 guys lose it there. Yeah, and with that, with Tammy's pass there and gapping of Hiller, things are quieting down on track again. I mean, the closest battle I see right now is for P7, and that's an 8-second gap.
Yep, that's true. We have another 8-second gap between Martin Zeisler and Yannick Funke in the GTE cars. That's for P4 in GTE. And that's actually the closest, apart from Anderson and JT Tammy. Now we see Jens Kers with the Falken Motorsport 1 car.
Yeah, he's been out of the pits for a few laps here, so no idea whether it's fresh tires or not. He's probably getting back up to speed and trying to close that gap down.
He was in the pits not that long ago, so his tires should be okay. And he's followed by Christian Steinhäuser, who is actually not able to... no, he is able to close in. Christian Steinhäuser just 6 seconds by now. So he is coming closer. He's coming onto the straight back there. And she is able to see him at the end of the straight. But it's a long way for him in the 69 RSR car with the orange mirrors.
Yeah, and that gap's been bouncing up and down a bit with traffic over the last few laps.
Yep.
It's hard to get a read on whether Steinhauser is actually closing the gap or not at this point.
Yeah, Martin Seisler also 7 seconds by now, closed in by a second. Maximilian Dehn is 8 seconds away from Daniel Isban right now in the VMAT's grey car. So there might be a battle commencing. We gotta check those gaps regularly.
I believe Dean was the one that had that spin down in turn 1 when Alex Salmon made the pass on Zeller.
It was not Maximilian Dehn. He took over the car after that.
Okay.
It was the driver before him that did that. Because I remember him typing in the chat when that happened. And Christian Steinhäuser now 5 seconds only. So he got closer again a bit. But Patrick Pleiss also closing in on John Uyen right now. Only 3 seconds. Or 3.5 seconds.
A footnote on that battle between Tammy and Hiller. With Hiller getting past, he went straight to pit.
Yeah.
So clearly he was starting to struggle. So really successful on his part, keeping JT behind him.
Yeah.
For as long as he did.
Yeah. Patrick Pleiss really getting close now. Really reeling in John Uyen. As Alex Salmon is in the pits as well as Gerd Seller right now. Yeah, John Uyen losing time there, 1.7 seconds. That was 5 seconds last lap. So he's really losing time there.
They should be able to see each other at this point.
Yeah, they are, definitely. There's just one car between them. As we can see here, Patrick Pleiss just overtaking the Raceland DE number 30 car. And right there around 130R at this orange car in front is John Uyen already. And now he's really getting close.
Following through the chicane.
Yeah. I think that costs a bit of time for John Uyen. And now Patrick Pleiss trying to steal some of this precious draft from that BMW in front.
And meanwhile, the Drace car just came back out of the
there was a
pits
car
right
on the
behind
side.
this battle.
There was a car inside turn 1. Standing there
That might have
without...
been Mike Weiler in the Drace car.
No, it was not a Drace car, I think. It was one of the Vortex SRC community cars, I think. Basically the sister car of the car we're just watching right now, Ralf Deiniger, I think. Yeah, it was. Without a rear wing into the pits right now, so there was something up with them. They had to disconnect and reconnect. As we're still staying on that battle here, just 7/10 of a second right now.
Place just come out of a pit?
Correct.
We are.
Oh, that was a bit late to break there. From Patrick Pleiss.
There's a lot of shadows going on through Spoon right now, so it can be a little harder to hit your spots.
Yep, as we can see, 130R here. Getting closer and closer, yeah. Also minor damage on that 993 car in the front. You'll watch the nose, you can see there are some grey spots like. But doesn't affect him too much, I think. He's pulling along there.
Yeah, Pleiss definitely looks faster through the corners right now, but Uyan was not slow down the straightaway, that's for sure. Ooh, look at him close up here through Dunlop.
I think that's a close deal now for Degner. Yeah, slots back in. No chance on the outside there. But now he has the chance in that slight king and he makes a stick. I think John lifted there actually. He knew that Patrick Pleiss was much faster in that moment.
Yeah, knowing John personally, he is the kind of guy who will not put up a fight in a battle like that when he knows it's not worth the risk.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes it quite the easy pass going into the hairpin.
He's the sort of guy that says, we got 6 hours to race.
Yeah, still plenty of time. As Maximilian Dehn is reeling in Daniel Isban at the moment. Just 3 seconds left of a gap. That was
same with Mark Weiler behind Uyan here. He's closed back in. It was over 6 seconds after he exited the pits. Now it's back to 3, so he's closing the gap too while these two are battling.
Yep. So still some action coming in here.
Yeah, Dina's been closing the gap surely and quickly, which is great.
Yeah, 2.6 seconds now.
Yeah, I do like the look of that Schubert car, the white with black and green accents. Very sharp looking.
Yeah, it's actually taken over from the real M6 GT3 that they drove in the ADAC GT Masters, for example. And the 24-hour race of the Nürburgring.
Oh, so it has a real-life basis. Cool.
Yep. But the base is actually M6 GT3, not the M8 GTE. But it's basically the same livery.
Nice.
Yeah, and there's also the number 9 Schubert Motorsport, the red one, the LMP2 car. This livery actually is inspired by the Honda NSX that Schubert Motorsport had running 2018 in the ADC GT Masters.
Nice.
It's a very good looking car.
So, guys, I'm going to jump out for a while. I'm going to get ready to start driving again. I've got some things to do before I jump back in the car, so it was really nice having a conversation with you and certainly talking with the two of you and then listening to Studios 397 talk about some of their elements.
Sure. Thank you for being here with
Great
us.
Pleasure, and perhaps I'll be able to catch you later on again.
Exactly.
Thank you, Matthew, and good luck.
All right, thanks very much. Just keeping it clean. That's
Yeah, that's the spirit.
All right, take care.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah, bye. Weiler is on the bumper of Uyan. The gap is 0.2 of a second. Oh boy.
That was close and fast. Yeah, and he's already side by side already.
Yeah, on
But
the run to
PUBG.
Degner, it's just not a passing area. It's not safe there generally.
Especially not on the outside. You can go there for the inside, but it's not really that great. And this time we're not leaving him by just like that. Maybe here on the outside. No, he's putting up a fight now.
Yeah, I think Spoon will tell us a lot here.
I think now on the straight he's able to make it. With the difference he had in the last few laps. Maybe into the chicane. Already in 130R? No, he's just having a quick look. And even leaving some space there.
Yeah, and it would definitely be difficult to pass into the chicane because just with 130R and the lack of downforce through there when you're following another car, it's hard to stay close. But exiting the chicane is where you want to be close.
Yep, now they are coming up to traffic. Which seems to be good for John Uyen. Or maybe not, because the number 777 car just slightly sideways there, hitting him. But everything went well. He's behind the VMAT's car, stuck there now. Mark Weiler is coming up there.
Yeah, Weiler seemed to handle the traffic through there a little bit better, and now he's past all the GT traffic again and back behind Uyan.
Yeah, as Maximilian Dehn now, because of that traffic, lost a bit of room to the VMAT's car. This was the group they just went through. But probably he'll be back in a second as Mark Weiler again on the inside there. Yep, but he has no traction to get fast out of that corner than Jordan Uyen.
Yeah, Weiler's definitely racy in the corners, but on the straightaway, it's not performing quite as well so far.
Yeah.
As they pass the GT through Spoon.
And they have one coming up. Let's see if they both wait, if one goes for it. I think they... Maybe John Uyen will be able to overtake him before the chicane, but he doesn't do it. So both are stuck behind him till the straightaway.
And here we go, the race is on. I believe that's the Blackhawk GT they're passing.
Now you can see the speed difference. But still, just a quick show on the side there. And oh, that was the curb that John Uyen hit there on the outside.
And Uyan is around.
Yeah, that was a quick spin. He literally just hit the curb and the car was gone. No chance to react or whatsoever. And
Not
that,
at all.
Yeah, and that cooked his tires. Now he has to check and see that he can cool them down a bit.
And that
then
looked
go
like
on.
a car that was a little antsy going into turn one there, so odds are that, you know, there might be a little lower on downforce in the rear, something that's maybe not quite so stable to be able to have that kind of straightaway speed. So diving down into turn one, which is a corner where you're braking while turning, it's very, very treacherous. And yeah, touching the curbing like that with your back tires, you're just going to go right around.
Yeah, I guess that was it, because I think the rear tires directly locked up as soon as he hit the curb. And that was it. He was gone directly. No chance.
Yep, and Weiler is just jetted off.
Yeah.
And throughout all that racing, though, I mean, Pleiss has driven away too, because Pleiss is 8 seconds ahead of Weiler. As we move back to Maximilian Dehn in the Schubert car.
As we're just on board with Maximilian Dehn on the hunt for the VMAT's grey car, who is just overtaking lap traffic there on the straight. And there is an attack, as far as it seems, by the 777 car. Who's right behind him there. Number 777 driven by Alexander Spring. And VMAT's grey into the pits, so Maximilian Dehn gets the position.
Well, that takes away from the battle.
Yeah. That was our last opportunity for battles right now.
Absolutely. So, you know, just thinking back to this, I do have one question to ask you regarding the series in general, if I may take this off topic a bit.
Of course. Go for it.
So, in years past, P1 has run more of a 24-hour type series where it's been GT3s and touring car classes. Why the change for 2019? Why moving to the Le Mans series setup?
Actually, because there's no official touring car content, and there still were some problems with the mod we were using, and we wanted to go for quality. I mean, now with the implementation of the new material system, etc., everything just looks better, it feels better. We don't have to do anything about balance of performance because that's already done and stuff like this. It's kind of a trade-off between less work for us, better content, and availability. Because I mean,
I heard you get a little excited when you said less work for us.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's still much work. I mean, I think you heard what I was talking with Renee from S397, and yeah, it is much work. We had the last changes yesterday at 10 p.m. We're working full time, and we have to check skins and do preparations, etc. So every relief we can get is the best thing we can have, basically. And that's why we chose the LMP2 and GTE class.
And then this also gave you an opportunity to run a true championship this year.
Yeah, exactly. And especially an official supported championship with Studio 397. Because all we're driving is official content, there are no mods involved. All the tracks, all the cars, everything's official content. And that's a good thing. So we can get a bit support, a bit of publicity due to our sharing of streams, etc. And I think that's what makes it really great. I mean, the racing is really good, and it was in the last few years as well. I mean, if I just remember last year's 12 hour of Bathurst, we had the first crash after about 42 minutes, where the first two cars collided while they were racing like really hard, and after that there was nothing again. So yeah, we just wanted to provide quality content, and that's why we went for this approach with the LMPs and GTEs. As we have the Racing Monkeys GTE RSR off track there. While we are following Oliver Wölfer around with the Rennen Simulanten 3 car. Did that answer your question?
Absolutely it did. And I take it also that having the support and having some of that official content from Studio 397, that also influenced your track selection this year, didn't it? Oh.
Yes, it did.
Yep.
It definitely did. I mean, we had 3 tracks or 4 tracks that we changed out after we made that, I don't want to say deal with Studio 397, but after we talked to them and they said, hey, if you do official content only. But I think the tracks that we switched out weren't like... I mean, the switched out tracks that we have now are pretty good, I think. So I don't see a problem there.
Yeah, roger that. No, so far I've liked the track selection. I mean, Sepang over in Malaysia, that's a great one. That's always a fun track to do, even though it's always 40 degrees Celsius, it feels like there.
Mm. Yeah, then we have Matsusaka.
Driven on the list that you have on the
schedule. It's Palm Springs. Yeah. We actually thought about, okay, what do we take? What can we put there? And then we found Palm Springs. And Palm Springs is actually a rename of another track, which is also available in iRacing. And it's kind of our Daytona substitute, basically. It's an oval with a road course. We have driven it a few times already in fun races and in a Porsche Cup back in the years. And it's a fun track, great for multi-class racing, especially with LMPs and GTEs. And that's why we chose it. It's really good. I really like that track.
And it does run around the oval, around, I think it's turns 3 and 4 of the NASCAR oval, correct?
No.
No?
No.
Oh.
It actually has no turns on the oval itself. It just uses both straights.
Okay. Yeah.
At the end of the start-finish straight.
Straightaways though, which gives a lot of space for the P2s to stretch their legs.
As we have a really slow car, still the RSR GTE from Racing Monkeys, humping back to the pits on his way to 130R.
Yeah, that car definitely took that huge hit in Degner 2 there, and it looks like they have a lot of trouble. Oh man. I'm
quickly scanning through, seeing where and who it is. That is, it's Cornel Paltesh, who's limping back with his broken car. That looks like the steering wheel is 100 degrees to the right. Let's have a quick look in the cockpit. No, that is the wrong. That is the right one. Yeah, you can see 90 degrees to the right, almost. Go straight.
Almost to the pits, at least.
Yeah, a long way to go. He had a long way, but he almost made it. So, and the number 24 went off there. BR, the Claudio Sousa with the BR Racing drivers. He had a minor issue there. I think he's going to the pits directly. Looks like it. Yep.
Absolutely.
That didn't look healthy. As we have Ralf Deiniger in his LMP2 approaching Sebastian Pfeiffer again.
Well, that's a double whammy for the 24 there. They just got to drive through while they're going into the pits for damage.
Yeah, we had that earlier before as well, where a car was completely damaged, limped back to the pits, and then got a stop-and-go penalty. But that's how it is if you, for example, crash into someone. And stuff like this happens. And I just saw that Hannes Hiller is in front of JT Tami again, and JT Tami is on his way back to Hannes Hiller again.
Yeah, Tami must have just hit the pits here recently. I'm looking at the live timing. It doesn't show it's updated, but based on the fact that they're on lap 164, and they both pitted last according to this around lap 120, well, lap 122. Yeah, they're probably just out of the pits again, and they're cycling through, and now we're back to fighting.
And to quickly come back to that question in the chat, Patrick Fireball, there are no mods, not even the tracks are mods. This is actual content developed by ISI and Studio 397, so we are running no mods at all. As JT Tami goes through and secures position 37 overall again.
He had so much fun the first time, he wanted to do it again, I guess.
Yeah, looks like it. It looks like Sebastian Pfeiffer now has a big lead in the GTE class, if I do say so.
Yeah, Blackhawk is pitted and Kevin Yeager is taking over that car.
Yeah, it's over 2 minutes. The difference, almost 3 minutes. Is it even over 3? It's over 3 minutes to the Blackhawk racing car, and even to the Team RGPL GTE car. There's 1 minute 54 seconds.
Yeah, so just under a lap behind.
Yeah, so basically he should be approaching them, almost seeing them. Yeah, I think that I saw the car in front there. Let's just join them for a lap of Matsusaka as he's lapping his leading laps here. Finally free of any fights for the moment.
Yeah, when you have a minute and a half, or excuse me, yeah, almost 2 minute lead going on, you can just relax a little bit, which is great for their concern. So I'm just looking back at the track list here and going back to that conversation. I think the one that's most interesting for me of the list is Indianapolis. And I see that the 2007 layout is selected, which I believe that one is the Formula One layout that they used when they went to the track from 2000 to 2006.
I
So that'll
think
be
so
a
as well.
good one
It's
for the cars again to stretch their legs out.
it's with the last banking corner, definitely. So there's not this small infield section at that last corner where you have to go to the inside, and we didn't want to do that, so we took the one that is easier flowing, basically.
Yeah, that makes it a little too stop and go, a little, how would I say it, Mickey Mouse is the phrase I've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, definitely
I'm
the
more
most
a fan of-
interesting will be Palm Springs, actually. I'm so excited to see these cars racing on that track, as well as Sebring.
And of course I'm partial because of the ones we're mentioning here are all based in America. My homeland here. Yeah, I can't complain at all. I think I'm trying to rack my brain as to which other content is out there as far as tracks that are official. Because beyond these, and I think New Orleans, you start getting into the fantasy tracks, and those are ones I'm sure you're looking to avoid.
Yep, and there is the Team RGPL car, just right in front of Sebastian Pfeiffer. Just one car between them right now. So yeah, he's going to take everyone else off the lead lap of the GT field. Just like Blackhawk Racing did a few laps ago, but as they pitted, they lost that again. Actually, there's nothing really close right now. Besides one, and that's Stefan Erksmeier in the number 666 Sim Racing team car with the BMW. And he's following the purple-black Porsche of Vortex Motors. Not Vortex Motorsport, sorry. WUDSL Community.
And Erksmeier just came out of the pits, so you assume fresh tires, and he'll try to just kill that gap, hunt him down.
Yeah, Mark Weiler also pretty close to Patrick Pleiss at the moment. Only 5.8 seconds at the moment, so opportunities there as well.
Yeah, and to that point, just thinking back to Pleiss and Weiler, and they were battling with John Uyan a little bit earlier. Uyan has hopped out of that car, and Elliot Budzitsky is back in the number 63 SimHQ Motorsports P2. So they've fallen back to P8 through that cycle.
Yeah, but they are only 7 seconds behind P7, number 69 Revolution Sim Racing 5. So still a way to go there, as we just have been past half time here in this race. 5 hours 51 seconds, 51 minutes left.
Yeah, I think we're getting to that point, you know, as sunset and it gets darker out there. Everyone needs to calm down, just kind of clock some laps in. Make sure they're set up for that end of race run.
Yeah, and we have someone joining us in the booth, and it's Brian van Boysekom. Hi Brian, how's it going?
Hello, good evening. All is going well.
That's
How has
good.
the race been going so far?
It's good, actually. Very eventful, action-packed, but really good.
Sounds great.
If I could use my mouse for a second. Great. Yeah, so we're in the middle.
Blow up some speakers. Or...
Yeah, basically, yes.
I'm sorry.
No, all good. Yeah, basically we're past halfway to the finish. Still a few opportunities to overtake people here. Kevin Yeager just got someone in the pits for Blackhawk Racing. And yeah, it's getting closer and closer for the most people here. For example, Elliot Budzinski just under 2 seconds right now, as well as Stefan Axmeier is also close to his guy in front. As Elliot Budzinski just gets held up by a GTE car there. So how was your race experience until now, Brian?
These are the first minutes I'm seeing, because I've had to work today.
You sound exactly like me when I joined earlier, because I had literally just woken up before coming in.
Having to yell at kids all day does that with your voice.
Oh no. So yeah, we're watching Budzinski on the feed in our SimHQ Motorsports car, which, I know, Brian, you're a fan of that car, because of course.
Yeah, because...
But yeah,
SimHQ, I made the car, that sort of stuff, or the car, the skin.
Yep, you've got 3 cars in the field today that you've painted.
Yeah, yes I do. I've been very busy. And then after this round I'm gonna have to update all of them to the new material system.
No, you don't have to, you did already. I can work with that. Or do you have changes?
Well, this one we're watching now I do have updated already. I believe the OOR car not yet. The Champion Motorsports car will need some tweaking as well, I think.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's Brian or Greg. Could you maybe move out of the RD host for a second? I can't even type something here right now. Thank you. My mouse was just switching back all the time.
Yeah, so Brian, to that point, the updates for the PBR system, is that pretty easy from your perspective?
Yeah. I've got plenty of experience already by now. And it's, if I get an old template, it's like a 10-minute job to bring it to the new templates. So, no problem.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, actually, Brian was the one who sent me a skin with this new system, so I can check it out and learn with it, and prepare this tutorial I made for our P1 series. And after I worked with it for a few hours, I really gotta say it's not that hard, and you have so many opportunities to do stuff with it. As we just see that that Elliot Budzinski is really close now, just gets held up by this GTE car a bit.
Yeah, he just made his way past the GTE leader Sebastian Pfeiffer, and that was very helpful because it had blocked Steinhauser a bit, but then the other GTE car blocks Budzinski, so karma is restored in the world again.
And that's what I meant when I said, in this traffic, you win some, you lose some. It's 50-50 and it will stay like this. You lose something here, but you gain it there, and we just saw that in this example right there.
Yep, and here's an example where Budzinski's following the GTE through 130R, and that's a corner where the P2s are, I'm assuming, flat out. So that's a time loss there, of course. Looks like put him back about a half a second.
Yeah, as Louis Ruin just took over P27, took it from Daniel Isban. This pass just happened. Maybe we can see if Daniel Isban. I just wanted to say. Oh, no. I just wanted to say if he's able to make that grind up, but yeah, apparently not. What else do we have here? Yeah, Sim Racing Team number 666. is still fighting for P21 overall.
One thing I want to point out is that the Team RGPL GT, the number 77, is still in the pits. They were just a lap down from the lead, and now they're 5 laps down.
Yeah, I do see that. Maybe they had damage or something, or also problems with disconnection or something.
Yeah, is the car on pit road or is it in the garage?
Yeah, that's what I want to check right now. That's Voiter Pleasantly. There's a car standing on the AstroTurf in the chicane. It looks like he's in the garage, so probably a disconnect. Let's hope for the best, that they can come back as we join Kevin Jäger on P2 in the GTE class. But he's also a lap down at the moment, behind Sebastian Pfeiffer.
Yeah, the top four in class are spread out by almost a lap when you just go down through the order. The closest one is P4, Erksmeyer's a minute and a half behind P3. Funky in the VMAT's green.
Yeah, as we still have that battle for P6 overall, Christian Steinhauser and Elliot Budzinski, who just takes the long way around there. I think I should stop moving the cameras and let you guys do it, because apparently every time I switch to a car, something bad happens.
Well, let's sit here for a moment and see what happens.
Can go cockpit maybe.
Oh, that is tight.
Yeah, but he waited, had his move done now, and Christian Steinhauser also had some problems with the GT to get through there.
Yeah, it looked like Budzinski had 2 tires off in the grass on the inside just to stay safe. That was really tight.
Mm-hmm. Now around the outside of that GTE. Works out easily.
Yep, and because of all that, the gap has grown again.
Yep, and incident between number 53 and number 49 under investigation, so something happened there as well. As Elliot Budzinski is going to 130R, we can see now what the speed is in these cars. Almost 285 through 130R and not even a slight lift.
Yeah, it's safe to say they're fast.
Yeah, definitely. With almost 300 kilometers per hour in that corner. As he's staying behind that GT here.
Incident reviewed, no further investigation between the 53 and 49, so basically a racing incident, whatever happened.
Yep. But that great how Christian Steinhauser went around the outside of that Corvette there, leaving a bit of space for him. And that worked out great for him. Didn't hold him up. Now through Degner. And again, traffic upcoming.
You know, what caught my eye there was that the Corvette actually had green paint on the diffuser underneath the bumper. That was really cool.
Yeah, with the new material system, you can make it really shiny or matte, just like you want to.
You can do anything.
Yeah, you can even make it green chrome.
Well, I have to say the chrome material isn't great.
It depends on how you do it. that chrome actually has the same problem that the old chrome on some mods had as well. You gotta find the right base color. I noticed that already. Because for example, if you have a white car and just make it chrome, it doesn't look really chromy on the day. if you have a black car and make it chrome, it looks really shiny and chrome in the day, but in the night it looks just black. So you gotta find the perfect color for it to make it really good.
Perfect grade.
Yeah, exactly. That's one thing I already checked out for 2 hours or something.
On the outside here.
Yeah.
No room.
Yeah, I mean, this is close, but that should work out if they stay behind him there.
Side by side with traffic through the S's.
Oh, you shouldn't have stuck in there, Elliot. Ooh, that was really close. Another incident under investigation. Oh, that was an emergency brake attempt by Elliot Baczynski. He didn't think that the BMW M8 had to brake that early and that hard, I think. And there was another car going through on the inside. And we have a drive-through for number 4 Racing Spirit for causing a collision. Yeah, so this battle might be going on a bit longer now.
It's the overall leader that's just passed him. So Chabakis from Black Hawk.
Yes, and Alex Salmon is back into P2 for now. But they are a lap behind Sabakis. But they also have over 5 hours left. Oh, and I just heard something. Yeah, there was a crash.
Oh, yep.
That
right
was the leader, I think, that had a crash there. That actually was the leader.
Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh, that was that.
Lapping.
And right to the pits goes Blackhawk, yeah. It must have made a late dive.
There's another crash in the back with Steinhäuser. I think he collected someone while rejoining a GT, I think.
No, Steinhauser had one of those lag events where all of a sudden he warps back.
Okay.
And warped back into Kiss.
That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, but I think the number 87 was involved there and was standing there with Steinhäuser after he rejoined the track. I think that might have been an unsafe rejoin, but I'm not sure.
It's definitely possible with all the traffic going through there. And for what it's worth, Alex Salmon is in the pits right now too. Hansa Racing still on track. They're currently a minute and a half back, so
yeah,
might
but
be a pass for the lead here.
Yeah, that might be a pass for the lead, depending on how long that repair is. It might even be that Alex Salmon is able to get close there again. That's how fast things can change.
Watching timing and scoring real closely to see when Blackhawk starts moving.
Let's put him live on here. Still standing there, not moving. 50 seconds to go.
The damage model hasn't been edited for this league, right?
No.
Aren't the longest repairs like 2 minutes in that case? Around there?
I think the longest repairs could be something like 300 seconds, including service. I think that's the longest you can have.
4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's the longest you can have, I think. But I'm not too sure.
Ricardo Boykman's on the front straightaway.
Yep, he is through. New leader, Ricardo Boykman. But I think they also have to go to the pits again.
They changed drivers about 10 laps ago, I believe.
Yeah, and on P4 it's me, myself and Ireland. They are out of the pits again. Jan Studenski behind the wheel right now. So he's coming close as well. As well as Mark Weiler, so this could be horrible for Team Blackhawk Racing.
Yeah, they're still not moving. And just as an update, I looked back to see how Elliot Budzinski was doing.
He's
in his
going
battle,
now,
it's
and
like,
he's
no,
going.
fine.
He's going, but
Weiler's right behind him.
yep, 6 seconds. There in the back, you could see Weiler just entering the start-finish straight. Oh no, he's in the pits right now.
Oh, he's
so
in the pits
yeah,
too.
he went into pits. But Studensky is also not that far away anymore. It's just about 24 seconds. So that really, really
Blackhawk
close
was
to
ready
be.
for that because they did a driver change too.
Yeah, maybe they
All
wanted to go
Zasmaro's
to the
back in
pits
the car.
anyways. And that just took a bit longer than expected.
Straze Motorsport is also in the pits in fourth.
It's really crazy how things change, how quickly they change, especially. Like 10 to 20 minutes ago, Blackhawk Racing had a lap of advantage, and now they're only second, about a minute behind.
I mean, Blackhawk's shown they have the pace, so they should be able to kill that down in the next few hours, obviously, as long as no other problems happen.
Yeah, they were really strong last race, and seeing as they're up there again now, I'm sure they can close that gap again.
Yeah, as Wojtek Polezny is approaching Yannick Malaika with the 29 Falcon Motorsport car. It's the white and purple Corvette. This is the battle for 23rd overall.
Yeah, he must have got back in the car not long after we were checking in on them in the garage.
Yep.
Lost about 4 laps.
Yep. But he's directly fighting him now, so that's for P8 in the GT. And that's actually the closest thing we have right now.
Yep, Polesny in.
Yeah, with 2 slower cars ahead of them, it really will give Polesny a chance to use them to his advantage. Or, well, it wasn't so easy actually. You just had to have the green Porsche go off into the grass to let him by.
A little bit of pressure can be enough.
Yeah, as we said with Ricardo plenty of times here, that the traffic gives, the traffic takes. It's going to be 50-50, but in the micro world, you know, at that moment, it could really hurt you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the gap sits at just over a second right now, as Polesny passes another lapped GTE, this time that camouflage Corvette. Heading down through Spoon. And Polesny's a little wide. Takes care to bring it back. There we go. And the chase begins again. After all that, he's got about 2 seconds to make up on the Corvette in front of him. Yannick Malaika.
Yeah, I can see him right in front of him. but just out of reach to make a move now.
The one thing I'm noticing right now is that Steinhauser, who was collected in that incident a little bit ago with Blackhawk Racing, is back in the pits. Yeah, Steinhauser is back in the pits. Oh, no, he's back on track. There we go. Might have had another repair to take care of on that car. But puts him right behind his Revolution Sim Racing partner, Michael Grossbecker, 5 seconds back.
Might want to keep an eye on that, maybe it will be a small battle. Other than being teammates, both Revolution Sim Racing, maybe there will be team orders in play there.
Or it could just be like Red Bull last year where they keep fighting.
That would be awesome, as long as it doesn't end up with them taking each other out.
Yeah, that's definitely what we don't want. Yep, Plesny's closing the gap again. There's less traffic around this time, so it makes it a little easier to do his laps. It's back under a second now as we go into Spoon one more time. The track is definitely under darkness now. The sun has set and we have the lights out. It's a very different atmosphere than what it was about an hour ago. Yeah, now we really can't watch the clouds to see if the rain's coming or not.
Yeah, that's gonna be a challenge.
Yeah, the last update we did on the weather was probably about an hour ago, and according to the forecast at that point, the rain was not expected until basically the end of the race. So, in theory, it might show up earlier, show up later, but for right now, we're expecting no issues with rain. Diving into turn one.
Right on the back of Malaika again.
Now they do have another GT car ahead of them, so that might play into this, depending on if they catch them for lap traffic. It looks like our buddies in the Champion Motorsports car up ahead, JT Tammy.
.37th overall.
Oh, Plesny closes up really close into the hairpin here.
Shows himself in that inside mirror. Keep the pressure up.
Oh, I'm sure Malika knows he's there.
Definitely. No prototypes behind. Let's see if Leslie can have a run here out of Spoon.
Yeah, nice and close. Should have a little bit of the draft come in here. Starting to pick it up right about now. Here we go.
Closing in
Malika
really
trying to
fast.
defend.
And Leslie backs out.
Yeah, Malika went to the inside and then kind of held up. Yep, here's your next passing opportunity down into turn one, but Plesny's a little far back to really get that draft pickup this time around. It's a little difficult to stay on him going into the chicane when you go wide at 130R, isn't it?
Oh, he has a big run. It's good
Here
to
he
dive
comes.
into turn one.
Nope, just not quite close enough.
No. As JD Tammy lets the pass.
Yeah, Plesny is absolutely the faster car at this moment.
And those cars that we mentioned earlier, Steinhauser and Grossberger, 10th and 11th, half a second between them now.
So the fight is on. As a P2 comes up the inside of the GT battle we've been watching. Ooh, very close, very close.
That is the Black Hawk car, trying to close that gap to P1 again.
Alright, I'm gonna pop up by the other battle real quick, see how they're looking. Yep, nose to tail again. Both Revolution Sim racing cars.
As Leslie now has a run out of spoon again. However, also prototype traffic coming from behind. So he can't make a move.
Oh, but with the P2 diving through. Here we go.
Side beside to the chicane. A little bit of rubbing maybe.
Wow, that was tight coming out of there.
Gets past, yeah.
Yep,
Very
he's made the pass. Will Malika have a draft going into turn 1? No. Plesny's completed the pass and probably drive away here, knowing how that pace is going.
Let's see.
In the interim, I'm going to hop back up to Steinhauser here real quick.
Yeah, still half a second between them.
Yeah, right on the tail of his teammate. He's got a little bit of a run going up to 130R here. But yeah, with the downforce being messed up there by the aerodynamics coming through the 130R, I can see why Steinhauser's backing off a little bit. There's just no traction there.
It's not a place for the prototypes, no.
No, there's too much aero wash going through 130R. So the passing point really is into turn 1, and he's picking up again. Here we go.
Looking to the inside, but backing up. Traffic through the S's.
Oh, that was pretty slick work around the orange Porsche.
Yeah, nicely handled from both of them.
And just to recap on the earlier battle, Plesny has pulled away now by 2 seconds in the course of a lap. Alright, jetting out of the hairpin now, Steinhauser is still tailing Grossberger.
In the meantime, it also looks like David Tepper in the 33 VMAT's car has caught up to Muller in Trace Motorsport. 1 second between them.
Yep. Yep. And unfortunately, this battle is going to roll away. The Steinhauser does have a stop and go here for an unsafe rejoin, unfortunately. So move ahead to the other battle here, picking up on David Tepper.
At least I'm assuming he's called up. It could also be that he's just been passed. I didn't see. 1 second between them is enough reason to check it out.
I'm nervous to pick it up because the last time we switched the camera over to a VMAT's car, you know, as Ricardo was saying, it was spinning off in the S's, so, you know, we don't want to jinx this.
Last race they didn't have their best race either, so yeah. It's good to see that they're doing better than last time at least.
Yeah, I'm watching their lap times. I assume they're actually pretty evenly matched, so we're just keeping an eye on them right now. Our closest battle on track that's not impacted by a drive-through.
Has the drive-through been served yet? No.
No, it is
Still
not.
half a second.
Because here's our other battle on track right now for position. This is actually way back in the field for P34 between Frank Flipson and Oliver Wolfer. Both in Porsches, near and dear to my heart. But based on lap times, Weifer has been gaining really quick here.
Oh yeah, 1.5 seconds faster. Last lap.
As the P2 goes around the outside. That's gonna change things up a little bit here since through Dunlop they're side by side. And that was a relatively easy pass. Very nice, very nice. Way to move through Weifer.
No question, he's gonna pull away there.
Absolutely, he's got the higher pace right now. And it looks like regarding the other battle we were talking about earlier, Marcus Miller in the Drace Motorsport car is pulling away a little bit from David Tepper.
Yeah, it's back to 2 seconds now.
Yeah, so I would say that pass has been made there. But it's still a really nice car to look at. That's part of what I like doing here, is just checking out the paint schemes everyone has.
Yeah, I did that last race already, and there are some very nice cars in between there. I'm looking forward to seeing them updated to the new materials. See what people come up with.
I still think my favorite is the Your Name Here racing car, which Dennis Richter is in now.
Oh, every time I saw that car last race. I'm surprised they haven't found someone's name to put on there, because I said it so often. There are spots available, they want your name there.
No,
Send them a message.
As we were talking earlier, we could throw some money at them and see if they'll put our names on it, or our faces even. Oh, as Richter misses the apex there just a tick. I guess when you have a lead of 1.5 minutes, you have that luxury, don't you?
Yeah, no pressure in front or behind. Just doing some casual laps.
For a while there, about an hour and a half ago, I would say, we were watching a battle between Your Name Here Racing and Blackhawk Racing, because they were within a second for probably a good half an hour. But then there was an incident, Blackhawk Racing went flying off in 130R and hit the wall and had to repair some damage. So they're doing really well that they're still in second place in class after all of that.
In the meantime, the Varro in the Blackhawk racing car has already got his gap from about 40 seconds down to 30 seconds now.
Yeah, Balzas Varro, after taking over after that incident, is really flying on track.
Studensky's sticking to around 10 seconds behind.
You shouldn't forget that Studensky's also there. He's also flying. He was 15 seconds behind, so he also closed in a bit on Balazs Varro.
And they both changed tires about the same time, so they're essentially on the same type of, I guess, tire life, as you could say. So the fact that the gap is closing is great for us to watch.
Yep, that's correct.
Spatzinski in the SMHQ car is pitting.
Yep.
That drops them back to P7.
Yep. Schubert Motorsport just overtook him as he was in the pits, or is in the pits.
Yeah, no, it almost has to be a bit concerning for Hansa Racing how fast that gap is closing. Yeah, by my biggest, oldest memory, I think it was about 50 seconds when they came out of the pits. So they've closed 20 seconds of that already.
Yeah, but they still have 5 hours of time.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. There's no rush to get back up there, but they'll be there sooner than we would think.
Yeah, but I think that it will be head-to-head race in the end, with the number 88 and the number 106. Because they're both on pace right now. And I think that will stay like this.
Yeah, and the Drace Motorsport car is just hanging around a little bit behind these guys. So, I mean, they're still in the picture, obviously. Any slip up from the top 3, and Drace is there to pounce.
Yeah, that's true. But I'd like to point out how really good my prediction about getting Dark on track was. At the start of the race, I said at around the halfway through mark, at around 6 hours, it will be getting dark, and exactly that happened.
Well, can I predict that it won't get light again? Yeah, I was figuring the darkness would come around 3 hours remaining just from what I've heard from other people, so this is earlier than expected.
Now, normally it's around 18:30 to 19 in game time, which we have passed right now. It's about 1947 actually now in game time. And we have another incident. And we have another incident by the number 88, which is further investigated after the race. So there is the possibility that me, myself, and I alone might get the win here on track, but that they get a penalty and get moved back depending on what it exactly was.
What kind of penalties could they receive after the race?
Oh wait, I don't even know if we... Might be that we just give out penalties for the next race. I actually forgot, to be honest. But it's also possible that they get time penalties on their race time. Would have to talk with Simon about that, though. Because I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I know that we did it like with time penalties in the races last year, but I actually forgot what we said and what's in the rules right now.
I do know for last race the OORs in HQ car received a drive-through for this race.
Yeah, then we
So
probably will handle that.
penalties
Yeah.
for the next race.
Yep.
Yeah.
Still watching the times on the clock here. It's now 20 seconds to the lead for the Blackhawk car. And Studensky and the Me, Myself, and I Alone cars essentially keeping up with Blackhawk. So they're both gaining... Well, last lap was 5 seconds almost. This is coming down quick.
Yeah, 4.5 seconds in the last lap. And Mark Weiler for Drace Motorsport is also going the pace of those guys in front. So... fast lapping there.
Yeah, P2, 3 and 4 are all 3 in the 47s right now. With Weiler in 4th actually being the fastest of the 3 last lap by a 10th.
And I just read that we have problems with the RSR car and with the RSR Team 5. They...
VR problems.
Yes, VR problems.
Oh
no. It seems like they are out of the race for now.
I know how annoying those can be.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yep, they're sitting in the pits, or in the garage right now.
Yeah, and that's probably it for them today then.
I've had plenty of issues with my VR headset as well in rFactor.
Yeah, I had them as well
Freezes.
until I got my upgrade to my new computer. Actually, now it works fine.
Same with you, Brian?
I'll have to admit that I haven't erased that much yet since getting my new computer. So.
Yeah, I've tried it here and there a few times, also with 45 AI, etc., and no problems at all.
Yeah, the next 2 weeks will be some good testing for me, with a Sebring and a Bathurst race, both of 12 hours I believe.
Yeah.
So, plenty of testing coming in for me.
I think Balasvaro had some problems in the last lap. We'll see his time soon. He's still 20 seconds behind Ricardo Bergman, and Jan Studensky came closer to about 9 seconds. So maybe some traffic issues there, but looks like this lap wasn't as fast. Let's quickly switch to him and see. He's on the start-finish straight. Yeah, 152.
52.8.
Yeah, that's...
And Studensky's coming there in the back. You could see him joining the start-finish straight. So he's still going the pace.
We just had the camera on Boykman, and he was passed by, I think, P13 on track, so Boykman's a little off pace.
And Studensky's still coming closer there. 8.5 seconds right now. Gotta see how that develops, as he's hitting heavy traffic right now. Stuck behind the GT here. Oh.
Hey,
But a bad move by the GT, to be honest. A bad move by the GT. Just pulling over to the right side there. I think nothing major happened.
Yeah, Studensky, I guess, could have let off the gas there so there wouldn't be an impact, but still you expect the GT to hold its line and be consistent is the word you want.
Yep. And that time the GT moved to the right side on that straight part and just moved right in front of him. That cost 2 seconds actually for him.
Yeah, because there's a few rules of thumb there with the GT. I mean, you come out of that corner to the right, but you want to go back to the left to set yourself up for the next corner. But the P2 also needs to telegraph its intention, and Studensky had come to the outside expecting the GT to go inside, so that's where the issue came from.
Yeah, so Balasvaro now only 14 seconds off of Ricardo Bergman, and Jan Studensky back to 12 seconds off of Balasvaro. So they are really coming close, and Ricardo Bergman seems to be really driving slow at the moment. 152.
Yeah,
Let's have a look in his cockpit. Maybe we'll see.
Yes, there's a car off in Spoon. 38. That is, let's see.
So we hope that nothing happens here.
I'm not sure what's happening, he's still standing there. And
they
he's
just
escaped
escaped.
it.
And I think Bergman has damage on the car, actually. I think the steering wheel isn't completely straight.
Well,
Maybe
let's
we can-
watch it down the front straightaway here.
Yeah, it's slightly tilted to the left. You see that? He has
Yep.
some suspension damage, so that would explain why he's so slow at the moment, actually.
Yeah, it looks like the car's
Definitely.
sliding through the corners
Yeah.
here.
Mm.
A lot of
Whoop.
oversteer.
That would explain anything and everything. Yeah, and you see it on the back of the car on the left side. You can literally see the skid marks, etc. So there must have been happening something. Right side seems okay, but left side definitely has some issues.
Yeah, he's definitely struggling, seeing that the other P2 right behind him. I think, is that the Schubert car that's behind him?
No, that's the Extra Racing car behind him on P9. And
Yeah,
his
it's definitely
Lapis,
keeping up, no
Lapins.
problem.
Yeah. Probably he would be faster, but he's not overtaking him yet. As the guys behind are really getting closer again. Studensky up to 8 seconds to Balasvaro now. And Balasvaro at around 14 seconds again.
Yep. Lapins is flashing his lights to try to get by.
Maybe he's making a move now. He's really close there. But no, he doesn't do it.
Yeah, these are tough situations. Because you are faster, you want to go past, but it's the leader. So you don't want to take him out or anything like that.
No, he's
As Buckman is
Buckman
quickly-
in the pits. Ooh, I think he hit the wall slightly there.
That's not going to help his case.
No, and there you could see the damage on the back left side.
Yeah, clearly.
Alright, let's see how long they're in the pits for.
As we have Balasvaro in the lead again. And Jan Studensky is following now. So Ricardo Buckman on P3 for now. Let's see how long he will stay there.
And on that note, gentlemen, I do need to be leaving. I don't know what my situation will be for the rest of the race, but I need to take off for a few hours.
Yeah, no worries, all good.
So, yeah, thank you for letting me do this.
Yeah,
Ricardo.
thank you
This
for
has been
having me
fun.
here. Thank you for being here. Great to have you in here. Interesting talks. And
Yeah,
come and join us
That's it.
whenever you like.
will do. It's been good to get your perspective on a few things here. So, yeah, thanks for opening up about some of the background behind the new LMS series.
Yeah, no worries, all good.
All right. And, yeah, Brian, have fun out here, too.
Thank
Don't
you.
get too excited. All right,
try
goodbye,
my best.
gentlemen.
See you later. Alright, it doesn't look like there's anything really going on right now.
No, at the moment it's really calm actually. There's not that much going on. A few gaps of laps and yeah, the closest gap is 7 seconds I think at the moment.
Looks like it, yeah.
Markus Müller for Dreis Motorsport. Other than that, everything's pretty much spaced out.
Yeah, Studensky now at 11, almost 12 seconds behind Faro again. Weiler 10 seconds behind Walter, 3 and 4.
Yep.
But these are the only 10-second or less gaps.
Yep, the rest is bigger. But as said, Markus Müller is on his way to close the gap to Stefan Erxmeyer in the number 666 Sim Racing Team car.
That gap is coming down, yes.
So let's just join him for a ride. He's driving behind the class lead at the moment. You can see him there in front. And just a few hundred meters further in the front, you will see the car he's approaching, and he wants to overtake. Or more like you can't see it at the moment, but on the straights you can. Now, for example.
Yeah.
And here's some LMPs approaching as well, so he's leaving by his teammate in the LMP. And taking the long route around, because the Schubert Motorsport LMP just went in there as well. And there's another LMP coming, I think, yeah, on the left side, the OR Sim HQM racing car.
As it looks like Erxmeyer has let the leader through, the GT leader.
No, he didn't. He's still in front. Can't see Erxmeyer right now. Should be in 130R right now. Yeah, you could quickly see that black car going through 130R in front. So it's still a long way. Cost a bit of time to leave the guys through, but the gap's still down to 5 seconds.
Oh wait, I'm confused with that white Corvette there, but that is Maleka. 22nd.
Yeah. Gaps in front are closing at the moment. Studensky lost a bit of time, the rest stays the same basically. Markus Müller 5 seconds behind Stefan Erxmeyer. And then we have Maximilian Dehn closing in on Yannick Malaika. Those are the closest battles at the moment. So we will wait for whatever happens and then we're there. Even though it might take a while.
Oh, Studensky losing a lot of time.
He's in
suddenly,
pits.
I think
He's in
something's
pit.
happened.
He's in pits.
Oh, in pits.
Yeah.
Didn't even see that.
Studensky in pit at the moment, so all good on that. Yeah, all good on that point. And probably that's why he lost a bit of time in the last few laps. I guess his tires were just up. Or he had to save fuel a bit.
So there was a car going through the grass there.
Yeah, that looks...
That is the 8th car. Lexo, Falcon Motorsport.
Yeah, that looked like it.
Going very slow over the back straight now. So he's having issues here. And Lapins is gonna gain a position out of there, only 5 seconds behind now.
Oh, that looks very wobbly there. Through 130R.
He's missing his rear wing, yeah.
He's just not missing
And
just his rear wing.
Isn't straight anymore.
Yeah.
Taking the safe road. Staying out of the way of
And
traffic.
there's another car really slow on the outside. Can he make it? Ooh. Like driving on raw eggs here, but he makes it into the pits at least. You can see how wobbly that is. Probably suspension completely broken on the back right, as it seems.
Looks like the entire rear of the car just gone.
And he missed his pit spots as well. Ah, you found it now, so... He made it back so he can continue after his repair, and Markus Müller is just 3 seconds away now, so he's closing in fast on Stefan Erxmeier.
Let's see, they're coming out of the
But
hairpin right now.
we have Jan Studensky as well, who is again on track and is hunting down Mark Weiler. This is for P3 overall, and it's just under 2 seconds of a gap.
Yeah, assuming Studensky is on fresh soft tires, that the cars are single stinting softs. I'm not sure about strategies, but
You can even double stint softs if you really want to. You can even triple stint mediums with these cars. That's what we learned today in the stream earlier.
ah. Anyway, if he is on fresh rubber, he should be past there in no time. Otherwise, it might be a bit more of a challenge.
Yeah, he might also just have taken fuel, because he just lost like 40 seconds. He lost around 40 seconds doing his pit stop, so with coming in, driving out and full fuel, that might just have been a refuel. But we'll have that.
It's been way too long that I've driven. I don't remember the pit times.
But we'll have an eye on that.
Yeah.
Okay, Markus Müller is through in front of Stefan Erxmeier, who went to the pits, so he's dropping down a bit. And yeah, basically all the other fights are gone by now.
Yeah,
because of pit stops.
Studensky is now the closest gap.
Yeah. So we'll stay here and have a quick look. Nah. This is the one I want. Yeah, Studensky seems to lose some time right now, so...
Yeah, behind the GT car.
Yeah. But
As
Mark
Weiler's
Weiler's pitting. Another battle gone. But we have a new battle, I think.
Ooh.
1.4 seconds between Ballasvaro and Fabian Walter for Hansa Racing.
Blackhawk must have pitted then.
Yes, apparently they did, but they are also just... He's just directly pushing away.
Yeah.
It was just about a second, now it's already 3.5 seconds.
Flying.
Apparently so, yes. Luis Röhn just rejoined behind Maximilian Kalinic, or the other way around. Maximilian Kalinic joined in front of Luis Röhn. Just 6 seconds between those guys, but it looks like this is growing bigger. So nothing really changed and our battles are gone for the moment. With 4 hours and 51 minutes to go.
Couple of cars in the pits.
Yeah, it's right about pit time right now.
Falcon Motorsports 1 in 10th also pitting. Steinhauser in the RSR5 car, that's still with the VR issues.
Yeah, that's... I said I don't think that they will be coming back. I think that race is over for them. If you can't really
Yeah.
drive with it, then it makes no sense to drive out.
That's a shame.
Yeah, definitely.
Though if one of the team members who is on a screen changes his in-game name to Steinhauser, Christian Steinhauser, then he can join, right?
I'm not actually sure if it's about the name or an ID.
I seem to remember something like that you could rename and then take over. But I might be wrong on that one.
I mean, that's the thing that we definitely need to find out. It's a good point, actually. If someone really has issues. As the gap in front from Balazaro to Fabian Walter is really growing right now. Over 7 seconds by now. Within 1 lap.
Let's see what Faro did this lap. A
Yeah.
1:48.
Yep.
Which is 3.5 seconds faster than Walter.
Yeah, we'll see. He's coming over the start-finish line in a second now. Any second. Yeah, probably 1:52.271. Yeah, just updated for me. So that's just about 3.5 seconds faster.
Yeah, so Blackhawk pulling away from Hansa.
Yeah,
While me, myself and I alone are slowly catching Hansa.
yep, that's true.
Very slowly.
Is there actually no other gaps that we can really check here? I mean, everything's so spread out right now.
Yeah.
Because it is this pit phase at the moment where people are coming in, losing time, and they should come together soonish again. But I think it's a safe bet to go to Jan Studensky with this number 88 and have a look at him, how if he's able to catch the Hansa Racing car, which he's already able to see in front there.
Yeah, this lap he's taken the gap down from 7 to 6 seconds. So
Probably at the end of the lap to 5.5 or something. There's no traffic whatsoever. We're at 5.1 already. .2 actually.
he was a second faster than Walter last lap.
Only 4.5 seconds now. He's really pushing here. And it seems like he is lucky and can push through. So he doesn't even get held up by this Porsche.
Yeah, that's fortunate timing.
Yeah, just a small correction of the line there, which costs like a 1/10 or something. But overall, he's really going fast at the moment.
Right now catching Barcelos in the 24 BR Racing driver's car.
Yes, this will be lapping this car, and that should be easy. I mean, they made it easy a few times already. They move off the line and brake when somebody's near. I mean, the gap is big enough at the moment so you can stay on full throttle, but as soon as Studensky's coming really near, he has to let him through. I think this will happen on the start-finish straight.
Looks like it. Looking at how much closer he got there in the braking for the chicane.
Yeah. But a good exit of the number 24 car there, so...
Yeah.
Who has his rain lights on? Why ever?
I believe these flickering lights are just a bug or something.
Might actually be true, yeah.
What makes them flash or not.
I have no idea as well.
I thought it was the fuel mix that the car was running. That the flashing lights either meant the lowest or the highest one. But seems to be random.
It's something we have to investigate further. Okay, now he's really getting close. I think now it's time for the number 24 to move out of the way.
Yeah, Studensky will definitely have dirty air now.
Yeah, he's going far to the outside, allowing the pass there. And now approaching a few GTEs here.
Starting with VMAT, green, I think.
Going around the outside, the easy way. Now he has to wait.
Yeah.
After Spoon, there's the next chance. Then he can hook up 2 overtakes, I think, on the straight.
You don't want to go outside. The BMW driver saw it. Held back a little bit. So, more luck on Studensky's side.
Oh, that was a slight lock-up. You could hear the engine sound really drop. Now it's free driving.
3 seconds is the gap at the start of this lap.
Yeah. Oh, and the Hansa Racing car got stuck behind the CMS car there.
Ooh.
This really paid out for your Studensky, but he's stuck here now as well. He doesn't want to force the issue, does he? He does.
He does go for it.
I mean, it was a good move. He was stuck to the outside there and made the move sit, which is easy with an LMP. You can go around the outside.
Yeah, but it's down to the driver of the CMS car to see him make the move and not go wide.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's well seen from Matthew using the car right now.
Yeah, and now he's really getting close. And I think actually that Balasvaro took new tires and Studensky didn't. From what I'm seeing here right now.
And that left rear of the Hansa car still looks pretty beat up.
Yeah, but also the middle, you can see it on the beam here in the middle.
Ah, yeah.
So they supposedly still damage on that car. As well as on this Corvette, as you could see, the whole side was bent. And Studensky has someone behind him as well, who's following him the whole time. Oh!
Ooh, yeah, that doesn't work there.
Well, it kind of does. But he almost shoved off the Corvette there, which was not good.
It was not a nice move. Should have waited a little bit.
Yeah, true.
But again, a battle being ended by a pit stop.
Yeah, like all our battles somehow. But we have something else. I think they were in the pits just right now. Markus Müller and Stefan Axmeyer at it again. This is the battle for P4 in their class. So that we can see if Markus Müller is able to go close there. And
Right,
make
now
the
some
move stick.
traffic in between. Just slotting in between them for the chicane. Is Muller close enough for a move?
No, I don't think
Turn
so.
one? No, that's too far.
Yep. And I think I can see damage on the car of the sim racing team, the number 666. As he's sliding around a bit, yeah, on the back right,
Yeah.
can see damage. Question is, when will he be able to make the move stick here? I mean, he is close enough. He is in the draft, in the dirty air.
Right on the back now.
Maybe a move now.
It's definitely possible into spoon.
But he stays
Looking to the
behind.
inside, but staying behind, yes.
But I think now on the straight he's able to pull it out. That was a good exit, I think.
Settling at the exit, yes. Slipstream.
It is close enough, definitely. He can risk it into the inside if Axmai is not covering it, but he stays behind us again.
Not risking it.
Hard on the curbs there. And I think it's not enough for the straight now. Let's hop into nose cam. Ah, it is actually. I think he is coming closer.
Could do a brave
Could-
dive, yeah.
Could do it.
Looks to the inside, but
No, he stays behind. Oh, Axmai, good positioning after turn 1 there, right in the middle of the track. No way around that. I mean, it's an easy thing with this car, it's so wide, you just need to park it somewhere in the middle and nobody's able to get through.
as they have the RSR1 car, Crossberger coming up behind.
But I think they couldn't kill us right now in this situation, so close to each other.
Well, they're gonna
Ooh.
have to care now. Ooh.
Yeah, just stick it to the inside. Let him starve on the outside there.
Yeah. I think there may have been some contact there. Don't know if the damage was already there for the RSR car. But
I can't tell actually as well, but I know that he's coming up quick to this SRT car in front. Oh, much tighter line, and ooh, the RSR car with the major slide there.
this could be a chance for Muller.
Yeah, now he's really there. Yeah, he's going for
to
it
the
now.
inside, yeah.
And he leaves
backs
it.
out.
He backs out.
So really playing it safe here.
Yeah.
Oh, as we have a spinning Porsche.
Yep, but
Well
nothing
held for
happened for anyone else. I mean, we talked about that earlier with a few people. Actually, you can make the move into 130R if you are on the outside, because you can't really defend on the outside of 130R. You're losing so much speed. So if you're just moving to the inside there, really you can even go a bit slower, stick to the inside. The other guy has to do the long way around, has to brake so much that he will lose this battle definitely.
Yeah, it is an option, but being one of the fastest corners, it's still pretty risky.
You just gotta see that you don't actually slide to the outside of that corner. If you stick to the inside, everything should be fine for you.
And a dive into the hairpin.
And he makes it stick apparently.
Still side by side. Of course,
now on the
Xmeyer now
outside.
has the inside until Spoon.
But he's still next to him, so this looks like the chance into Spoon. Still, again, a bit early on the brakes there.
Good on the brakes.
But now that's it, I think. He makes it stick. Let's see if Axmeyer is able to come back, but I don't think so. Especially with that
No,
bit of
that's a big gap.
slipstream. Bit of slipstream from the LMP car that Markus Müller got there.
try to get a good exit onto the start-finish straight. Maybe he can counter there.
As I'm just watching the timing screen, and Jan Studensky back up to 10 seconds.
So because there are issues with driver swaps and stuff, this server is gonna be restarted. And we will have a restart.
Oh. That's not great, but I just read that in chat actually. Question is, where's that coming from? Okay, so we will just quickly wait for the restart and just stay with us for a few moments. We'll be right back with the action on track. Let's turn up some music. Yeah, thanks for Mohammed for the update. I didn't hear it in stream, but I think Brian did.
Yes, I did get it. So.
Good. Yeah, let's see and wait for the race server. Because it's not updating yet. Now it's gone and we'll wait for the restart.
I guess it's a good thing if it was affecting multiple teams. So.
Yeah, definitely. A good thing is also that we have Simon, who's doing all he can, and he's able to restore all the laps and stuff that was driven yet, so...
I do wonder what's gonna happen to the gaps that were between the cars.
Those will be annihilated. There will be no gaps between the cars. It will be a normal restart, but the cars will get their laps, etc. back. So if you, for example, were 20 seconds behind another driver, you'll be directly behind another driver now. But
Which
if you
means
were...
we're gonna have the whole top 4
back together.
on the same lap. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And we have, but also all the gaps between the cars, if there was a lap of difference, for example, these will stand.
Yeah, they will be a lap down, yes.
It's just important that the same drivers that were driving are going back on track now. As we are waiting for the stream, for the server to go online again.
Guess this is a good moment for a toilet break, so I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, that's the perfect moment for a toilet break.
Nee, richtige Entscheidung. Alles gut.
Ja, funktioniert alles?
Sehen wir gleich. Ich habe jetzt auf Restart um 21 Uhr
Mhm.
mit 4 Stunden Restfahrzeit.
Mhm.
Server läuft wieder.
Mhm.
Ich muss nur gerade gucken, wie mein Tool das gerade verarbeitet.
Ja, sieht für mich gut aus, Simon.
Das muss auf jeden Fall Masse reporten, nicht, dass sie bei ihren 12 Stunden die gleiche Scheiße kriegen.
Ja. Wollte gerade joinen, hat er mir ein Data-Transfer-Timeout gegeben, aber jetzt komme ich drauf.
Excuse me, could I swap, let my teammates restart, like?
For the restart, you want to swap?
Yeah, like, because I probably won't be able to join the server anyways, because I'm having issues.
Yeah, the problem is that I think the last standings that were saved are from you, so...
The question is how we want to do it. We can say we make... we have a formation lab, and then say the first lab people can do the driver swaps, and the race starts only in lap 2, but then you're in the back of the grid, of the row.
Yeah, that's the only way that you can restore your progress, basically.
But we need to discuss this now, and we'll send you information soon.
Alright,
No,
because
so
I'm just
basically-
having issues with connection lost once I joined the server, so if I can't join the server then I'm fucked.
The server is completely restarted.
I know, but I was having issues like before before this problem.
And try it now, it's online.
Right now, it's already running.
I know.
Was war denn?
Die Datei, um die Runden zu erzeugen. 1000 Zeilen.
Ja, schön.
Das wird Shitshow im Chat geben.
Schön.
Okay, das hat funktioniert. Die Frage war, wie machen wir es jetzt?
Von mir aus können wir es so machen, wie du es gesagt hast, dass wir
Also ich
eine extra
das
Runde
fair, weil
machen.
Leute, die einen Fahrerwechsel machen wollten,
Ja.
es nicht machen konnten.
Ja.
Oder die jetzt Issues haben, dann sollen die in... Na, also machen wir keinen Rennstart, die sollen die Box fahren,
Wir
sich
machen
wieder
aber
hinten
den normalen
einreihen.
Information Lab Start, dann sollen sie aber weiter eine Runde... Nehmen wir mal so, die machen einen normalen Information Lab Start, sie sollen in eine Runde Information Lab bleiben.
Ja.
Dann können die wechseln wollen, an die Box gehen.
Ja. Sich
Und ab
hinten
Runde 2.
einreihen und dann
Genau.
in Runde 2 geht's weiter. Machen wir so.
Beziehungsweise wir warten, bis die Reihe wieder frei ist und Race Control gibt, dann entweder in Runde 2 oder in Runde 3.
Ja.
Wenn alle sich eingereiht haben.
Ja, finde ich gut. So musst du nur einmal informieren, bitte.
Yellow so gesehen.
Ja, genau.
2 Runden.
Ja.
Ja, außer für die, die in der Box waren, die dürfen aufschließen.
Ja.
Pit Limit, einfach Einführungsrunde bei Rennstart, einfach Pit Limiter Speed halten. Die Leute, die reingehen wollen, sollen das tun. Sobald die wieder hinten dran sind, können wir freigeben. Machen wir so. Gut, dann bin ich wieder oben.
Yep.
Alright. The server's back up. Everyone's joining by now. And we have a new start procedure, basically. As soon as everyone's joined again and we can start, we will have 2 or a maximum of 3 pace laps. Because some people already said that they had problems and if they continue they want to switch. So we will give everyone the opportunity. We'll do the pace lap. So everyone at the end of the pace lap is able to do his driver swap and then go back into the line of cars. And when everyone has joined the whole row of cars again, we will continue the race with a green from race control. That's how it will work. Are you back by now, Brian?
Yes, I am.
Great. And you did get what I say, right?
I guess you don't hear Simon, but he's explaining right now.
Okay. Then I won't say anything and just wait.
So, a couple of pace laps to give people the opportunity for driver swap if they have issues.
Exactly.
Oh, Simon's back. Yeah, everyone who was driving has to rejoin.
Yes. That's why we want to give the opportunity to do driver swaps in the first lap.
So now we wait. I see 21 cars on the server.
Yes, we will wait for all the drivers to reappear. And I think we said something about 9 o'clock we will continue, and then we will have a race time of 4 hours left. And I think Simon still has to put in his yeah. As soon as everyone's joined, Simon will run his script to restore all the racing files until now, so everyone gets their laps etc. back. And as soon as that's done, we can restart the race.
Okay, so it will be going back to nighttime.
Yes, exactly. .27 cars joined by now. The rest should come shortly. Everyone has some time here. Yeah, so I'd say we'll wait till everyone's there. We'll give you some music and we'll be back as soon as everything starts here.
Attention personnel, leave the grid now.
We are back. We are in the race session. The grid is filling up. And we will begin the first lap behind the safety car in 10 seconds. So basically all the cars that were standing in the pits because they DNF'd are out of the race now, so we will continue with 37 cars as we reset the session again. However, then we should be able to start the race, hopefully. Alright, Brian, are you ready?
I am, yes.
Great. Hopefully everything worked out with resetting everything.
I hope so.
But it looks like we are in the right order and the pace car is going. And we are moving into this first pace lap. By the way, this is a great camera, to be honest.
Yeah, looks very nice.
Yeah, so we are ready. All the pit stops that are coming up with driver swaps now, maybe. We will see.
I believe one car is still left on the grid.
You think so? Let's have a quick look. Yeah.
Flossman.
One's in pit, yeah. Or is it? It's driving slowly. Thomas Prinz.
No, Flossman. Flossman, I believe, is stopped on the grid.
Okay, we have
Start
some guys in the pits. Maximilian Kalinic and Thomas Prinz, for example. And you think Ballas Flossmann, yes? Now he's actually driving.
Then it's the live tracker on my side.
Yeah. Thomas Prinz is standing in the pits right now and Maximilian Kalinic is just going out. I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean, yeah, okay, they are at the back of the grid, but as soon as the leaders come around and the grid is basically through at the end of the start-finish straight, they will be able to rejoin at the back of the pack. They don't lose too much time, so they should just take it easy and go on then.
I see the laps are being set right now.
Yep. I don't have the chat on, so they will be set in a few seconds. It's a huge thing.
Ooh.
Let's have a quick look
It
in the
looks
chat.
like Blackhawk is gonna have a lap advantage. Blackhawk has gotten 238, whereas second, third and fourth have 237.
That might be because they were already through the start-finish when the server got killed, basically. But Simon's just asking me. And I'll write it to him. So otherwise it would be really unfair advantage, actually.
Yeah, that gap was 10 seconds, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess they get them reducted in a second. As said, now the pace car is coming in.
Green flag, go, go, go!
We'll stay with pit limiter speed, as we have allowed people to go into the pits. They want to, and allow the people that are in the pits to rejoin behind the pack. There we see there's someone coming in for a quick stop directly. These people are able to just...
I hope everyone's got that. That they have to stay. It looks like it's going well so far.
Yeah, everything's going well so far. There's someone in the pits. He's directly doing something. The guys in the pits waiting until the whole field has come by. And after that, they can rejoin at the end of this whole pack. You can see here, Lukas Hofmann directly went into the pits. And the first cars are going out, as you can see here. Maximilian Kalinic.
Yes.
And the sister car of the white BMW, the black one with the number 41, also rejoining the track. So basically everything's waiting for Lukas Hofmann to rejoin the track after his quick stop. I guess they are doing something with the car. I don't know exactly what they are doing. Probably a driver swap. And when they are back at the pack, we will start the race again.
Sure, Simon is hard at work in the steward's office, but some things aren't right.
No,
Yeah.
that the labs don't look right to me, actually.
That and the fact that the GTE cars are now in 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
I don't know if this is just... Let's have a look in the in-game second thing. Yeah, Mark Weiler here has 24 laps in front of Thomas, but something is not correct here. It might, but it also might be that the script, which takes a while until it's updated everything. I mean, it's 1,000 lines of code, which Simon is just executing there on rFactor. I think it's giving them, for example, 400 laps and then reducting the laps that they get or something like this, because 200 is would take way more time.
I see. Let's keep an eye on it, see if it gets fixed. So I'm just going worst case scenario, and we can't get it back to what it was before the server got restarted. Will the race simply be ended then with the positions from before the restart?
I think that Simon can handle it, but that would be basically the outcome.
Yeah, let's trust that it gets fixed, but you never know. Yes, I see laps being reduced now.
Yep. It will work out in the end.
All we need is a little bit of patience.
Exactly, a bit of patience and time, and then we are ready to start. As said, please calm down. Simon is still working on it. If you check the live time, you will see that there are still cars in the front of the pack that don't have the correct number of laps, but Simon is currently working on it. But this will be back to normal pretty soon. I guess we will wait with the start of this race until Simon is done.
Until we know it's as close to what it was before.
Exactly.
A handful of cars in the pits now, so more driver swaps coming in, I guess.
Well, probably. Maybe they misunderstood the first lap thing and waited for this lap.
Let's see. Sim HQ, Revolution Sim Racing 1, Falcon Motorsports, Racing Spirit, Revolution Sim Racing 2, all in the pits now. Red Simulant 5. So if there really were so many people being affected by connection issues and stuff, then yeah, probably this was the better option.
Yep, that's true.
See, still 3 GTE cars in the lead.
Yeah,
Overall,
this will change soon. Let's check if Simon wrote something. No, he is still working on it, so this might take a while. I mean, we got all the laps listed in our program actually. And we got the result file, so we can do it manually if we really need to. Just let's see this as a Code 60 phase now.
A virtual safety car.
Exactly. Theoretically, we could show the VSC sign on the stream, but I don't think that's necessary here.
Has it been used yet? In last race it wasn't.
No, it was not used yet.
Maybe a good test.
I mean, we tested it a few times, but we never used it in a race because we didn't need to. And yeah, there were definitely a few driver changes. So we basically just gotta wait for that.
Yeah, to me it just looks like those first 4 cars right now still need to have their laps deducted.
Yep, but not only them. Oh, yeah, by now it's only them actually.
The rest looks pretty good again.
Yep. The rest looks pretty good at the moment, just... I would need to go everything now. I can do that in a second, and I can can check that. See. What is in the database right now? Okay, nothing. Then let's load a standings file. This from the point the server crashed. Let's have a quick look. Affected 2. Going through all those folders. Then we have a 6 megabyte file. So we have in front, who do we have in front at the moment here? With 401 laps, it's Thomas Prinz for Dynamics Performance 2. There was another guy driving, I think. I'm not sure. No, Thomas Prinz is there. He had 195 laps instead of 402. So basically 407.
Has been fixed now. He's back in 36. See some people talking about it in chat.
Yeah. As said, Thomas Prinz had 195 laps when the race was ended the first time. He has now 402. This will be reducted. Then we have Yannick Malaika, who's around that point somewhere as well. Yeah, here it is. He had 214 laps, so 216 by now. Then was Alessandro Barcelos. What was that's the BR car? The BR car. Where are they? There they are. With Vito Gino, he had 209 laps. So these need to get redacted, and then I think we're in the green.
Yeah, so just waiting on those last 3 cars to have their correct number of laps assigned.
Yeah.
And then we should be ready to go again.
Maybe we can write that to Simon. So 197 should be for that car. Then we have Yannick Malaika. To 14 is 369. The last one is BR Racing. In them here as well. $209. So 2011. They have 206.
It's looking good. I believe one more car that needs their laps corrected now.
Yes, exactly.
Barcelos.
Yeah, and Simon is working on it, so it should be done within the next minute or so.
So hopefully this is the last lap under the code 60 or code 80.
Yeah, I guess so.
Virtual safety car.
Then we should be ready with everything. He's still shown as the front car at the moment. But this will change soon enough. I think Simon is manually searching for the laps actually at the moment. That exact thing what I did.
There we go. I think it's correct now.
It looks like it is. Let me just quickly check through that. Yannick Malaika 217 is correct, but Kellos
Maybe a
212
quick
is
shout
correct.
to those watching the stream. Check if your team is in the correct position.
Looks like it's
Let
correct
us know.
actually. So I guess we can go to the front, to Balashvaro, and get ready for the restart, which will be called by race control. So I will turn on the whisper for a moment. So just hear that if they call it and when they call it. I guess we're going double file to 130R again and then getting ready.
We're gonna have the top 4 here on the same lap. So they will be fighting for position right away.
Yep, that's true.
That's gonna be some exciting stuff. And it looks like P1 and 2 in the GT teams are also on the same lap.
Yep, that's also
so they
true.
will also be battling for the lead.
Yep. This all depends on when you went over the line, of course.
This is race control. Please be patient for 1 or 2 minutes. We just try to get the correct standing.
Yeah, okay, so there was it
And
again.
lap count.
They are checking everything again. Want to have everything perfect before we restart this race. So I guess with a bit of luck we will see a restart this lap, but just with a big potion of luck. Maybe next time.
Looks like a little
around.
short notice right now.
Yeah, maybe next time around, but if everything's correct and everything works out, we can go to a higher pace than this, so we don't have to watch a 80 kilometers an hour lap again. Then we can go double file and start the race when everything is finished. I said just see that as a code 60 or code 80 because something bad happens, which it apparently exactly was.
We had a really big crash
Mm-hmm.
from the cars, not the server.
Yeah. Just pretend that happened.
That it took us a while to clean up the track and the wrecks.
There were some teams who said they could repair the cars but couldn't get off track at that moment. That's why race control stopped the race for a moment, and now we're in a code 80. That's a perfect reasoning, I think.
Nothing else.
Yeah, I actually talked about something like this with Tobias at the start of the race. That, yeah, in real motorsport, you have technical problems like oil pressure lost or anything. Here you just have technical issues like this. People can't rejoin the server because of connection issues, etc. And it's exactly the same. Sometimes race control just has to stop the racing, evaluate the situation, check everything, and then let them race again.
Question is, will we be able to race this lap? At the end of this lap?
I do hope so, actually. I'm ready for more racing now. And I want to see this start. This restart.
Yeah, looking at the live timing, I do see a handful of prototypes in the middle of the GT pack. So
yeah, but that's exactly where they were, so I gotta see about that. Coming to Degner right now. Degner 2 now, so it's almost time to get ready, hopefully. And especially the tires, etc. They will be cold. The brakes will be cold.
yeah,
This will be a hairy start, actually.
first sector is gonna be very hard.
Yes, exactly what I was thinking as well right now. Oh, I think I saw a few last changes here in the timing, but I haven't looked at. But I do think there were a few minor changes. And I hope we are about to be ready soon.
Nothing from race control yet.
Just entering. The straight part up to 130R. All cars in a row there. I don't think this is going to work out in this lap.
I don't see anyone in the chat complaining they're in the wrong position, so I guess it's all fine.
Yeah, I quickly checked over it and I think it's correct like it is at the moment. So we gotta wait and see.
Yeah.
This is even more exciting than the first start. You know these TV shows when, for example, there's a difficult question or something like this, you know, and then they do
I
a
think it's time
break.
for an ad break.
Exactly. And they just throw an ad in there to make to make it even longer. This is how it feels for me right now.
So, code 80 will end in 10 seconds. Please close the gaps.
All right. So, a few seconds left till the restart.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
And here we go. We are on the green flag with 3 hours and 37 minutes left on the clock. And it's...
The entire top 4 right behind each other again.
Yes, and this will be a sprint race now, I can imagine. As we can see, Mark Weiler is all over the back of Jan Studensky, who already has some damage in the back. Somehow somebody seems to have driven in his back there.
Further down the field, it looks like it's all going clean as well. I don't see any stopped cars.
Yeah, but I see some damage on Mark Weiler's car, so there has to be a small collision there with these two cars in the code 60 or code 80 phase. But everything's going well. Balasvarov in the front is able to go and get a gap there. The rest is quite close behind. The rest is really close. We have VMAT's green, which is 1.6 seconds off the guy in front, which is David Tepper, who is right behind Dirk Müller. Maximilian Dehn on P21 right now overall is followed by someone, is getting someone in front. 0.3 seconds further back to Elias Hermann, who is also now in the fight. So everything's close now. Everything can happen. As Elias said, Hermann is going to the outside, but goes a bit back there.
It's very tricky for those prototypes in between that back there.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct.
The RGPL car there going off in the chicane, avoiding the GT cars.
Yeah, as we can see that the GTE cars are going for it. They are fighting, for example, here Elias Hermann with the Raceland DE30 car against Andras Esseni in the number 13 Racing Monkeys car. He's right at his back, all over the place there. Maximilian Dehn is fighting for position 20 right now. So now we have some stuff going on here.
Yeah, Weiler still right on the back of Studensky and Walter right on the back of Weiler. Half a second between all of them. And Studensky of course pushing to keep with Varro in the lead.
Yeah, and that's what I meant. Now we have a sprint race for 3.5 hours. Everyone's back together there in the front. And all of them want to win. All of them have the same chances to do it.
All pit strategies are reset, all fresh tires, yes.
Yeah, now it's between the fastest drivers here who will win this race basically, if nothing major happens to them. As Studensky is going really wide, but he didn't get any advantage from it, so I guess that's alright. Further back again, still the fight for position 20, Yannick Malaika and Maximilian Dehn, who's going to get lapped, or more like overtaken, by the BR24 car, the BR Racing driver's car. As both of them go a bit wide, this is the chance for the Falcon Motorsport car, the sister car of the car who's fighting against Maximilian Dehn, to get in there, which works out for them. So Lewis Rhön gets a lap back on him, and the gap grows a bit bigger. Further back, Elias Hermann still on the back of Andras Esseni. Got someone in between, so this could be his moment as soon as the Team RGPL Porsche is overtaking the car in front. Back to the front, Jan Studenski. He's losing a bit on Balaswaro, but Mark Weiler is still directly behind and he's giving pressure. But he's also getting pressure from behind. Fabian Walter for the Hansa Racing car, for the Hansa Racing team, is also in there. The gap widened just a bit there, but he's in there. So all very close. Maximilian Dehn also still in there somehow. Gap got a bit bigger. Elias Hermann also... Elias Hermann also lost a bit of room there as these overtakes and lappings took place. As you can see, there are many GTEs and a few LMPs that are clinched together there, and this is costing a bit of time.
Yeah, very challenging to navigate this traffic right now. Everyone bunched up and fighting.
Yeah, but I don't think that much will happen back there. Elias Hermann is not in a direct fight with Maximilian Dehn, so that's not that interesting. Exactly, that's just unlapping, but in the front there's still this group. 3 cars, very close together. And this is for position 2 right now.
Faro pulled about 1.5 second gap to second right now.
Yeah, he's really pushing it. He's really going.
In the GT class, the second placed Blackhawk car has unlapped themselves from the Your Name Here Racing and has already pulled away quite a bit, so curious to see if they can close that lap in the coming 3 hours. And meanwhile, it looks like Muller in the Drees Motorsport in third also wants to unlap from the leader.
Yeah, and
he's right behind him.
We just got a comment on YouTube that Jan Studenski is just currently driving on 20 FPS.
Ooh.
So he has some performance issues at the moment. Hopefully they will get better as soon as the field spreads out a bit. So we have some minor lags here as well.
Together, all the headlights close together.
Yep.
So that can be quite a performance impact.
Exactly. But it is spreading out right now, so Studenski is running away from Mark Weiler. We'll see how this goes on. I think that he will definitely drive this stint till the end. He doesn't want to come in early just because he has performance issues, as long as it's still working out. Because that would be a major hit on the chances of winning this second round of the P1LMS 2019.
Yeah, they did very well with a third place last round, if I remember correctly, or was it even second? Anyway, a podium spot, and they will want to continue that, of course.
Yeah, I do think so as well.
So
they won't
to stop right now is not ideal.
Yeah, that would really throw them back a ton, and they don't want to have that.
Especially with Blackhawk in the lead again.
They got actually second place last race. So they are 5 points off. They want to have the lead to basically clear out the point difference, to be first together with Blackhawk Racing. with the same amount of points. So I don't think that they will do anything to fall back. They will try to hunt the 106 car down to get to the front.
They'll definitely have to.
Right, so now we're starting to spread out a bit. Wojtek Polezny, he's coming close to Yannick Malaika. As Maximilian Dehn is falling back a bit.
Champion Motorsports car in the pits already. So they're having some sort of issue, I guess.
Or Matthew wants to do the driver change now. We gotta see what exactly is up there. He's standing in the pits, so everything's possible here. Wojtek Polezny is still trying to attack here. Ooh, and that was a bad rejoin after moving off the track by the number 28 Falcon Motorsport racing car. Almost completely collecting the number 30 car. Almost spun him completely around.
Oh, car spun that 130R.
Oh, that is the Sim HQM car.
Looks like
that was John Nelson. Yeah, he was moving there, but he spun around. That was John Nelson.
And looks like he's going into the pits right away.
Yep, and Wojtek Polezny is on the inside for turn 1 to make this move stick. P20 for now overall, and P7 in his class in the GTEs. Team RGPL, Wojtek Polezny. Yeah, JT Tammy just wrote, number 66 CMS is repairing damage. They had a mistake on track, so that's why they have to pit.
Very unfortunate. But they're going again.
Yeah,
like
he's driving out.
34th, so no position lost.
Yeah. Looks all good so far. In the front, still really close. Half a second gap to the front and half a second gap to the back. Jan Studenski in the middle of a fight for position there.
Half a second between 1 and 2, between 2 and 3, and between 3 and 4.
Yeah.
They are just sticking together.
Yeah, so basically 4 cars within 2 seconds. And it looks like Jan Studenski was struggling just a little bit there. Through the S's, he definitely lost some time. And that was really close to a cut, actually. Oh, and then a bit of snap oversteer, as it looked like. And he loses the position to Mark Weiler. He's going through, but he's diving back. A bit of contact, yeah, but he was on the inside, so he was alongside.
Hard defending, yeah.
Maybe that was the revenge for the small hit in the pace laps.
Weiler looking down the inside again.
Now, of course, they are losing time.
Yeah, this allows Faro to pull away a little bit.
But behind that, still close. Also, Fabian Walter still in that fight. We will switch to him. He has good vision on that pack in front of him. These 3 cars. He's not too far away. Studenski making it stick to the inside. Weiler also around the outside goes Fabian Walter there in the last chicane. This is now really sprint racing. Even though the gap has widened a bit, we'll go to Mark Weiler and see if he's able to make anything up on the straight, but it doesn't look like. It looks like Studenski got a bit closer to Balasvaro again. Oh, and the massive slide there. I think he's trying to do too much now. Jan Studenski with a big slide in turn 2.
Yeah, and if he's still running with those performance issues, catching the car in such slides is really hard as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, he had some luck there because his front tires were on the inside. Yeah, he went to the inside and again side by side, again a touch, again a touch, again a touch. This is too much. This was
And
way too
they're
much, and both
not surprising.
are done.
That's
And
game
if I
over for both.
need to see who is at fault there, I have to say it was Studensky's fault. Actually,
He really came to the outside, didn't he?
yeah, and that's not
That's what
once,
should
but twice or thrice even. He was alongside, he was on the white line on the inside, and Studensky moved over 2 or 3 times. That's what killed both of them.
Yeah.
And that's it for Mark Weiler. He hit the wall that hard. He lost the wheel. That's basically over for his chances of winning this race.
This is from a podium to maybe lucky if they can finish.
Yes, that's correct. This will definitely be a reset or even a DNF. I could totally understand that. If they know, just put the car in the garage and don't do nothing at all anymore.
That's a very unfortunate end.
Yeah, that's a very, very unfortunate, and that's something that really is not appreciated.
No.
And as said, for me, clearly the fault of Jan Studensky in that moment, who moved over a few times to
Studensky.
slightly hit him.
Yeah, it looks like he is able to continue without issues.
Yeah, I think he has some aero damage in the front at
Will
least.
definitely have damage, but apparently not enough to justify a pit stop. Yeah, and now of course Fabian Walter of Hansa Racing, he's got a free second place for now.
Yeah, he's now in second, and he's following the leader. I think they know that they have no chance against Balasvaro at the moment. So I guess he's gonna take it easy, trying to move as far as he can on his tires and his fuel. I mean, he has enough time now.
Yeah.
He's 14 seconds to the
15
back.
seconds.
Yeah, 15 seconds to the
14,
back.
15, yeah.
And he doesn't need to worry about anything because Studensky has damage. So he can take it easy actually. Further back the field spread out wide again. Dennis Richter still 1 minute and 50 in front of Kevin Jäger for Blackhawk Racing number 81.
Maximilian Dane in 22nd, the Schubert Motorsports car. 2 seconds behind. Oh, he's just past Maika.
Yeah, because Malaika was off track there. Something happened there. Malaika definitely was besides the track at that moment. But he's back on track and racing, not into the pits, so no major damage probably there. And Race Motorsport is continuing. They're back on track. I knew that they would come back. I mean, it's not their...
They are in 5th though.
Yeah, it's not their style to just give up. They are going... They are definitely going...
Good to see they continue.
For the
yeah,
end.
That's the spirit of the endurance. You never know, even with 3 hours to go, something can still happen to anyone in front. And they might suddenly be back in a podium position. So that's why you don't give up, even with a big crash like that. As it looks like Walter in 2nd has actually closed the gap from 3 seconds to only 1.5 again now. Is there some traffic in play there? I believe so.
Let's have a look.
I think that's happened.
Yeah,
to
there
traffic.
was a bit of traffic in front of him. And maybe even Balasvaro is taking out a bit of pace because he knows that he doesn't need to do full power now.
Yeah, he's obviously been told that those two behind him took each other out. So maybe he takes it a little more easy now.
And we have a guest in our commentator's booth. Welcome, Ricardo. Hi, how's it going?
Oh, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah.
It's going wonderful, actually.
Yeah.
I think we had a lot of luck with the red flag situation, but it's going wonderful at the moment for us. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, you got a free P2 right now. What's your plan for now? Are you really trying to give everything and get Ballesvaro and Blackhawk Racing, or are you just saying, okay, we're happy with that?
It's difficult to overtake. I mean, of course, we are going for everything. We are going actually what we are giving everything. We are playing on winning this race, but it's difficult to overtake here on this racetrack. So maybe over strategy or maybe through traffic, but on raw pace, it's difficult to overtake.
Yeah, I mean, Ballesvaro and the whole Blackhawk Racing LMP2 team has already shown that they are really on top of this game. They have a good pace, they have a good traffic management, and it will be difficult. So you say you want to try it again over strategy. You have any plans how you do that? You want to conserve a bit of fuel, maybe go a bit longer, so you might need to do a less stop or have to stop for less fuel?
It's probably too late in the race that we can do something like lesser pit stop. But of course we can try to take it a little bit longer, try to be a little bit more conservative on the tires and do a little overcut on them. But for that, of course, we need to save fuel, and that's difficult on those kind of speeds. But I think we were a little bit better on fuel and tires in the first, 9 hours, I think. But right now it's a completely different race. It's a sprint race. Everything is pushing like hell. So we will see. It's a lottery. Basically.
Yeah, you said it. It's a sprint race, but it's a sprint race over 3 hours and 17 minutes left. So everything's possible. We wish you the best of luck, definitely. And I'm pretty excited to see what you're gonna pull out of your hat to go on this race and to win it.
Oh, we are excited as well. Excited as well.
Yeah, so your race before, it was okay as well. You have been on top of the game the race before the restart as well.
Yeah, we were leading on one. I don't know why we were leading. I think Blackhawk had some issue doing the pit stop, or maybe repairs, or I don't know what that was, but we gained technically the lead completely free. Unfortunately, I was in the car and I'm not the fastest one of our team. So the other two who are driving for us today are about 2 seconds past, and I was really struggling. And I made a mistake right early in the during my stint, damaged my car on the rear. I actually hit the curb too hard, and that damaged my rear suspension. That was strange. And after that, the car was really difficult to drive, and Blackhawk gained a lot of time back. And on the next driver swap, we made another mistake on my behalf. Like we forgot actually to change the tires.
60 seconds stop and go penalty for car number 88 for causing a collision.
Sorry to cut you off there for a second, but we just heard it. Number 88, me, myself, and I alone just got a 60-second stop and go penalty. This is definitely for the punt against the Drace Motorsport LMP. Sorry, Carter, I just had to say that so everyone could understand it.
I have to say I'm a little bit confused by that. I thought that Drace was the offender.
Well, to be honest, we checked it out in the stream 2 or 3 times, and actually Drace was on the line on the left side. For me personally, Drace was on the line on the left side, and me, myself, and I alone came over 3 times and hit Mark Weiler in his Drace car there.
Okay.
It's what it looked like to me as well, yes.
And Race Control just checked everything out, they reviewed it, and they say who's at fault, and if they say 60 seconds, it's a 60-second stop and go penalty.
Yeah. What they say is the rule.
Exactly, that's how it is.
And we have to live with it, basically. But I'm not complaining.
It looks like it's a most common method, because Studenski currently has a 1.5 minute lead, so they will remain in P3.
Yep, he will remain. He will probably remain in P3 as long as he doesn't do any mistakes now. But you never know. I mean, it's 1 minute 30 seconds. You have a 60 second stop and go, but you have that's plus the entry and the exit. So overall, it's 110 or 120 seconds.
They probably will even fall like 2 places behind.
No, that's one place. That's they have a advantage over 993 of 1.5 minutes. If they have to stop for 60 seconds, which is 1 minute, they have half a minute to get in and out of the pits. The car behind is again. It's again 1 minute 44.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong gap.
Yeah. So if they don't watch out, they fall back. If they're fasting again. If they fast enough, they might be able to get out of there quickly.
Going to be close between them and Race. Really close.
Yeah, that's correct. In the chat, it's asked if the stoppage will affect the chance of rain. It won't affect the chance of rain, but it might change the time when the rain will set in, basically, because we're going a bit longer now than actually planned, I think. But it's just 10 to 15 minutes. So it might be that at the end of the race there's a slight chance of rain, according to the weather forecasts.
Oh, I actually hope not, because we are good under heavy rain conditions, but not at the start of the immediate condition. So if the rain comes, then it's probably too late for us. So I hope that it stays right.
Yeah, I mean, the rain will start at the end of the race if it starts. There's a 90% chance of rain, which is in Suzuka at 9 AM local time in real life. 9 AM in real life is about 4 hours away.
I know.
So if it starts...
in the pits for a penalty?
If it starts a bit earlier, you have just a little bit of rain which is coming, but I don't think it will happen. If it happens in the last few minutes of the race, basically.
That will throw everything out of the order.
Yeah, I mean, it can throw everything out of the order, but you can't forget we are over 35 cars on track. If it really starts raining just slowly, you will not have to pit at least 10 to 15 laps until when it rains, until you need the other tires.
Depends how strong it will rain.
I mean, it's capped at 50%, but I don't think that it will instantly rain for 50%. So I probably think, I mean, it's a slight chance of rain. It shouldn't be too much rain according to the weather forecast. So I'm guessing it's about 20% to 30% rain chance, or 20 to 30% of rain with a chance of 90% in the last 15 to 20 minutes of the race. So I think nobody will have to change the rain tires, actually.
Maybe intermediates.
I don't even think that, to be honest. Because you can easily go 10 more laps if it really is just raining for 20%. Especially with over 35 cars on track. You have a dry line that will stay dry for half a stint.
I am not too sure. I mean, well, we had last weekend we had a race at Road America and we only had like 20% rain. And we were about 37 cars, and even there we had to use the intermediates, and even red tires quite fast.
Oh, there's a mistake of
Lekker.
Balaswaro. That was a mistake now.
Wout is stuck
Hansa
behind.
Racing in the lead for the moment.
I'm not seeing it yet.
Yeah, we'll come up in the stream in a few seconds. You are in the lead right now. Congratulations.
I wanna see it.
In the meantime,
But now
Studensky's still
it looks,
in the pit.
yeah, it looks like there's the attack. Ooh, but he cuts back. So Balaswaro is
Oh,
behind
man,
you guys.
What is he doing? Why? I mean, it is really difficult to overtake on this straight because the outside is there's no grip at all, and if you run even 1 meter too far, you lose everything, and you're going just straight into the wall. So it's really difficult for his. So this mistake can happen, but it shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, now you're in the lead. Now you can dictate the pace, basically. And you are not that much slower than Balaswaro was when he was in P1, even though he did the mistake. So you basically could go as far as just taking the pace and take that one home.
Oh, that's difficult.
Of course,
I mean,
that's racing. Racing is always difficult if it's about this. But you have a small gap. Balaswaro is currently trying to defend against Mark Weiler, who's on 5th place after this shunt a few laps ago after the restart. So the possibility is big that you will have a bigger lead in a few seconds.
Oh, I would actually enjoy that. That would be awesome. I mean, I still think that Blackhawk is probably way faster than us. Maybe they are saving fuel at the moment, trying to get it to 1 stop shorter because, well, at the moment it's more like 5.2 stints to go to the end. So so you can try to maybe save 20 laps. I mean 20 laps, but that's difficult. Not 20 laps.
but it's doable, and I think you should really go to your team and reevaluate everything so you can really win your race here, because the gap is 2.3 seconds at the moment. So Fabian Walter is creating a gap here. He's going faster than Balaswaro at the moment.
Yeah, maybe he is damaged. I don't know. We will see. We will see how it ends in 3 hours. Have fun, guys.
Exactly.
Enjoy that one.
Yeah. Good luck on your race. Hope you do take the right choices, and yeah, good luck. Yeah, that was Ricardo Böckmann from Hansa Racing, who basically just missed everything his teammate did here in the race.
In the meantime, so Studensky came in for his 60-second stop and go. That turned into a full pit stop, service and driver swap, I think, because Rudin is now back in the car.
Yeah,
and
now
they have
on
dropped to
P6.
6th place.
Yeah. And now it's a really long way, and I don't think that is actually doable to the front at all anymore.
I believe Rudin is pretty fast as well, and the gap is only 25 seconds.
Yeah, he is, but the gap to the P5 is only 25 seconds, yeah.
Yeah.
But the gap in front of that...
The podium probably isn't in there anymore.
Yeah. I mean, the podium would be 1 lap. A podium would be 2 laps, actually.
Yes, yeah.
And that would be really, really hard if the others don't do any big mistakes.
And all Blackhawk has to do is just finish on the podium right now. They will extend their lead.
Yep, exactly. And Fabian Walter is actually holding his advantage here, his gap. It's still 3 seconds, so not really getting closer. So there's a real possibility that Hansa Racing will win this. There was a BMW off.
That is Hermann of the
Yeah, that was Elias Hermann. Was standing there in the grass.
Still there.
He's driving now. I don't know what's the cause about for this, but he is moving again. On track again, so let's see if the car has major damage on the right side as soon as there's a camera for it. Doesn't look like it. Maybe on the back a bit. There's the OOR SimHQ car.
Yes, another car has spun in turn 1. That is the Champion Motorsports car. Bilbrain. Looks like they're going again.
Yeah, let's quickly change to Luke Bannister, who's just approaching this car that was standing on the side, and it doesn't look like he has damage, so maybe it was just a smart short spin from Elias Hermann there, because car looks alright. Luke Bannister on P11 right now, just 14 seconds off of SimHQ Motorsport, who is driven. The car with the 63 is driven by John Nelson, who is just 7 seconds behind Jens Kees.
That's not over yet either.
Yeah, so we might see some changes there as well. Jens Kees with his Falcon Motorsport 1 car on P9
Kees
and
is also right behind Young, but there is a lap between them. So
yeah,
that's not
true.
for position.
Yeah, he's right behind there. Let's see if he's able to unlap himself.
They are P9 and 8 here.
Yeah, but as said, there is a lap between them, so not a direct fight. And I see some damage on Jens Kees' car. Rear right side is damaged, actually. And we have an incident under investigation by Hansa Racing and Revolution Sim Racing. Oh, and the front right is damaged as well. So this will look like SimHQ and OOR SimHQ will take over here and jump up to P9 and P10 overall and in the LMP2 class. By the time Andre Geider for Sim Racing Team with the number 666 is closing in on David Tepper as far as it seems, with a guy with the number 33 VMAT's green car on P16 overall and P3 in the GTEs. So we will have a battle so we will have a battle between Sim Racing Team and VMAT's green as far as it seems for P3 for the moment, but we have to say Blackhawk Racing is still in that race with 16 seconds of a gap there.
I think Kribus in the Schubert Motorsport LMP car has had some sort of issue, because Rudin is now up to 10 seconds.
Yeah, and he had a 2-minute
like
lap time. He has a 2-minute lap time there. And he's going to the pits, so he has had some issues, as well as the SimHQ OOR. Yeah, the OOR SimHQ
the
car.
OOR car missed his pit
Yeah, and Hansa Racing has a drive-through for causing a collision.
Ooh, that's cool.
This will throw them back, because the gap is closed again. Balashuaro directly on the back of this car of Fabian Walter. Now it's time for the cheeky strategies. What do? Do you leave him by and just take the penalty directly, or do you stay out and try to defend against him as much as possible and then go for a quick pit stop? Because in rFactor you can do and can sit out your your penalties while doing a pit stop, so this would actually be a strategy now.
No, actually I believe a drive-through can't be served with a pit stop, only stop and goes.
I'm not too sure about it. It might be true, yeah. But I'm not too sure.
Stop and goes you can definitely do with a pit stop. But I believe drive-throughs not.
As I said, I'm not too sure about that. It might be, it might not be. But we'll see. He's directly going for it. But, the Blackhawk Racing is directly following him.
Yeah, I suppose we've been going for about 45 minutes again now.
that's true, yeah.
So it is the pit window for the prototypes.
I mean, actually, we're going for over an hour by now, but we were on the code 84 most of the time.
Yeah.
As he's done his drive-through and going again. And I think he will have to pit soon as well. And then we will lose
Very
like
likely.
the 10 to, yeah, maybe the 20 seconds, which he won't be able to get out here in the few laps he has until he has to do his pit stop. Mark Weiler and Race Motorsport LMP on P4 right now is onto the back almost of Yannick Pleiss in the Vortex SRC Community LMP. Only 5 seconds there as well. And Andre Geider is closing in as well, just 2 seconds to the VMAT's green car with the number 33. So it's closing in here, slightly and shortly. We'll have a few battles going on again, finally.
Yeah, and Gaida was 5 seconds behind, I believe, so he's gaining quickly.
Yeah, that's what I think as well.
Might want to keep an eye on them right now.
Yeah, we have an incident between number 30 Raceland DE and number 20 Schubert Motorsport GTE, which is under investigation right now, so we will hear shortly about that incident if there's any action taken. Raceland D gets a warning for an unsafe rejoin there. So that was a quick decision. Wasn't too hard apparently. And
Well,
we actually
now for his actual pit stop probably.
Yes, I do think so. And now we should quickly check in to Andre Geider, who is closing in fast with 1.5 seconds between him and the VMAT's green car driven by David Tapper at the moment.
I've got that Corvette in between them.
Yeah,
but
that's more likely to help Andre Geider than than David Tapper here, because he has the slipstream.
Yeah, but if he doesn't let him pass here now, he's gonna be held up again. So I'm assuming that's a blue flag situation and not an unlap.
I'm just checking in, and it definitely is a blue flag situation. Both of the Falcon Motorsports cars are behind those two fighting guys. Especially 29 is on place 22 overall. That's about 6 positions behind Andre Geider. So he has to give him space. Yeah.
He hasn't done yet for the full sector.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't affect him too much at the moment still. It's not like he's really holding him up, but I think that's the point where he lets him through. Yeah, you can see it. Lifted a bit, lets him through, and off he goes. Also with a bit of damage, Andre Geider on the back left of the car, and the back right as well.
In the meantime, after the heads up pit stop, Blackhawk is back in the lead.
With about 16 seconds, yeah.
These 16 seconds are the drive-through that the hands ahead.
Yeah, but there's nothing lost in that moment. As Andre Geider is still continuing to fight for that position. Mark Weiler is also coming closer. 4 seconds left for Yannick Pleiss. For P3 overall in the LMP2 class. And there's another incident checked between number 9 Schubert Motorsport and number 14 Dynamics Performance. Gotta see what happens there.
Of course, now that we've been going for just over an hour, I expect these GT cars to be pitting very soon as well.
Yeah, that's true, and we see the leader of the race at the moment, number 106, approaching there on the outside.
Ooh,
was very close. Yeah, it was very close, but he made it stick, so everything's fine, no touch there. And number 9 and number 14 was called a racing incident, so no further investigation on that point.
Guy that then gap is now a second. So he's creeping closer.
Yeah, now they have a bit of free space. The LMP is taking a bit of time until they reach him, so now it's free driving for both of them. Now we can really see who's the faster guy there. And it looks like they are pretty much the same at the moment. Not that much gain. Maybe now in the spoon corner.
There was 300 between them.
Now in spoon corner you could see the difference between the two cars just jumped from 9/10 of a second to 5/10 of a second just in one corner. So you can definitely see that in the corners, or at least in spoon corner, the MAGTE is better. Now he's going to the inside. He's jumping in there, and he is there. He's there. Oop. Makes it stick. Aggressive, but makes it stick. No touch there. All good. He is the new P16 overall, and that means the new P3 in GT class. Let's see if David Tepper has what it takes to stay in there, as a huge slide from Ande Gaida into the first corner there. But it doesn't seem like it cost him too much time actually, as these two are actually blocking kinda the SimHQ car from going through. But now it should be happening on the outside, or now on the inside at the exit. Yeah, there it is.
They're playing it patiently.
Yeah, really patiently there. He's still staying behind. I mean, he hit the grass. I guess he had to lift there. So these two are still together. And by now Mark Weiler is not able to close the gap further. It's still 5.8 seconds there in traffic. So Yannick Pleiss still on top of this fight with 5 seconds of a difference.
Another incident being investigated between the 64 OORs in HQ and the 30 Raceland.
And the OOR car has... There seems to be something. Get a drive-through for causing a collision, so they'll probably serve that as quickly as possible.
It's not gonna have an effect on their position really, since they're 3 laps ahead.
Yeah, they just can go on, basically will not have any effects, as the Exto racing car waited patiently for his opportunity to overtake the number 666 there. And he has opened up the gap a bit to over 2 seconds right now. So he's slowly getting away. But we have someone else, WDUD's SR Community GT with the number 991, Matthias Weber behind the wheel. He's closing in slightly and slowly on David Tepper. So David Tepper is also, or needs also to watch behind him.
Yeah, last lap he was, is it 2, almost 3 seconds faster? Am I reading this right?
Yes.
Yeah, almost 3 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just misread that. It's Blackhawk Racing who is coming, not WUD as a community. They are a bit lower down the ranks as well, just one place. But Kevin Yeager is coming up for VMAT's Green at the moment, with only about 8 seconds now behind him. So yeah, they gotta check their back as well. And way to the front, Mark Weiler is able to close it in now.
Gained about a second.
Yeah, the gap went down by 1 second. And he can see him in front there. Let's switch to cockpit view. On the end of the straight, this is his target. That's what he needs to check. What he needs to see. And he's going to go closer and closer, I hope. So we have a good fight. In the front, by the way, Balasvaro still on P1. Fabian Walter still with 15 seconds. So he's able to go the same pace as the leader right now. So maybe this might change the outcome of the race if something happens. A bit of traffic or anything. A bit of luck. And they will be on the back of the car in front right now. As Mark Weiler has to overtake a few cars, has to lap a few GTEs to get to the front to his rival with the Vortex SSC Community LMP, the number 993, Yannick Pleiss.
Jaeger back in 18th overall. Gap down from 8 to 5 seconds. So he is catching up.
Yeah, Seid, he's coming up, and David Tapper definitely has to check his back because the gap in front is also already almost 3.5 to 4 seconds. And he's losing time to the guy behind,
I see a car stopped in the chicane. 35. Erdai Racing Monkeys team. Still standing there.
Yeah, P35, that's a Balind Erdai. He is...
And now he's moving.
Moving now, let's have a quick look if everything's alright with him. Definitely not, his car is wiggling around. Yeah, he's in the pits, but his car is completely damaged, as you can see.
That's a lot of damage, yeah.
And another incident for number 88 with the number 23, Rensumlanden 3. We will see what the outcome of this is. If it's another penalty, that will throw them back more.
Ooh.
That would be not good. I mean, Blackhawk Racing in the front right now, they can extend their lead. Anyways, and if they get thrown back more, the number 88, they will lose so much more because it's not that far to the back. Mike Krubos is just 1 minute 35 behind. If that gets really close and Mike Krubos is able to overtake him, it's another few points that they will lose to winning the championship at the end of the season. As Kevin Yeager in his Blackhawk Racing number 81 car is down to under 3 seconds. He's catching up so quickly. Let's just get quickly into his cockpit and see what he is able to see.
Meanwhile, I believe Podesny in the RGPL GT car is the first scheduled pit stop of the GT cars.
That might also be true. Number 23, Rensumlanden drive-through for causing a collision. So basically, it was their fault with that incident against number 88. So they can go on. They are at P5 right now with 24 seconds behind the next car. And Mark Weiler was able to overtake Yannick Pleiss for P3. So Dre's Motorsport LMP again in P3, but a lap behind. And there in front you can see the VMAT's green Porsche, which is already inside of Kevin Jäger's Blackhawk Racing number 81. And Fabian Walter for Hansa Racing also made up 2 seconds on Balaswaro in the front. So it might be pretty hairy to the end of the race. Going to the inside, still having him inside in front of him. David Tepper here. Let's have a look at his car. Oh, it's damaged as well on the
car.
Yeah, it's damaged in the front. And he's definitely slower. As Michael Rollin is rolling up there. Going through just at 130R. And now we have Kevin Jäger against David Tepper. Both are really aggressive over the curbs there. But it looked like a good exit for Kevin Jäger. He's really close and reeling in David Tepper here on the start-finish straight. Good slipstream.
He looks to the inside.
And he's on the inside, makes it stick and is through. So Kevin Jäger on P4 in the GTE class and 17th overall for the moment.
It was a very nice and clean move.
Yeah, by the way, at that moment, Matthias Weber with the number 991 is in pits. Their first pit stop after the restart here, I think.
Yeah, I believe so.
So they are opening up their pit stop counter here. As we literally have no close-up battle right now.
30 and 31 are both coming in as well now.
Yep. Both coming in, but they have a massive time difference, so all good. And I think now Kevin Jäger is up for Andre Geider, who was able to get away from David Tepper, but will he be able to stay away from Kevin Jäger and secure his 3rd place that he has at the moment? Yannick Pleiss in the front, losing time to Mark Weiler, who just overtook him a few laps ago. He's not able to go the same pace. We can see that Michael Rollin is coming up to him as well. He's closing the gap with teeny tiny steps, but he's closing it. So we'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, Mark Weiler, he's a lap back onto Fabian Walter. He basically has nothing to lose. He just wants to be up there. At the moment, he's on P3. He's overtaken, or more like lapping, the Sim HQM car. And that was an impressive fight for him as well, after being punted off after the restart. Rejoining and going back with just 1 lap lost into 3rd position.
Yeah, that's
Mark
why
Weiler. Yeah, exactly. That's why you don't stop. Just quickly checking through VMAT's green. David Tepper is 3 seconds behind Kevin Jäger by now. So he's not able to go the same pace, and Kevin Jäger is closing in on Andre Geider with only 6 seconds left between them.
As Weiler's pitting here.
Yeah, Weiler's pitting. He's taking the first pit. Is it the first or second? No, it's the second after his crash.
Yeah, Yeah,
But
since
this
they
is-
crashed, that's why it's off schedule.
But that's a good schedule actually. When he's coming out, he's able to do another stint until like 1 hour 54. So basically he has 3 stints left in his race.
Sim HQ car also in again.
Yeah, he's in again here. John Nelson just staying right in front of Mark Weiler. And he lost the position to Jens Kers right now, as Mark Weiler is already done with his pit stop and going out again. Back to P5 for the moment, but only 29 seconds behind Michael Röllen and about 50 seconds behind Yannick Pleiss, so everything's in there. Maybe we can go a bit further back. Let's have a look. For example, position 32, Daniel Schmidt. He's currently about 52 seconds behind the guy in front, which is Bernd Paul for Rennsimulanten 3. But nothing's over there. Just something needs to happen, and he's there to actually overtake him and make up that place. Then we have Bernd Paul, who's right in front of him. And he has 16 seconds of a gap to the number 777 team, Drace MTS, as he's just entering the pits. So this will probably give Daniel Schmidt the 31st position if he's not going into the pits right now. At least for the moment. As we see, Maximilian Dehn for Schubert Motorsport GTE team with the number 20 in the pits as well as the car of VMATS Gray, now with Stefan Koch behind the wheel. All standing in the pits, doing their service. As the Schubert car leaves the pits again. For them now, Oliver Ackermann, they had a driver change. Oliver Ackermann behind the wheel right now. 1 minute and 8 seconds to the front to Michael Sadlecek.
Jaeger is suddenly getting a lot closer to... Oh, that's because Sim Racing Team is pitting.
Yeah. Sim Racing Team is just pitting. So this fight will go on after the pit stops, probably. As VMATS Green is coming in as well, so we have both VMATS team cars in the pit lane right now. But VMATS Gray should be done in a few seconds.
He can't find his pit spot.
Yeah, but now he has it. And the VMATS Gray car is out of the pits. He's driving again, going out. Daniel Isban behind the wheel now. Stefan Koch gave the wheel to Daniel Isban. And they're on their way out again. As said, for Schubert Motorsport number 20 GTE team, Oliver Ackermann now behind the wheel in his outlap right now. Trying to find his group, trying to go and get the gap closer, which is at the moment at 1 minute and 11 seconds. In the front, the gaps are still pretty wide. We have Fabian Walter still at 13 seconds gap to Balázs Varro. Yannick Pleiss has a 18 seconds gap to Michael Röllen. Mark Weiler has a 33 seconds gap to Michael Röllen. Mike Krübers has a gap of 1 minute 10 to Mark Weiler. So they are still fighting kinda. They still have 2 hours and 35 minutes left. But we gotta see what happens there. If nothing happens, I don't think that anything will change there.
No, these gaps are pretty big and these guys can probably maintain a consistent pace here. So without traffic playing up or issues, I don't think we're gonna see much change.
Yeah, so for the moment, while these pit stops are happening, not that much is going on for us. We're basically waiting for people to come out of the pits, so we can see the real gaps, we'll just switch quickly to the GTE leader, Sebastian Pfeiffer, and go with him on a lap on the wonderful circuit of Matsusaka as he's approaching traffic. Yeah, so that was one lap with the GTE leader Sebastian Pfeiffer on board in his cockpit view. Nothing really has changed in the front, nothing really has changed in the back at the moment, so we're still waiting for something to happen. I mean, we could go through the field for a second, I guess. Right, Brian?
Yeah, why not?
Alright, on P1 in the LMP1 class. And overall, we have Balas Varo, who's currently about 15 seconds ahead of Fabian Walter, who takes P2. P3's Yannick Pleiss for his Vortex SLC Community LMP. Michael Rollen, the car with many controversies, not even just today, but a few years back already, is on P4 with the number 88. P5, Mark Weiler. They had some problems with them, just got thrown back. P5, he's fighting to get back in front. Mike Krubus for the Schubert number 9 car. On P6, Edward Taylor for Exto Motorsport number 86. On P7, P8, Tom Young for the number 2 RSR car. Number 9, P9, number 25, Jens Kess for the Falcon Motorsport LMP team. John Nelson for SimHQ M is on P10. P11 is OOR SimHQ Motorsport. Luke Bannister with the number 64 car. Lajos Schmidt is on P12 with the number 4 car of Racing Spirit. Mohamed Eguiri, he finally made it into the car. He was in the hospital with his small daughter today because they thought she has broken her one of her legs, but she didn't. He's back and he's in the car with the number 114 on P13 overall. After that, we have Sebastian Pfeiffer for the GTE lead, and if you want to continue, Brian, feel free to do it with Kevin Yeager.
Yes, Kevin Yeager, the 81 Blackhawk Racing in second GT class right now. Behind him, Jorn Dette, Trace Motorsport. After that, Zeisler, 666 Sim Racing team. Followed by Yannick Funke from the VMAT's green car. Behind them, Stefan Mager Wood or WUD SRC community, SR community. Then Sedlacek from the RGPL car, who won the last race, I believe. So now they're a bit down compared to them. Bingenheimer then, the 29 Falcon Motorsports car. Followed by Oliver Ackermann in the 20 Schubert Motorsport. Then we have Billy Eismann, Rennsimulanten voor. Johannes Michel, Falcon Motorsports 2. And then Daniel Isbaan, VMAT Grey. And then Vitor Joinau, BR Racing Drivers. It's a prototype actually. So far down that they're in the middle of the GT pack. Behind that is Robin Gardner, Dynamics Performance, number 14 car. Istvan Antal, Racing Monkeys Team 2. Followed by Ilias Herman from the number 30 Raceland car. Then we have Alexander Spring in the 777 Academy Team race. Daniel Schmidt behind that. He is driving for the 994 Vortex SR community. And then we have Oliver Wolfer, Rennsimulanten 3. Then we have Hannes Hiller, the Rennsimulanten 5. Then Bill Brehm, the Champion Motorsports car, who are new this round. Then we have Bellis Vlosman, the Racing Monkeys Team 1, the 22 car. Andreas Singer then, Dynamics Performance 2. And last but not least, David Beranek in the RGPL LP2 car.
Yeah, so that's about the standings at the moment. Till P37, everything else was thrown out of the race until now. Team RGPL had some issues before, but they came back and just want to drive it till the end. They got actually 4th last race. So no points for them today. They are far back. But they're still not giving up, and that's the spirit, I think.
Yeah, they definitely deserve some props for keeping it going, despite being so far down.
Exactly, just finishing the race. We want to show that we're here and we don't give up. And that's about it. Oliver Ackermann actually 9 seconds behind Lucas Bingenheimer. And he's, I think, closing in on him. So we might be able to see a fight between those two cars soon. Between the 20 Schubert Motorsport GT and the Falcon Motorsport
Mark
3.
From the 46th race has disconnected.
It looks like, yeah.
Bits with a DNF.
With a DNF. We don't know what exactly happened there. We gotta see. But that's a major throwback for them. After a fight like this, then a DNF now. Maybe a disconnect. We gotta see. Maybe something happened we don't know of yet.
Yeah. Didn't see if they maybe crashed and are rejoining right now. Or if they just had a connection loss.
All we know is that they are DNF in the pits right now, so we gotta wait and see if they're coming back. They are even the guys with the fastest lap time in the race after the restart. Can you imagine that? It's over half a second faster than the second fastest car, which is the number 88, me, myself and I alone. Consistently doing good lap times, fastest lap, and just having problems. That's really, really unfortunate. By the way, number 114 Revolution Sim Racing 2 in the pits for the moment. Muhammad El Guerriri. We'll see if he's doing a driver swap, if he's coming back into the chat of the stream like he was before. Or if he's staying in the car. In the meantime, Oliver Ackermann not able to close that gap. It's up to 10 seconds now. So no fight commencing there for the moment. And Fabian Walter still holding the 13-second gap after his drive-through penalty.
That's been like 10 to 15 seconds all the time now.
Yeah, he's really holding up that gap. He's
Very consistent.
doing the same pace as Balashwaro.
Jens Kaas from the 25 Falcon Motorsport is in the pit. That is the 9th position overall.
Yep, and they just have 22 seconds on John Nelson and 1 minute and about 40 seconds to Luke Bannister, so they will probably get back into the race on P10. John Nelson will snag their position for the moment as the leader. Balashwaro is coming into the pits. Now it's time to see if Fabian Walter is staying out, and if he's staying out, is he able to maintain the gap, or is he able to close the gap even, as he's just taken over the lead. Let's go into his cockpit and watch the timing screen when Balashwaro is getting out of the pits again. And we just got the confirmation Mohammed is staying in the car, so he's going on for another stint and he is already on track again. So another stint of Mohamed El Guerriri.
Good stuff.
In 13th position overall at the moment, as Blackhawk Racing is still standing there. Gap is by 120 now, still standing. Let's have a quick look. They should be starting to drive soon. Let's go to...
has to be a full service then, yeah.
It looks like a full service. 1 minute 30 and he's starting to drive again. He's coming out of the pits with 1 minute 40 of a gap.
Swap as well. Kiss back in the car.
Sabak is back in the car. I think Sabak is the fastest driver of this car. We gotta see about that, what he's able to put down into the asphalt here. As Fabian Walter is on his way back to the start-finish line. No, he's already through. Sorry, he's already in the S's. Let's see how long he's able to take this stint.
I do feel like it took a little bit longer than usual, even for a full stop with tires and fuel.
That's what I'm thinking as well. This was way over 1 minute and 15 seconds, so maybe there was some damage on that car, which they repaired. Plus the driver swap, plus a full service. This could mean that they really lost some time there, and it could be that effectively the number 42 Hansa Racing car is back into the lead, but we gotta see and wait for their pit stop, as they have 1 minute and 42 seconds of a gap to the car behind.
Throughout the field, all big gaps, everyone's spread out.
Sliding a bit there, the number 42 still staying out, so 2 laps actually more than the Blackhawk Racing car. More like 1 lap, because they came in 1 lap after the Blackhawk Racing car. So they are able to extend their stint by a bit already. Maybe they can do even another stint, another lap. Gotta see about that. 2 hours 19 minutes to go.
More prototypes pitting. Luke Bannister from the OOR SimHQ Motorsports is in.
As well as Edward Tyler from the Expo Motorsports 86
Edward
car.
Tyler is in, yeah.
And Revolution.
Third has just come in.
Yeah, Tom Young, Revolution Sim Racing 1 is still driving or driving again. But Mike Krubus of Schubert Motorsport also in the pits right now. And Mark Weiler still didn't come back onto the track yet. He's still DNF.
Driver swap in the OOR SimHQ car. Anthony Orr taking over.
As we see me, myself and I alone closing the gap there. And it's just 6 seconds before their stop. So maybe they are able to close everything out. Maybe they are able to get really, really close. It's 5 seconds to Yannick Pleiss now. And further back, we have Oliver Ackermann down to 8 seconds after, behind Lukas Bingenheimer now. That gap was up to 10 seconds, but he's gotten closer a bit. And Michael Röllin now 3 seconds behind. So he's closing in there rapidly.
And Mark Weiler is moving again.
Alright, so he's back. Was a long break for them.
Yeah.
But I have someone who wants to join us in the booth again. It's Matthew Overton again. Hi, Matthew.
Hey, how are you doing, Ricardo? And Brian, it's good to see you.
How was your drive, man?
So it sort of exposed a little bit of the problems we were having getting the setup. Certainly the nighttime conditions proved to be a bit more challenging for us, and had a tough drive. We were doing some adjustments on the fly, and they didn't work out. So the opportunity to go into the pits was well received to do some repairs and then back out again. So Bill Broom's out there right now doing a really stand-up job for us in the closing parts of the race to make sure that we don't lose any more ground, and that we keep the guys that are behind us.
I mean, you're not that far to the front, but I think it's still okay for you here in the first race of the P1LMS, I guess. Yeah, you said you had some damage. What happened there? We just saw that you were going for an early pit stop.
So came out of the so we made some adjustments, and the drivers in between my last stint and the next one had made some adjustments to the car, left them in. I said, yeah, it should be fine, and just didn't adjust well to the change, and coming out of the hairpin, oversteered into the wall pretty hard. So very disappointed with that, because ready for a good strong stint. They'd been running really well and moving their way up the table bit by bit. So Bill's been doing a real recovery drive for us to just keep us in place, make sure the car drives well, no more damage, and moving along really nicely.
Yeah, as long as the car is fixed by now again. I mean, we have seen the car crippled a few times already. As long as that's fixed again, everything should be fine, right?
It is. Well, I've been looking at the front of the car on the streaming, and it's obvious there's been a lot of work done there with what looks like builder's putty and a couple of things to fill in the holes and keep it aerodynamic, and he's been driving it really, really well. So whatever it is I did to it wasn't catastrophic, which I'm really pleased about, and looking forward to the last couple hours to bring the car home. We've got Vincent coming up, and then JT. So both those guys, good drivers. They've got some experience, a little bit faster than myself, so hoping that they can take the car and wring some more out of it that I wasn't able to.
Yeah, I mean, you're just 2 laps behind the next car, so I guess you don't have really the chance to move forward that far, but just to secure this place means a lot to you guys, as it seems. I mean, I really like that. I really like that kind of way to think about it. I think you just want to save what you've achieved and just want to finish the race. Is that correct?
Exactly. We came out to have a good time, have a good race to start things off, get used to each other, but have a good competitive race to push all the way through. This was not a race that we said, hey, we go in, we win, or we leave. This was, we're going to have a good time, get the team set up, use this as an opportunity to get to know ourselves a bit better, and then build for the next race, which is going to be at Silverstone, I noticed. So that should be quite a considerably different track to this one. Should be an interesting challenge to get ready for that.
Yeah, definitely. Silverstone is quite a different track to this track here on Matsusaka. I mean, yeah, you have some technical parts, but you can't really compare these two in terms of driving, I think. They are too different.
No, yeah, absolutely. There's, Silverstone's a bit more flat out. This is a real driver skill track in terms of judging your entry, getting the balance right, and moving through to a good exit.
Yeah, I mean, there are similarities, like the S's, for example, which I call S's on both tracks. But I think like hanger straight, the start-finish straight, and all of this is just such a different track. You really got to set up your car so much different than on Suzuka or Matsusaka in this case. That
Yeah, I mean,
basically the cards.
You're right. There are places that are the same, absolutely, but it's a different feel entirely.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna come in between here for a second. Blackhawk has just barely gotten past Hansa Racing. Hansa just did their pit stop. They are now 1.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, we can see that. So we'll just quickly switch to the nose cam of Matthias Mus, who is in the car right now again, who is just lapping the number 9 Schubert Motorsport GTE car. Yeah, but back to the theme with Silverstone and Suzuka. I think we will have completely mixed cards for Silverstone, as it is just such a different track.
I agree. It's going to be a great challenge for the teams to set themselves up, those that are new to it with the cars, and even those who have got well-versed, well-experienced setups are going to be challenged by the different driving.
Yep. I would even go as far as saying I would compare Silverstone more to Sepang, for example, because you have 1, 2, 3 parts that are a bit technical, but then you have slow corners and full throttle passages. So I'd rather say you can compare Silverstone more to Sepang than to Matsusaka.
Yeah, I think that would be fair, and of course for this team, we don't have that history, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that works out. So Michael Rowland now is being chased hard by Pless. I just noticed Pless is back out on track.
And right behind him, but Michael Rowland just got this pass basically done, and he could keep the position at the moment. But they are also just 1 minute and 41 seconds behind the third place. And if it stays like this, Blackhawk Racing will make the gap in the points bigger with their win. Because last race, Blackhawk Racing won, and me, myself, and I alone went for second place.
With Moose in between the two of them makes a big difference. He's challenging pretty hard. I mean, there's only 2 seconds there. There's still 2 hours left of the race, so there's lots that can happen. Anything can occur while they're going through traffic. So this is not a done deal yet. Not in the least bit.
No,
Whether
definitely
it's,
not.
Pleiss challenging Roland or Moose challenging Kiss.
Definitely not. I mean, the guy, more like Hansa Racing before Matthias Moose came into the car now, was really competitive as well. Like really, really, really competitive. They held the gap between the Blackhawk Racing car and themselves. Fabian Walter did a great job with keeping the speed up, even though he had a drive-through because he caused a collision. But the gap was all the time it was at 13 seconds, and then Blackhawk Racing had a longer pit stop, which let Hansa Racing take the lead, and now Blackhawk Racing is right in front again of them now. Now we gotta see how it turns out. I mean, Matthias Moos is not a slow driver, but he needs to keep up his times. He needs to keep up his concentration now to make, or to even have a chance to win this race.
I was surprised that Moose stayed out as long as they did. Or sorry, the Hansa stayed out as long as they did, because they looked to be dropping their times while Blackhawk was in. And so I thought that was very, very strange. They elected to go as long. So they trying to, are they on the edge of a stop of a pit? And so they were trying to push. So they got past that threshold. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out for them.
I mean, they're now about 2.5 seconds behind behind Blackhawk Racing, but they have so many laps less on their new stint now, basically. So they will definitely save some fuel or some time for refueling at the end of the race. That it might just fit in and let them win the race.
It'll be that's with all things being equal, no incidents, no issues with traffic, all sorts of variables there. I would have thought that that would have been certainly they'd go for it. Where the real win comes, of course, is that if they can arrange to do just the last 2 stints complete, not have to do a splash and go, which would make a big difference.
Yeah, and I think that is what they are aiming for. We had Ricardo Buckman, the team manager of that team of Hansa Racing, in our booth earlier, and he wasn't sure about the whole situation yet. They just got the lead when he was in here, and he didn't want to tell too much. But I think that they are going for the approach to stay out as long as possible, save a bit of fuel, while maintaining the gap somehow, and then having to refuel less at the end. And I think that's what they are trying to do with that long stint we just seen.
So do you think they're going to have 1 and a splash, or do you think that they're going to be able to extend this out so they only do 1 pit? Because that's the key, right? And the question now is the same for Blackhawk. Are they going to be able to go 1 pit only and take it to the end, or are they looking at the verge of having to do a
I don't think that any of those two teams is able to do just 1 pit stop. I mean, a normal stint is about 40 minutes.
The prototypes are about 40-45 minutes, yeah.
Yes, exactly. If you really extend it, you can go for 50, maybe 55 minutes. This won't be enough.
And you're going so slow that you won't gain anything.
Yeah, I think it's more... GT. Yeah, but these two are LMP, and I think these two are going for the approach. At least Hansa Racing is going for the approach. Hey, let's try to stay out as long as possible, that we don't lose too much time, to have to refuel less and be able to get those guys in the end. I think that's what they are aiming for at the moment.
Yep.
As Blackhawk Racing just did a new fastest lap time of 1:45.484. So they are really pushing to try to get away, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, but Moose is keeping the gap to like 3-4 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, he was keeping it to under 3 seconds a few moments ago, but Sabakis is really pulling away now. He's really pushing it. So we gotta see how all turns out. If Hansa Racing is able to prolong their stint, so they have a chance in the end or not. It's just speculation, calculation. And yeah, we can just speculate what they're doing.
We might be seeing a fight for 13 GT as well soon. Looks like Seisler is slowly closing in on Chancellor. 4 seconds is the gap right now.
Yeah, I think Chancellor is the first time in that car today, so he's doing the last stints. They had quick drivers on the number 81, like Alex Bräutigam, for example. who did the first few stints. He was really quick on his way there. And Josh Hoare, who was also quick, as well as Kevin Yeager, who was quick. So we gotta see what he's able to do. If he's able to pull away again. At the moment, 5 seconds again, the gap between those guys. And the game for P3 isn't over yet as well. Yondetta in Dre's Motorsport, he's trying to basically keep that gap, but Shane Chancellor is also just 39 seconds away, and within 2 hours that's possible to make.
Definitely.
Also a bit of a fight going on between Falcon Motorsport 3 and Schubert. They're down to 3 seconds there, so fighting out a bit farther down the order of the GTE as well.
Ackerman and Bingenheimer, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 seconds, 4 seconds.
Yeah, Oliver Ackerman really made up 4 seconds in the last 25 minutes, so it might get close there. But we also have Jens Kess, John Nelson and Mark Weiler, who are close together right now. Kinda close. John Nelson 10 seconds behind Mark Weiler, and Jens Kess 7 seconds behind John Nelson. So something there can be close as well. As Yannick Pleiss is 4 seconds behind Michael Röllin right now, with his number 993 Vortex SRC Community LMP.
So that unexpected red flag in the middle of the race really has shaken things up quite considerably and added a real bit of spice to the racing for the latter part of the session.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, yeah, the lap stayed, but as all the LMP2 cars were in the same lap, it just closed the gaps and made it really, really exciting to watch. That basically in the front, it was a 3 hour and 35 minute sprint race, which it still is, where people just try to set fastest laps and try to get to the front somehow. Yeah, then we had like this incident between the me, myself, and I alone car and Dre's Motorsport LMP, which set both back and gave Hansa Racing the 3 second place, which turned into the first place for a few minutes there. Now we gotta see how it all ends up. Matthias Mus is not able to go the same pace as Sabakis at the moment, even though he did the fastest lap for his car in this race at the moment. But the gap went up to 5.3 seconds for now. And Jens Kess is closing in on John Nelson as well, just 4 seconds left between those two guys.
Yeah, the same thing with Pleiss and Roland, so there's a couple of fights shaping up very, very quickly in terms of third, fourth, and then 10th.
And third, and fourth or third? And third for fourth for GTE class. Shane Chancellor and Martin Seisler as well.
That's coming in well.
Yeah, and Ackerman slightly behind there. Under 3 seconds now as well. So.
Yeah. So let's have a quick look to Oliver Ackerman in the P1. I don't want to see anything. I don't want to. Please take over. No, I'm done. Thank you. Bye. I'm done. Please take over the cameras. I don't want to do this anymore. This is like the 7th time today where I switch to a car which is just spinning out. I'm not doing the commentator's curse. I'm doing the camera's curse, I think.
So yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, so basically that fight is done for the moment.
Jens Kess looking to make a move on John Nelson, I think.
Yeah, Jens Kess is really, really close there now.
He's
in the middle of traffic.
No, not yet.
He's still behind. There's a lot of traffic. No way around there. And he will slot. Yeah.
Nice patience.
He's still right at the back of the SimHQM car.
We have a clear run towards turn 1. no traffic. Looking at the lap times, John Nelson is definitely struggling. His last lap was a 53.8.
And he's been passed.
Yeah, whereas Case was doing 49s. So that was a matter of time, I guess.
And he's pulling away quite strongly, so clearly John was holding him up, playing defensive, and Jens got by, and he's moving.
He's gone. In the meantime, Kiss in the lead, also slowly extending that gap up to 8 seconds now.
And Michael Rohn has been very successful defending. He's held off Yannick Place, actually added a couple seconds to it, so good defense there as well.
But that might also just be because of traffic. You can't forget that even 3 seconds between two cars could mean like 4 or 5 cars where you can't get through.
True enough. Take your defensive posture wherever you find it, I think is the rule there.
Yes. As to be honest, I'm really smiling about that now. David Beranek in the Team RGPL LMP2 with the number 7 just set the fastest lap time of the race in last place of the still driving cars. So they have the speed. They just had so many technical problems and issues, but he set the fastest lap time for now with the 1:45.254.
Well, it gives them something to go home with, right? So always that gives another 2 hours to make it better again. So they're there.
Still the bragging rights for the fastest lap time.
True.
Exactly.
So,
and as I said, those guys came in 4th in the last race, and
yeah,
now
RGPL
they're all in the
is a
back.
serious contender.
Yes.
Definitely.
They just had so many issues, but they're still the fastest car on track at the moment.
Yeah, you're gonna like that.
And they're still fighting, even though they are over 100 laps back. They're still driving.
Well, they've set themselves a target there to see if they can catch up with the 41 Dynamics Performance 2 and see if they can get themselves out of the wooden spoon.
But I don't think that will happen. Maybe if we prolong the race by 12 hours, then maybe, but not in under 2 hours.
No, it's a bit outrageous. It's true. No, it's only 1 laps. 15-second circuit. Yeah, probably a bit longer than 2 hours.
What is it, 61?
Yeah, 61 laps.
Yeah.
61 laps to Andreas Singh.
No, it's definitely respectable that they just keep going, despite being all the way down there.
Yeah, and they're unlapping themselves, as you guys can see.
Yeah.
There he is, going for the Falcon Motorsport car. Just going through with not a bad speed, actually. I don't know if he's just doing hot laps now, but he's still going.
Certainly showing how it can be done. So, and in at night, car may not be the pristine model that they were driving at the start, so well done to him.
In the meantime, it looks like there is one car that's properly DNF'd, unfortunately. It's the 777 Academy teamed race. They've been DNF for a very long time now, so I don't think they're gonna be coming back.
Yeah, we gotta see. It's still a race car, and you know Mark Weiler came back 2 times now, so I wouldn't count him out yet.
No, definitely not. They'll get the technical sorted out and they get back racing.
Yeah, that's the spirit of race motorsport. Never give up. Just go on.
So it seems to have slowed down a bit. The charges that were being made on a couple of places there, the distance is starting to spin out. We already talked about Sabakis and Matthias Moos. Looking at Michael Rowland and Yannick Place, that's starting to stretch out a little bit as well. And well, we've got a new fight going on there. I see Johannes Michael and Vitor Joino.
Yeah, but that's an LMP2.
Yeah, that's an LMP2 against GTE.
It's still for position, so it's a battle, but I think I know who's gonna win that.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't get a little overexcited, it should work out okay. Sorry, the other one I was thinking about was Bingenheimer and Ackermann. Has steadied up. They've been at 4 or 5 seconds now for quite a while, so no further advance by Oliver Ackermann to take the place from Lucas Bingenheimer.
Yeah, I think he just came a bit closer because of traffic there, actually. I mean, that gap was 10 seconds, and then within 20 minutes it got down to 4 seconds, and now it's staying there, so probably traffic, but we'll see about that later. The rest is pretty far apart, but to be honest, if I look at those gaps between the cars, I can think about something like, who needs to do a splash and dash? Who needs to come in one more time? This could all mean that everything gets closer to each other again.
Michael Rudin in the pits.
Yeah, he's the first one of those first 4 cars who's going to the pits, so 1 hour 52 minutes, so he will definitely have to do at least one more stop. If he isn't able to really,
1 hour mark.
Yeah, if he's not really able to really extend his stint by 15 minutes at least, he needs to come in 2 times and force splash and dash at the end.
Yep,
I think he needs to splash. I'm fairly sure he has to.
Yeah, I do think so as well.
If he's gonna try to save fuel, he will be driving so slow that it will be faster to just splash in the end.
The question now is how long the 3 ahead of him can hang out on track to really make that calculation very difficult.
Yeah, as we just see Dave Beranek trying to go to the inside there, but couldn't get through. For Racing Spirit number 4, who's really trying to defend there.
Yeah,
but now he's
why
through.
Would you, I guess they don't know in the car, but why would you defend from a car that's 100 laps down?
I don't know why you would do that. I don't even know why you would basically defend a car who's 2 to 3 seconds at least faster than you per lap. But as I just said I just checked in with the lap times, and Mohamed El Guerriri, who is on P13 right now in the 114 Revolution Sim Racing, he's actually one of the fastest guys of their team with a 148 pace at the moment. That's right on top where David Beranek is, and right on top where Sabakis is doing his laps. So he's got the pace, he's just a bit further down than anyone else. Jens Kers and Mark Weiler just a bit faster there in the last lap, but probably they didn't have that much traffic. Yeah, Oliver Ackermann still with the 4-second gap working there.
Mm-hmm. He's hanging in there for like grim death.
Yeah,
but he's not about to let him go.
Yeah, but he can't get closer as well. Leaving through the other car there, I think that car is even behind him somewhere. Yeah, Racing Monkeys, Team 2, like a few laps down. He didn't defend or anything, he just let him pass and just went on and still did a lap time that was 1 second faster than of Lucas Bingenheimer in front of him.
They're hanging in there very well. That's That's a long distance chase going on there. Good racing.
Yeah, definitely. And they are basically on the same pace right now. So we can see Lucas Bingenheimer sliding out of that corner. Oliver Ackermann getting the power down a bit better, but he has P2 actually by now. P2 of the GTE field behind him. That's Jörn Dette with Drace Motorsport GTE team with the number 12 in the M8 GTE. As he gets lapped by an LMP2 as well. And he has still 26 seconds. I mean, that gap is slowly but surely closing. But at this rate, I don't know if Shane Chancellor is able to make it till the end. To get that close to Jörn Dette to contest this second place in the GTE class.
Yeah, he's got to hope for something to happen to allow him to jump up a little bit.
Yeah, he needs to get lucky with traffic. Maybe some strategy things.
So that then comes back down to an hour 47. So very much into the pit strategy for the GTEs because they're going about an hour. Now the question is when did they last pit and how are they lining up for this last hour and 47? They pit 15-20 minutes ago, or are they still well into a stint right now?
I'm not sure how long exactly it was, but it's been probably half a stint by now, maybe.
So that then starts making it really interesting because they do want to get beyond within the hour and 10 minute. They want to get within the hour and 10 minute for that last stint of the GTE, so they've got another half hour at least to make it work well.
Yeah, because then they would need only one more stop and no splash.
Exactly. So where they are relative in their pit strategies in terms of who pit first and second, and are they inside or outside that window compared to each other? That's gonna make a big difference. I'm assuming that they're gonna get to the point that they're gonna be able to take a full load of fuel and run to the end.
They'll obviously be trying that, yeah.
Ackermann's closing up a little bit. But that'll be interesting to watch. Watching that race.
It's also really the only close battle, or soon to be battle, on track. All other gaps are like 20 seconds or more.
Well, Oliver Ackermann might have been listening to us because he's shut down the gap by 1.5 seconds now, just as we were looking at that fuel situation for him.
Yes, down to 2.5. Looks like they are in a little bit of traffic. They have the second place GT car in between them. They're coming up behind the car in 36. So some traffic management that they're having to do, even within their own class right now. Let's take a look at Ackermann. VMAT's green car right behind as well. Gonna have to let him through there. So Bingenheimer, that Ackerman is chasing down right now, he's 2 cars ahead. Have to look a bit closely again. I believe he's that. Is it the Corvette or the BMW? It's one of them.
One of them. I believe it's the.
I believe the Corvette.
Yep.
Yes, it is the Corvette. So the Corvette is his target. Right now 2 cars in between there.
They're all much of a muchness.
Let's go on board with Ackerman, see how he handles the traffic here, coming up to Spoon. So he's behind Andreas Singer, the 41 Dynamics Performance car, who is in 36, which is basically last of the GT class. And he lets him through nicely. Meanwhile, the VMAT green car still has to get past Bingenheimer. Looks like Bingenheimer is letting him through right now. Yeah. And
well, that's
Ackerman
made a
is
real
now...
opportunity for Ackerman,
Yeah.
who's closed right up.
It's now 1 second between them. But some prototype traffic through the S's.
A little LMP traffic to make things exciting. Very exciting.
How did you experience the traffic?
Constantly. I think the prototypes have become more comfortable with where they can pass, and more comfortable with being a bit more patient as well. Early on in the race, there was a lot of stampeding, a lot of elbows out and forcing their way around. I think they've become much more relaxed about picking their way around, picking their moment.
Yeah, so at first it's a bit of experimenting. What works, what doesn't work.
Getting used to track, getting used to drivers, and
yeah.
And some of the conditions, and that's evolved over the course of the 12 hours as well.
As I believe, yeah, the leader is in the pits. Savakis of Blackhawk. As my feed is now completely frozen, so I'm gonna have to do it with a lifetime. Looks like a lot of GT cars are pitting now. That's with 1 hour 40
sense.
left. I see like 4 or 5 of them in. Yeah, 4 cars, 4 GT cars are pitting right now.
That makes sense. Hour and 40 to go. I think they've been caught out on their strategy. So they're looking at a stint and a half, and they're going to either heavy and light or do two mediums and split the difference with fresh tires.
Another car coming in. Yeah, they'll definitely have to stop again with like 40, 35
so they've
minutes.
been going an hour and 10 is what they've been doing, and what it means is they've got the odd finishing stint. So they'll be looking at how they want to set that up. Now, what's your thinking on that? I mean, there's the conventional where you want to, do a heavy load and a light load of fuel for the last half hour. But there's also the idea of, splitting it up because less pressure on the tires. You're gonna have to change tires anyway. Lighter load on the tires. The 2 stints should allow you to be moving faster.
I guess it depends a little bit on the situation. If you're fighting for position, for example, I guess I would rather have a very fast final stint with low fuel and fresh tires to really make that last push. Yeah, you could split it off.
Yep. Well, it depends too on how you're looking at the traffic. If you think you're going to be mired in traffic a lot, you may rethink that strategy in terms of how heavy you want to try and battle through traffic, make the car a bit lighter, a bit more responsive.
Yeah, that will play a role as well, obviously. So, I guess it's all down to how the driver in the car feels, what he would like to do. As a lot of the prototypes are in the pits right now. Come on then, now within a second. They do have 19th overall coming up, which is the, I can quickly see, like 5th or 6th in the GT class coming up behind. So this battle is gonna be disturbed by a blue flag again. Getting really close on the braking for the chicane. Not close enough to have a run down towards turn 1.
Just looking at some of the GT work, Wojtek Polesny just looks like he put down a very fast lap for the GT, and I think it looks like the fastest lap of this session. 1:57.046, so he's certainly feeling pretty good about himself and making a run at Matthias Weber. Although they're still well back.
Yeah, the fastest lap in the GT field since the restart, by half a second in fact.
Yeah, very nice, and so he's still 30 seconds back, but he's coming down to 29 as hard as he can.
As Ackerman had to let Weber through for the blue flags, so that's opened the gap a little bit. But now Bingheimer also has to let him through. Ackerman could use that to his advantage.
Well, he has. He's down underneath a second now, so this is starting to build up to see how he takes advantage of the position he's gotten for himself between traffic and driving. He's now to the point where he's got to start thinking about how is he going to make the pass.
Yeah, he could have the run out of Spoon here already. With the prototype traffic coming through, Sinnescu there. He's gonna have to set it up for turn 1.
And I wonder if they're thinking about the strategy too in terms of the pits. We've seen the other cars that have hit already, and they're looking at that hour and a half, and there's a calculation. So they've already made their decision about how they're going to run their fuel. These guys are still pushing hard, and the question here is, who's going to blink first for the run into the pit?
Yeah.
All things being equal, they're running the same sort of fuel. So that's starting to hit here. Does he need to push it? We've seen it already where people have tried to force the past and not worked out too well. So is that in the back of his mind? Does it make sense to do it now? Want to do an offset strategy for the way, think about what the other car is going to do for strategy in terms of full fuel. Otherwise, they want to try something different to get the advantage out on track to start with.
And what Ackerman could do is just, if he's comfortable behind Bingenheimer, he could just stick behind, lift and coast a little bit, and have the slipstream to his advantage, and save a ton of fuel right there.
That would give him an extra lap, potentially allow the team to see what's going on with the other team, to see if they're going for a full stint, full fuel and then a splash, or are they going for a light load, because they'll see it from the time of the pit, and gives them an opportunity to say, well, do we want to do the same, or do we want to do something alternate?
Yeah, all these options are there to consider.
So I wonder how many people are clustered around the screen right now in both those teams, working out the options.
As the car hit 23rd, Billy Eisman, that's the position behind Ackerman. He's pitting right now.
Yeah, this is the window.
So, yeah, a couple more cars just came in.
All to play for.
How long are these two gonna continue? Meanwhile, up front in the prototype class, Tsabakis has now a lead of 20 seconds, 21 seconds over Moose in second. And then there is a gap of a lap to Rudin in third.
And he's got a pretty comfortable cushion over Yannick Place. That's fallen off as well. So
yeah, so right now that looks pretty set.
Yep.
We have 1.5 hours to go, so things could still happen.
Still looking at that number 77 Team RGPL GTE continues to take little bites of time out of the WD Senior Community SR Community GTE. So that might develop.
27 seconds now.
So it's coming down bit by bit. It was 26 a little while ago.
Yeah.
So he's patiently reeling him in, and again it's going to come down to those last few laps, keeping the pace up. What happens?
Last lap, the RGPL car Polesny was a second faster, just under a second. So if that continues, it will take him 30 laps to catch up.
Well,
maybe overtake.
Weber has responded. He's just done his fastest lap, but still lapping slower than Wojta Polesny. So, but he's obviously feeling the pressure and thinking, I've got to get the lead out here.
And I haven't, I don't remember if they've now pitted already.
Ackerman's in.
Ackerman's in, yeah.
Yeah. So you know that Bingenheimer is going to watch that really carefully, that team, to see what's going on.
Ackerman is gonna have to splash in the end, I imagine.
With an hour and what, 29 still to go?
That's
yeah. I think so.
Then
That's
they're
a
gonna be
long-
20 minutes short.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, definitely gonna have to do something. And it looks like he's gonna go for a full fuel.
And yeah, still in the pits.
And he's moving now.
And they driver swap in that car.
Yep.
Maximilian Dane has taken over. So let's see what he can do these final 1.5 hours.
So that was a minute and 16 all told. It'll be interesting now to see whether or not how they manage the other team. Is it going to be a driver swap? If there's a driver swap, we've got a race. No driver swap? Interesting.
Yeah, is the driver swap not at the same time as the tires or fuel?
I think it's the same as fuel. It does come out a bit longer, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah, and with these pit stops we now have no close battles on track. I think the smallest gap between two cars is 26 seconds, I believe. Or, oh, I see 10 seconds down at 29. Baltes for the Racing Monkeys Team 2. He is now 9 seconds behind the Tulner in the Raceland car.
So it says 20 seconds. 20 seconds for a driver change, with a little bit of random delay and extra time if there's damage, and then it is concurrent driver change. Wait, sure what that means.
Concurrent driver change with the fuel?
It doesn't say. It says driver time. So you've got fuel time, tire time, and driver time. And it says concurrent driver changes is concurrent. In fact, concurrent tire changes is concurrent, concurrent fuel filling is concurrent, but that doesn't all happen at the same time.
Yeah, fuel and tires definitely are separate. At least as far as I can remember. Sabakis in the lead, extending that lead. 30 seconds by now.
pretty dominant. And it looks like Matthias Moos, even as he's losing ground to Sabakis, Michael Rowland doesn't look like he's able to pick up any ground in him.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because he's a lap down, so we don't see.
Well, I was just looking at last laps, 147.6 and 148, so they're
half a second down.
Yeah, that for that last lap, so it doesn't look like he's. Although he just set a fastest section 2, did Michael Rowland.
Yeah, it could be down to traffic. It's one of those unfortunate laps where you're stuck for the entire S's behind the car.
Yeah. So it looks like he's going to take some time out of.
As Sabakis spins in the upturn. So the leader off. Looks like it's not too bad. He's definitely going with some damage now, I believe. Camera just changed, so I don't know if he really smashed into the wall, but I do believe there's some damage from there.
Just lost a little downforce.
I actually crashed in the same place in a VC race the previous season. Ended our podium chance, yeah.
Anytime you're off the line there and run over those curbs, it's dangerous.
Yeah, when I crashed there, I put my right rear on the grass, and the car just turned. So it is tricky, especially when you are side by side with traffic. So that's when it happens for me.
Yeah, and I've noticed that a lot of people are having problems with the curbing on this track. Certainly coming through the Degners, I had a problem where I just put the front wheel on the left-hand side just as I started to brake, and there's just nothing there.
Yeah, and the curb through Spoon, that's a real slippery bastard.
It doesn't matter if it's the front or the rear. And
yeah, you're off.
Whether you got power on or not, it's anything that is running along it is going to slide. You're better just to accept it, drive out of it, and come back in again.
Yeah. On board with Sabakis here. Looks like the steering wheel is still straight, so he either barely avoided the wall or it wasn't hard enough to damage the suspension.
Yeah.
So they got away with it, luckily for them.
And David Baranek has set another fastest pace, it looks like, 144.904.
44.9.
Yeah.
All the way down in last place, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he just took the bragging rights back away from Michael Rowland, who just set a 145.549. And Baranek said, I did think I could do one better.
Still, I'd say he's still half a second up.
Yeah, that was a blistering lap.
That's incredible, yeah. '86, that is the extra motorsport driven by Edward Taylor.
He was defending against the OR Sim HQ Motorsports car, which is kind of strange because he's well ahead.
Yeah, but he got a warning for multiple line changes when defending, so he probably moved left to right, right to left, which is not allowed by rules. You're just allowed to make one move.
Yes.
Personally, I wouldn't defend against a car that's multiple laps down, but at all.
Yeah, if they are faster, just let him bite. Just go back and go for
We're
it.
not losing a position.
You get the
So
last
what?
laugh.
Hungry Ricardo.
Hello, Simon.
Hello. I was just kidding.
Hmm.
To Marcus.
What do you say about the race to now?
Very busy.
That's what I thought as well. Not the easiest race, is it?
No, especially if you are 99% of the time alone.
Yeah. That's true. What do you think? Who will Hansa Racing still make it, or does Black Hawk Racing just bring it home?
To be fair, I don't know the standings.
Okay.
Even if it feels like I've watched the race already twice.
Just the important situations, of course.
Yeah, it's just the funny moments.
Yeah, you can be glad that Marcus isn't driving. With Marcus behind the wheel, you would still be watching his things. Probably until 3 o'clock in the morning tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, next week.
All the reports reported after the race.
Ah, those mid-race reports.
Yeah, but I hope, I think because I killed the server, that from the first 8 hours there is no replay available, so there won't be any after.
Oh, that's right.
There is a replay available.
There is?
Yeah, I got a replay.
Oh, damn it! So you make this too at work, okay?
Yeah, okay, if you stream then and commentate, that's alright.
There you go. Fair trade.
Yeah, fair trade here.
So just looking again at the Stetton's personal best, Sebastian Pfeffer. Your name here racing, 157, 121 for the GTEs.
Yeah, still going strong till the end.
Yeah,
even if they
sounds like a
have,
strong pace.
yeah, even if they have just a teeny tiny gap of 3 laps to the second position, Shane Chancellor. Yeah, he's still pushing all the way through. I mean, why not? Show dominance.
Well, you don't take your chances. You don't know what's going to happen around the corner, so you want to make sure that while a win at 0.1 seconds ahead of second place is still a win, having something that's a little bit more than 0.1 of a second is always nice too.
Yeah, it's a bonus.
Yeah, but also it's, pushing helps to keep the concentration high.
That's true as well, yeah. If you start slowing down, taking the pace out, you might be losing your concentration.
Exactly.
Just
Keep
funny
on
'cause
driving the car.
Yeah.
at this point you're so used to driving the car on the limit, or at least I usually have that. When I'm so used to driving the car on the limit after a couple of stints, I'm actually more likely to crash if I back down and take it easy.
Yeah, you shouldn't forget.
The car,
You shouldn't forget those are race cars. I mean, okay, it's more extreme in like LMP2 and LMP1 class, but those cars are meant to go to the limit. They are actually driving better and easier if you are at the limit than when you're just strolling along, basically. That's I think Tom Christensen said that once about the Audi. He just came up and said, yeah, if you drive at the limit, it's really good, it's really fun to drive, but as soon as you take out the speed, it gets really complicated to drive. And that's that was with an LMP1, of course, but
you know, the LMP2 car in a race last year, we won that race, but then I crashed it on the cooldown lap because I wasn't used to driving that slow. I had no downforce because I was going so slow, so I crashed it on the cooldown lap.
Yeah, but that's like same as, for example, we're in Germany here, you know, with Autobahn. Autobahn means there are a few places where you can go as fast as you want. And if you, for example, go for like 200 kilometers, yeah, if you drive 200 kilometers an hour for 200 kilometers and then go off, then you just go off the Autobahn, the highway, then you won't notice how fast you're going and you're more likely to crash because your speed sense does
Everything feels much slower.
Yeah, exactly. Everything feels much slower at that point.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
And then you tend to not react in a slow down time. You're acting too quickly, and it's now inappropriate.
Yeah, either that or you think you're going slow enough for a corner, for example, on a country road, but you're not, because you're thinking, okay, at the speed, yeah, I might be going 50 because you don't look at the speedometer all the time. You think you're going 50, but actually you're going 80 or 90. That's what happens with the human brain if you go for a long time on a fast pace.
Yep. Your speed sense, you said your speed sense is out of whack.
Yeah, exactly. As we just see that Sebastian Pfeiffer is overtaken lap by Hansa Racing, number 42 on P2.
Yeah, I got my first taste of the Autobahn when I went to the Sim Expo last year. So, like on the Dutch highways, the maximum speed is
130,
130, depending on the time.
Oh, that was close for Hansa Racing there. Holy. And Sebastian Pfeiffer missing his braking point as well.
These curbs are nasty, you don't want to hit them.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially that last chicane. If you carry too much speed, you can just lose the back end immediately.
Yeah. Better to just go straight, take the exit road, basically.
Yeah.
Well, the curbing there that's set up to make it really difficult can take its toll very quickly.
Yeah,
done that a couple times in practice and regretted it.
But it looks like Sebastian Pfeiffer now needs to find his rhythm again. He made another mistake in turn 3 there. Maybe he's pushing too much at the moment. Yeah, but Brian, you were talking about going to the Sim Racing Expo last time.
Yeah.
Over the Autobahn.
Yeah, so I'm used to the Dutch limit of 130. So on the Autobahn I was doing 130, sometimes up to 40. And I was still being passed by everyone on the model.
Ooh,
As
140.
100. Yeah. Ooh.
So,
I literally,
Germans, apparently.
literally, Marcus, Steffen Koch, who's also racing in this league, and we did the 4-hour race of the Race Room Cafe at the Nürburgring. And we were there for 2 days. And yeah, first of all, we went there just normally on the way back. It was really late, we wanted to go home, and from the Nürburgring we had to go basically to Cologne. So it's just one Autobahn straight through, and until you hit Cologne there's no limit basically. And I had a rental car, and you know how it is. Treat it like a rental, drive it like you stole it. I pushed that car to 245 kilometers down the hill with 3 guys and our luggage and some tech in the back. We had like a digital mixer in there and stuff like this, and I just pushed it down the hill, just going for it. And there were literally people from the Netherlands on the right side with going 120, and you're just blowing past them. You couldn't even read the number plates, you know.
I haven't seen anyone fly past at those speeds, but yeah, I was being passed by everyone, even when going 130.
Yeah, Brian, when you're on the Autobahn, you need to drive, you should not park.
It's my mother's car, so I have to be careful with it.
Yes, you don't want to know your mother.
It's even better. You don't even need to pay for insurance and stuff like this.
People that might start annoying some others. Michael Rowland's. I'm not sure if it's he's catching up to Yannick Place, and I think that's correct. He's been closing him down.
Yeah, it's just 6 seconds now.
flying and racing monkeys? Is that a catch up, or is he losing ground? No, he's catching up. It looks like.
Yeah, so we'll have an eye on that. Yeah, Michael Rennen has maybe a chance to go for P3 now, as he's at 6.8 seconds of a gap at the moment. Brian Smeets actually is at 6 seconds, but Shane Chancellor is in the pits right now, so he will take over that spot, but probably will give it away in a few minutes when he has to come to the pits again. Wojciech Poleszny, I think he was in the pits earlier. He dropped back a bit, I think.
Yes. As I'm just looking at, so an hour and 8 minutes. That's the outer limits for the GTE. So anyone that's pitting around now is looking to go the full distance with no more stops. At least that's their plan. And anyone who's pitting after this is feeling more and more confident about their ability to make it.
Yeah, I mean the LMPs, they still have like 20 to 25 minutes. As the number 22 is parked on the side there, had a spin. Racing Monkeys BMW M8 team. This is Ballas Flossmann at the moment on P34 overall. Yeah, so the LMPs, I guess they have like 20 to 25 minutes more until they can say we're safe through with one stop. So we gotta see how this turns out when they will come to the pits and if they do have to do a splash and dash after.
Yes, and unfortunately I won't be there to see it, because I'm gonna have to leave now.
Huh.
Unfortunate.
So,
it is.
Yeah.
It's been nice talking to you, Brian.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Glad to have you here again. Thank you for your help. Just
No
as
problem.
last time. Last time was you did a really great job for all these hours. Thank you again for that.
Thank you guys for hosting this, of course. So,
Yeah, no worries. That's basically our job.